Chapter 1544. The green copper cauldron shone, intimidating one's primordial spirit. The immortal sword erupted, its surface dripping with blood, the killing immortal diagram shocking the world. Yi Fan pointed the sword at the great sage, asking about the Yangxiang clan's whereabouts. The great sage who came from outside this region was a true supreme being's disciple. This left everyone horrified. Someone at the level of the great sage was an ancestor in a region, yet now he still had a master in this world. Who wouldn't be shocked? Before life and death, no one could remain calm. Only some could persist in their beliefs, while others would directly collapse. I don't know. The seemingly young great sage's tone was resolute, not willing to reveal too much. Who is your master, and where is he now? Yi Fan interrogated again. The supreme being is nameless, at the center of the star domain, only waiting for the ultimate transformation to ascend to immortality. The great sage was proud, but he was also unyielding. Yi Fan's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed like this so-called supreme being really was terrifying to a certain degree. If he became an emperor at the ultimate stage, crossing that trial, the name of the divine court might truly be called the celestial court. And now, his disciple had already set out, about to unify a star domain, starting to lay out his plans. It was clear that he was full of confidence in him, believing that he would definitely succeed. However, Yi Fan didn't have much to be scared of now. Once there were too many lice on his head, he wouldn't be scared of being bitten. Having one more supreme being wouldn't matter much. Having one less supreme being wouldn't matter much. This wasn't the only terrifying karma. Xiao. A streak of sword radiance flickered. The killing sword erupted, the energy radiance reaching over 100 li, directly cutting apart the space below the great sage. The shockwaves shook his body, making his consciousness unstable. Then, Yi Fan carried the immortal sword on his back, holding the black spear in his hand as he rushed over. Fearing that the emperor weapon would directly destroy the great sage's primordial spirit, preventing him from prying into the great secrets. This was a violent collision. Under this strike, the 5 elements were reversed, and the universe seemed to be overturned. Earth, fire, wind, and water rotated as if the world was being split apart. In a true head-on clash, the green cauldron was put away by Yi Fan. Right now, he wasn't worried that he wasn't strong enough. Rather, he was afraid that if he was too strong, he wouldn't be able to leave any survivors. Thus, he only held on to the useless spear and used his own origin energy to fight. Pooh. The great sage's primordial spirit was unstable just now, and now he was being attacked like this. Their bodies were almost in contact with each other, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His arm that was struck by the black spear felt like it was cut by a heavenly blade. His arm was cut in half, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Boom. Yi Fan engaged in close combat with him. He held the spear in his left hand, and the celestial arch fist in his right. They attacked ferociously together with unstoppable momentum and divine strength. Pooh! The great sage flew outwards, his body breaking into pieces. This broken spear actually revived at this crucial moment, erupting with strand after strand of quasi-emperor might. This was a type of unwillingness and resentment. This spear had great karma with this bloodline. Now the remnant consciousness was furious, starting to devour it. The lower half of the great sage's body exploded, and then it broke apart inch by inch, turning into strand after strand of bloody mist. He was about to die miserably. Yi Fan felt a headache. There had never been a day when he felt as strange as today. He hoped that the power of the weapon in his hand would be a bit weaker, so that the enemy wouldn't die. However, this didn't change according to his will. The great sage didn't want to die either. His primordial spirit rushed into the sky, but there was still quasi-emperor energy that spread over. His primordial spirit was about to decay, cracks appearing one after another. I don't want to die. The great sage cried out miserably, but there was nothing he could do to change the result. Most of the primordial spirit collapsed, and only a portion broke free from the quasi-emperor's energy. Yi Fan pulled it over and held it in his palm. He opened his heavenly eye and looked into his sea of consciousness. Yi Fan saw group after group of chaotic scenes. There was too much information, and among them, there were a few terrifying scenes that left a deep impression. A green spear and a black spear collided, and two imposing figures fought intensely. That was the battle of the quasi-emperor. It was like the end of the world, and it happened in the past. At the same time, he discovered a few memories in this remnant consciousness. The great sage's master fought a great battle against the Yangxiang clan. Both sides suffered, and the spear and spear were almost shattered. However, the green spear was brought away, and the black divine spear pierced through the cosmos, disappearing into the void. It was clear that it ultimately fell on Earth. That's a huge planet with powerful life waves. Yi Fan stared at the blurry figures of the two experts. Behind them, there was the vitality and vigor of the ancient life realm. He thought of a person, the insufferably arrogant saint physique nemesis on the ancient road of the human race, the tyrant. This person's might was monstrous, and he had 9 divine forms. If Yi Fan didn't have divine restrictions, it would be a bitter battle against him. The tyrant was born under the ginseng fruit tree, and he had an extraordinary origin. The ginseng fruit tree used to belong to the Yangxiang clan, and he came from Earth. Connecting all of this together, one could make many conjectures. Could it be that the earth-shattering battle between the two quasi-emperor took place in the star field where the tyrant physique was? The fate of the Yangxiang clan was unknown, and the immortal tree was lost there? As for the supreme being who had fought against the Yangxiang clan, he might have come from there, passed by, obtained the ginseng fruit tree, or was an ancient tyrant physique that broke out of the divine origin, or there were too many possibilities, making it hard to be sure. It was a pity that the great sage was already dead, and the fragments of his primordial spirit were limited, so it was impossible to find out everything. This battle happened at least 1 or 2,000 years ago, and it was hard to tell whether the Yangxiang clan was dead or alive. However, the other supreme being was even more powerful, and he had established the divine court. This made people uneasy. In this world, the quasi-emperor doesn't just have Gai Jiuyo and the one from the Golden Crow clan. Now there's another one, and he's bound to be terrifying in the future. This was a bad feeling. The ginseng fruit tree had been lost on the tyrant physique star, and a mysterious and powerful supreme being had killed the Yangxiang clan. This made Yi Fan frown. With the death of the great sage of the divine court, there was no way this battle could continue. The great army collapsed in an instant, and they rushed in all directions like a flood, all of them fleeing for their lives. Who could stop the sword of an emperor? On this day, the capital of the divine court was deserted. Almost everyone had fled, and those who stayed behind were as if they were facing a great enemy. They were very afraid of Yi Fan's arrival. In the end, Yi Fan went, but he didn't enter the city. The divine court's power was already lost, and he didn't need to do anything. 10 days later, Yi Tong returned, but he didn't get his wish. He didn't take out the Holy Sun Emperor's weapon, and he was still in the North Sea. After the matter at Ziwei Star, Yi Fan didn't go back. Instead, he found a cliff and secluded himself, trying to figure out his own path and method. This was the critical moment of his life. 2 months later, Yi Tong took the little girl away, taking care of her like a father or brother. After a few more days, Yi Fan ascended to the sky alone and arrived outside Ziwei region. Li Tian, Yan Ishi, and the others saw him off. Yi Fan was about to pass the tribulation and attack the great sage's checkpoint. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and the accumulation and waiting would finally erupt on this day. This place was called the Emperor Star, and there were many mysteries and secrets. Many great emperors had come here and left behind immortal imprints. It was a suitable place for him to break through. Of course, this place was destined to become a bloodstained land. It wouldn't be easy to charge through, and it would be extremely difficult. The great sage's tribulation. Yi Fan would be surrounded and attacked by many great emperors. Although they were at the same realm as him, they were all the most powerful throughout the ages, and they could easily kill him. Big brother, you have to be careful. The little girl waved her hand and watched him go into the distance, disappearing into the universe. This was naturally a major matter, and it would be the greatest danger Yi Fan would face in his life. From severing the Tao to becoming a saint, and then to becoming a saint king, it was getting more and more difficult. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan was risking his life. The further he went, the more dangerous it would be. The slightest bit of carelessness could completely turn him into smoke and dust. After accumulating to this day, he felt that he was ready and could take that step. However, Yi Tong, Li Tian, and the others were all very nervous and watched closely. The entire Ziwei Star region felt an oppressive aura that made people's hearts heavy. Everyone couldn't help but look up into the sky, but it was too far and they couldn't see anything. Does it have to do with the divine body? Someone saw him leave the place of seclusion and rush into outer space. Is he going to leave? This god of calamity is finally going to leave. Sigh, what a pity that the emperor weapons of my Ziwei Star region have been lost, and the ancient great sage has also left. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Boom. Suddenly, a clap of thunder shook the world. Lightning flashed in outer space, and even the sun was covered. It was so terrifying that it seemed like the end of the world. Everyone trembled. What happened? This was everyone's question. They felt terror in their hearts, as if the end of the world had arrived. They felt suffocated. At this moment, light radiated in all directions, covering the world. Endless laws interweaved in outer space. Lightning was like a sea, surging violently. There were even roars as if ancient emperors had come back to life. The ancient gods and devils have come back to life. What's going on in this world? There are beams of light everywhere. The formations left by the ancient emperors are all recovering. Why? On this day, all kinds of strange phenomena occurred in the Ziwei Star region. All of them were like raging waves, shocking people's hearts. Yi Fan was undergoing a tribulation. The cold and dark universe was filled with boundless lightning and completely changed. He was far enough away from the ancient life star, but the lightning still covered the sky of Ziwei. In outer space, all kinds of meteorites turned to dust, and some of the nearby small stars directly exploded. In this violent lightning, nothing existed anymore. Moon, Great Yang, Eternal Universe, Void, Amitba, Shuiyu, great emperors appeared one after another, and ancient supreme beings appeared one after another, turning into the body of the great sage. They fully displayed the imprints of this realm in the past as they attacked. Yi Fan was almost beaten to death. Although he had the passing self and the Tao self to share the burden, and his true body escaped at the crucial moment, facing so many great emperors in succession, his body and spirit were almost destroyed. This was even more dangerous than the last Saint King tribulation. It was simply a road to death. It was hard for outsiders to imagine how Yi Fan had persevered in this battle. His physical body had long been smashed to pieces. At the most dangerous moment, all his bones were shattered, and his flesh was evaporated. Only his last drop of blood flowed from his body, and his primordial spirit was on the verge of being extinguished several times, like a candle in a violent wind, about to fall into eternal darkness at any time. His flame of life was about to dry up, and his life had reached its end. In front of such an incomparably great tribulation, everything was useless. The will and beliefs that allowed him to survive were almost disintegrated. It was too bitter. Yi Fan could almost be considered dead. He operated the secret character of swordsman with great difficulty. He was reborn from a drop of blood, and he used that drop of blood to summon the shattered bones and reconstruct them. He walked on the edge of death, fought against the great emperors, and then charged into the imperial palaces. The killing drove him crazy and he was about to collapse. He had experienced too many battles in this life, but Yi Fan had never been in such danger as today. Saying that it was 9 deaths and 1 life was an understatement. It was really seeking a slim chance of survival in the midst of 10,000 deaths. The cauldron was broken and reconstructed. It was branded with primal chaos runes, and filled with its own laws and divine chains of order. It was unknown how many times this cauldron had been broken. The god inside was like Yi Fan, almost consigned to eternal damnation, and falling into eternal darkness. On this day, ghosts cried and gods howled in the Ziwei galaxy. Gods and demons appeared together. Those were the laws and order of the primordial era, and the remnant thoughts left behind by many experts. The whole world was shocked. Later on, the saints soared into the sky and saw the scene of Yi Fan's last struggle. They were all shocked. Boom. The river of stars dimmed, and the sea of thunder exploded. Everything disappeared, and only a pool of blood was left on the battlefield. Chapter 1545. Someone was undergoing a tribulation just now, and it was actually such a powerful lightning. Could it be that someone is about to attain the Tao? It's simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, he failed, leaving behind an eternal hatred. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many outstanding people had died at the most crucial stage of their lives. Just half a step was the difference between hell and heaven. Between heaven and earth, only a pool of blood was left. The cauldron was also shattered, turning into fragments that scattered everywhere. Master! Yi Tong let out a heart-wrenching cry. Li Tian and Yan Ishi were also greatly shaken. That blood did not seem to have any divinity. It was dim and lightless, as if its spirituality had been completely extinguished. Big brother! Little Nan Nan's eyes were filled with tears. Died. Only a divine child could not care less. He muttered in a low voice, but in the end he received a solid beating. Even with the immortal source between them, his buttocks almost blossomed. Big brother is fine. Although little Nan Nan's eyes were filled with tears, she still muttered. The pool of blood rustled, and then it began to slowly shine. Especially between the fragments of the cauldron, there was even a drop of bright red blood essence. It was dazzling and emitted an ocean-like essence energy. Kill. Suddenly, a terrifying divine will attacked. Someone took out the great sage weapon and slashed towards Yi Fan's drop of true blood, wanting to kill him when he was in danger. Boom. Fortunately, Li Tian and Yan Ishi were always on guard. Even though they had a bad feeling just now, thinking that something had happened to Yi Fan, they did not let down their guard. The goddess furnace shot out and blocked that weapon, emitting a dazzling misty rain that destroyed it. A drop of bright red blood fell into the golden bloodstain, and began to roll, constructing the skeleton and reconstructing the true body. A human figure quickly appeared, and the disappeared Yi Fan reappeared in this world. At the same time, the cauldron trembled, turning into a dazzling rain of light that rushed together. With a clang, it was like a divine drum from ancient times that resounded throughout the starry sky. The cauldron also reconstructed. Strands of source energy pervaded the air, and divine laws flowed like liquid. After thousands of tempering, the myriad origin cauldron took shape, displaying its supreme elegance. Then, after a moment of extreme brilliance, it returned to its original simplicity and hung above Yi Fan's head, becoming the true great sage's weapon. On the cauldron walls, the symbols became even more complex. These were patterns produced from primal chaos, naturally formed. There was a type of perfect Tao feeling. Yi Fan's true body finally solidified completely. However, his face was pale and his body trembled, almost collapsing. Brother! Little Nan Nan opened her little hands, and wanted to rush forward. Yi Tong hurriedly brought her forward, and Li Tian and the rest quickly came over. I'm fine, don't worry. Yi Fan rubbed little Nan Nan's head and wiped away the tears on her face. He then looked at Yi Tong and the others and revealed a reassuring smile. Then he suddenly reached out a large hand, covering the heavens, directly grabbing forward. With a pu sound, several figures were turned into dust. The great sage's might completely displayed. Just now, only one of the people who had ambushed him had been killed by the goddess furnace. These people had been secretly activating the great sage's weapon, and Yi Fan had clearly sensed it. Now it had exploded in an instant. He became the great sage. The people of the Ziwei Starfield were all dumbfounded. Every one of them felt cold from head to toe. He was already so terrifying when he was still in the Saint King realm. Now that he had reached such a level, who could be a match for him? Yi Fan sat in the starry sky and began to adjust his breathing. This time, he had been too heavily injured. His body had been smashed to pieces, and everything was reconstructing. He had almost died completely. Essence chi from all directions was drawn over. Yi Tong hurriedly pulled little Nan Nan and retreated. Li Tian and Yan Ishi did the same. They couldn't stay here any longer. In the end, a huge beam of light shot out from the sun and shone directly on Yi Fan's body. All kinds of essence chi from the universe's 8 desolates surged. The replenishment of a great sage's vitality was extremely terrifying, especially for someone with a physique like Yi Fan's. It was like a bottomless pit. The heavens and earth rumbled as the ocean-like essence chi entered his body, causing him to start glowing. Gradually he floated in the sky like a divine wheel. Yi Fan's appearance was solemn and dignified. He did not move at all as he reconstructed his body and baptized his organs and bones. He was like a god. The sound of blood flowing was like a surging river. It was deafening. One could see that within the golden blood, a bright red color had begun to appear again, emitting a lustrous light. Those with the heavens eye could clearly see the changes in Yi Fan's flesh. All of them were stunned. Every time his flesh and bones moved, it was like a Tao weapon was humming. Just how powerful was his physique? It was actually this terrifying. It could be assumed that a single spurt of blood was enough to destroy a holy weapon. A single punch would be enough to destroy any great sage weapon. For an entire 7 days and 7 nights, Yi Fan did not move at all. He was transforming, recovering his injured body, and reconstructing the great sage's body. Rumbling sounds could be heard from within his body. That was the remnant lightning tribulation, tempering his body and meridians. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit also flew out and hugged the small cauldron. It similarly rumbled and shook, becoming more and more compatible. Tao laws flourished. In the end, everything came to an end. Yi Fan had passed the great sage's tribulation, and was now a true ancestor-level figure. He could overlook an entire star domain. Great Sage Yi! Li Tian cried out strangely. A 200-something-year-old great sage, no matter which era he was in, was considered quite young. Compared to a lifespan of 6,000 to 7,000 years, he was currently in the infancy stage. This was just the beginning. Coupled with the extraordinary blood energy of the human race's saint physique, he would live for an even longer time. His future path was even more brilliant. There was bound to be a great storm along the way. Yi Fan restrained his blood energy and recovered his calmness. However, every movement of his had a Tao rhythm that made all beings revere him. As long as one reached this realm, there would naturally be traces of pressure. Of course, it was not impossible to completely transform into an ordinary person and make others unable to see through it. It's really time to leave, Yi Fan said softly. This also meant that they were going to part. On this day, they drank who knew how much wine. The wine jars had almost piled up into a small mountain. Little Nan Nan propped up her chin and sat obediently at the side, watching them drink heartily. Good brothers for a lifetime. The starry sky cannot separate our brotherhood. When we meet again, we will meet again and fight shoulder to shoulder. Li Tian, Yan Ishi, and Yi Fan drank until the smell of alcohol filled the air, but they could not get drunk. The time to part had finally arrived. Yi Fan took Yi Tong, Little Nan Nan, and Divine Child with him. He took one last look and rushed to the outer realm. Nan Nan, we are good friends, friends for a lifetime. Remember to come and see me. When I grow up, I will go and find you. Little Grass cried. Little sister, I will remember you. I will never forget you. I will come and find you. Little Nanan's childish voice came from the sky and gradually disappeared. Yi Qinggu was no longer in Ziwei Segmentum. She had stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. Even so, Li Tian and Yan Ishi could still use their connections to send Little Grass into the sect. When they reached the outer realm, Yi Fan's body trembled. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of red in the golden color. Yi Tong was shocked and cried out, "Master, what's wrong?" Little Nan Nan was already pulling on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes nervously. Her face was full of fear and even terror. "It's nothing. It's just a small Tao injury. I didn't expect it to be so effective. It followed me from the Saint King realm to the Great Sage realm, but it doesn't affect my combat ability much," Yi Fan said calmly. "Really?" Little Nan Nan was worried and asked with her head tilted. Yi Fan scratched her cute little nose and said, "Of course it's true. Don't worry." "Master, do you have any way?" Yi Tong asked with some worry. "Don't worry. I will cure it completely," Yi Fan said casually. "Big brother will be fine. Nan Nan will cure Big brother's injury," the little fellow said seriously. In the starry sky, Yi Tong was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Yi Fan asked, "What's wrong?" "Master, I want to step onto the ancient trial path of the strongest to temper myself," Yi Tong said. Yi Fan nodded and said, "It's good that you have this thought." He naturally supported his disciple's decision. Although it was a difficult and dangerous path, it was indeed very tempering. She had experienced too much in Big Dipper, and it was time for Yi Tong to try some different paths. I'll send you there, Yi Fan said. On the way, Yi Fan had asked little Nan Nan how she had come to the Ziwei Galaxy. Unfortunately, little Nan Nan was very confused, and she couldn't remember even after thinking for a long time. Doggy almost died, and Nan Nan was very sad. Afterward, she seemed to have flown away, and she got further and further away. I don't remember what happened after that. Little Nan Nan said in a soft voice. Yi Fan had heard this from the large black dog before. At that time, little Nan Nan was like a celestial who had ascended to heaven. She flew into the sky, and it was difficult to track her down. There were many new faces waiting in front of the first stage of the human race. They were all full of hope and confidence. Just like Yi Fan's group in the past, they had hope, ambition, boldness, and killing intent. However, it was unknown how many of them would survive. Let's do it here. Yi Fan had sent his disciple here, and he wouldn't give him any more help. He would have to walk his own path in the future. Yi Tong bowed deeply, bid farewell to his master, and said, I want to use the ancient road of the human race to go to another battlefield. He didn't want to repeat Yi Fan's path. Instead, he wanted to fight his way to another ancient road, open up a world that belonged to him, and forge his own path. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't interfere, and he allowed him to do as he pleased. A young eagle had to have the courage to reach the heavens. Only then would it be able to spread its wings and soar into the clouds. Who's that? Why did he come with a little girl, and then leave? Someone asked in a low voice. Meanwhile, in front of the city gate, some soldiers looked confused and said, he looks slightly familiar. It's him. Saint Physique. What? This place was immediately shaken. The name of the human race's Saint Physique shook the ancient road, and his slaughter caused everyone to tremble. Naturally, he would attract attention. He had left behind too many legends. Unfortunately, with a flash of light, Yi Fan directly disappeared. He stood on the divine light platform and brought the little girl across the starry sky, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette. Big brother, where are we going? The little girl asked. Let's return to the heavenly village first. Many people miss you. Yi Fan smiled. The little girl is sick. She doesn't remember some people, but there are a lot of reluctance in her heart. She should be missing them, the little girl said softly. Yi Fan took action to treat her. He pointed at the space between her brows, making it dazzling. The little girl's body flickered with sparkling light, and she looked like a jade doll. Not long after, they returned to the Big Dipper star region. As soon as they approached, they heard shocking news. The immortal path has opened. The day we've been waiting for has finally arrived. The immortal path has appeared. Everyone went crazy. Chapter 1546. The path of immortality had opened. Yi Fan was stupefied. After returning, he actually heard this type of shocking news. In the cosmos, specks of silver radiance flickered about. The starry skies were extremely brilliant. Saints moved about, moving unhindered in all directions. Now the Big Dipper was completely stirred up. Endless cultivators went crazy. The greatest change since the ancient times is about to begin. A new era is about to arrive. Everyone's minds burned with passion. This was everyone's desire. They had waited for who knew how many years already. This was the greatest immortal opportunity since the ancient times, and because of this, many unforeseen events were about to happen. Where was the immortal path? After Yi Fan descended onto the Great Earth, he didn't even need to look around. He already deduced the direction from the cultivators' trajectories. It really was related to the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was in the barren mountains several hundred li out. There were figures everywhere in the heavens above and earth below. Countless saints arrived here, and then they quickly withdrew, heading into outer space to report to the sect ancestors of various clans. Yi Fan arrived. He sensed a type of immortal opportunity from the distance. A type of special aura assaulted his face, making his entire body feel incomparably comfortable. Big brother, is there really someone who is going to achieve immortality? The little girl raised her head and asked. Her large eyes were extremely pure. Perhaps. The most terrifying chaos is about to begin. Yi Fan said softly. This mountain range wasn't unfamiliar to Yi Fan. Back then, he had come here when he was still a small cultivator. When he gazed into the ancient desolate forbidden land, it was surrounded by clouds and mist, becoming many times more mysterious than before. Outside the forbidden land, ancient trees towered into the heavens, great mountains stretching across. Normally, apes cried and tigers roared. All types of mysterious savage beasts roamed about, as well as many divine birds spreading their wings and taking to the skies. Today, however, all of the desolate beasts were replaced by humans. There were experts everywhere, cultivators everywhere, all for the sake of seeing that immortal domain's light. Above a majestic mountain peak, a terrifying crack appeared. From time to time, strands of immortal energy seeped out, leaving one indescribably shocked. That crack was incomparably brilliant, like a streak of magma in the dark night, like a streak of lightning that streaked across the hazy skies. It was especially striking and dazzling. Immortal Domain's crack. This was a world-shocking crack, several dozen zhang in length, resplendent and intimidating. Everyone speculated that the true immortal domain was going to be opened here. Is it true? Who can verify it? Could it be a trap set up by some big shot? I remember something similar happened many years ago. 2 Saint Kings of Slaughter were trapped. It's true, it has already been verified. There is a different aura there. Just now, immortal light flew out and was obtained by someone, immediately breaking through a bottleneck, entering an even higher domain. As soon as Yifan arrived, he heard the discussions of the crowd. He held the little girl's hand and stood on top of a crouching ox rock, gazing into the distance. His brows were tightly furrowed. He saw everything clearly, and it didn't seem to be fake. Another immortal light is flying out. Right at this time, someone cried out in alarm. A streak of light rushed out from that mysterious crack. It was extremely special, turning into a true dragon one moment, and then into a vermilion bird the next. It was accompanied by waves of chaotic energy. Another immortal light has appeared. Everyone frantically fought over it, all of them rushing forward. Immediately, a bloody conflict erupted. Everyone fought fiercely because of this. It was extremely intense and cruel. Yifan was greatly shaken. That was the northern immortal light. When he went to look for Tu Fei, he had seen this kind of thing in the path of immortalization wasteland under the ice cave. Now that he saw it here, he was stunned. Great waves surged in his heart. The path of immortalization was about to open. It wasn't fake, it actually became real. After a bloody battle, the immortal light was seized by a mysterious expert, disappearing into the limits of the boundless sky to comprehend in isolation. This was an incredible opportunity. Why didn't anyone enter? This was Yifan's doubt. Since a crack had already appeared, why didn't everyone rush in? There were many people who had the same question as him, and they had just arrived. When they asked here, there were immediately people who sneered. Even the great ancient emperor failed. Do you think we can fight our way in? Even if a crack appeared, the power of the mortal world wouldn't be able to open it. Before these words were finished, there were people who couldn't restrain themselves. They took out their holy weapons and attacked, wanting to tear open an even larger crack and rush into the immortal domain. Boom. This was equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. The blazing crevice released a terrifying expanse of light that surged and engulfed everything. Ah! The person who attacked cried out miserably. His holy weapon exploded inch by inch, and he himself turned into a rain of blood. He turned into ashes within the blazing light, turning into rotting dust. Just a saint, yet he wants to charge in. In these 2 days, we've already lost 4 great sage, and all of them turned into ashes within the crack without any suspense. The bloody truth was displayed before their eyes. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Others might not believe it, but personally witnessing it and experiencing it was the most realistic, and even more terrifying. The path of immortalization was extremely cruel. This was only the beginning. The appearance of a crack had already triggered a bloody calamity. Clearly this wasn't the end. The blood calamity had only just begun. In reality, this was the case. Yifan stopped here for half a day and discovered that some of the latecomers didn't believe it. They used all kinds of methods to probe, but all of them were defeated. Sparkling white bones were stained with blood, flying everywhere. This place was filled with endless death. Everyone drew in a cold breath. Only half a day had passed, let alone those saints. Another great sage had fallen. The heaven-measuring ruler in his hand broke into 8 pieces, and his entire body suffered from the backlash of immortal light, turning into ashes. What kind of place was this exactly? Why was the immortal domain so terrifying? Even the great sage was as weak as a scarecrow. As long as one charged in, their blood would definitely dry up, and not even their bones would remain. Yi Fan frowned as he watched. This place was too terrifying, not something a human could barge in at all. Even if they used their emperor weapons, they might not be able to succeed. There might be great troubles ahead. What are the movements of the various forbidden regions? He asked someone because this was the root of the problem. The supreme existences of the forbidden regions, for the sake of becoming immortals, for the sake of survival, paid a heavy price. No one was more anxious than them. If these people didn't show themselves, then this place didn't have any meaning. The 7 great life forbidden regions all have heaven-reaching beams of light that tore apart the sky. Origin, Ancient Mine, and Undying Mountain, even more so, have terrifying mists that pervade this place. Someone said with a trembling voice, as if they saw the most terrifying thing. Yi Fan turned around and left, not staying here for even a minute longer. He had the green copper cauldron on him. And this type of thing would most likely draw the interest of ancient supreme beings. Far from that mountain range, Yi Fan stood on a mountain peak, silently enjoying the scenery and thinking to himself. The opening of the immortal path really was too sudden. Even though it was still just a crack, not a true immortal gate, it still made one feel like it wasn't real. There was no forward movement, no irregular scenes. It just suddenly broke apart in a single night, appearing in this world. It's coming again. A streak of immortal mist is surging over. In the distance, someone cried out in alarm. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head. To the north, there was an expanse of mysterious mist that could be said to move at the speed of light, arriving from the north. It was incomparably vast, as if a sea covered the skies, filling heaven and earth, descending onto immortal domain's crack. A boundless white expanse stretched from north to south, connecting heaven and earth, as if a true silver river was falling. It was too terrifying and boundless, making even the great sage tremble endlessly. It came from the divine ruins direction, the boundless white mist suppressing everything, engulfing the boundless sky dome, making everyone's hearts tremble endlessly. It wasn't a human figure, but rather a type of aura. A powerful divine will awakened, searching this place, sensing the reality of this crack. These were archaic supreme beings, every single one of them possessing magical force that surpassed the past and present. Just their awakening alone produced such a great disturbance, leaving everyone indescribably shaken. The mist was boundless. After lingering about this place for a long time, no one dared to even breathe loudly. They already experienced this before, Origin, Ancient Mine, and other places also producing irregular scenes. Reverence and not moving was the best choice. Listening to my own funeral song, I finally saw hope at the end of the road. Only this sentence was left behind, and then not a sound could be heard. A few minutes later, the boundless primal chaos mist withdrew like a tide, the oppressive atmosphere immediately disappearing. Everyone couldn't help but release a long breath of relief. It's real. The path of immortality has appeared. Immortal domain is about to completely open. Everyone was now finally sure that this crack was real, not some trap. Who could deceive the existence in the restricted region? That was someone tired of living. That day, the world was in an uproar, the entire world shaken. There wasn't a single person who wasn't trembling. This was the dream of cultivators since the ancient times, and now, it was going to be fulfilled in this era. How many heroes fought on the path of immortality, their bones buried in foreign lands. Not even the supreme emperors of a generation could achieve immortality. After they died, the celestial court collapsed. Deities and deities of all regions fell into chaos. Now this type of heavenly fate actually appeared. It was rumored that in this era, immortal domain's gates were opened. There would be people who could truly achieve immortality. This wasn't the result of a single person's divination. The archaic emperor and human race's great emperor both carried out a divination, both of them believing that in this era, there would be unprecedented changes. Big brother, Are you also going to achieve immortality? Will you leave me? On the mountain peak, the little girl raised her head, looking at him anxiously, as if she was extremely nervous. Yifan laughed. He squatted down, stroking her tender little face, saying, I am going to achieve immortality, so I will bring you with me into immortal domain. The little fellow immediately smiled happily. Just one sentence was enough to satisfy her. Yifan seriously thought for a long time. This really was too sudden, making him feel uneasy even now. Why was there no prelude at all? Why did a crack directly appear? When are we going to achieve immortality? The little girl asked innocently, extremely naturally, without the slightest bit of misgivings. Yifan felt a bit of a headache. This was just too difficult. Right now, even the supreme beings of the 7 great restricted regions didn't make any movements, not taking action. It was clear that the timing was still unknown. After waiting for endless ages, the great emperor-level existences wouldn't easily take action. They would definitely wait for the most precise moment to attack, enter immortal domain in that instant. At this time, no one rashly took action. But that earth-shattering strike wasn't far off. The most terrifying thing since time immemorial is about to happen, Yifan said to himself. This level of battle had never been seen in this world before, but today it was about to change. When this day arrived, all of the rules would be broken. The legendary era was about to appear. On the path of immortality, heroes and failures would be decided. Whoever could achieve immortality would all emerge from a great calamity that would engulf the entire cosmos. Chapter 1547. The mountain peak was extremely tall. Yifan gazed into the distance, seeing the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Mists curled about that place. There seemed to be a figure above the abyss, and there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring in this direction. Yifan's mind trembled. Was that Huang? That older sister is so pretty, the little girl said. She blinked her large eyes, looking curiously towards the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Yifan's mind was shaken. Not even he could see through the mist, yet the little girl could. It really was shocking. Soon after, he calmed down. Back then, it was also like this in Undying Mountain. The little girl could see through emperor patterns, pointing out a path of survival for everyone. That older sister. Why did she tie herself up with chains? The little girl revealed a confused expression. She tilted her head and looked into the distance, her large black eyes flickering with brilliance. Yifan felt a bit of a headache. Those were definitely immortal gold chains, made of dragon-marked black gold, phoenix blood scarlet gold, immortal tears green gold, and others. It was incomprehensible and shocking. Let's go, there's no need to look anymore. Yifan held the little girl's hand, and then they turned around, quickly rushing into the horizon. Since they could see Huang, the other party should be able to see through him even more, making him feel uneasy. He wasn't willing to stop. The divine light platform flickered, tearing apart the void. A moment later, they appeared in outer space again, arriving in a place where stars shone brilliantly. There was a small world here named Heavenly Village. Outside the village, golden wheat rose and fell. It was a year of harvest. The village was filled with chickens and dogs, creating a scene of otherworldly prosperity. If one didn't look carefully, they really would have thought that they arrived in a mountain village. It was because this place was isolated from the rest of the world, only peaceful and satisfied. Divine Child has returned. The little sparrow cried out cheerfully, breaking the peace of the village. The peaceful heavenly village immediately became lively. A group of people appeared, young and old, all of them surrounding them. Yifan hadn't left for long, but he still drew everyone's attention. Who is this child? She looks like a porcelain doll. Most of the people in Heavenly Village didn't recognize the little girl. They all began to discuss among themselves. Master, this should be the little girl I've never met before, right? Huahua walked over with a cheeky smile on her face. They had not been apart for a long time, so she did not feel much emotional after seeing Yifan. Yifan knocked him and said, in terms of seniority, she has to call you nephew. Little Nan Nan glanced at the shiny bald head in front of her with her big eyes and said timidly, Nephew Gu. Everyone burst out in laughter. The flowers let out strange cries. This is Nan Nan. One of the killing St. Chi Luo's eyes was resplendent while the other was pitch black. He revealed a shocked expression as he stared at her carefully. Everyone naturally guessed it, but they couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Fan had left to find the little girl, and they didn't expect that he would actually succeed. However, many people were flabbergasted. So many years had passed, yet little Nan Nan still hadn't grown up. She was still the same as described in the past, making people feel that it was inconceivable. "I am Nan Nan," the little fellow said softly. "Where is Nan Nan? Where is Nan Nan?" Someone shouted in the distance. Li Heishui ran over. The last time he came to Heaven Village, he still hadn't returned. The Silver Blood 2 emperors followed behind and arrived in front of him. "You are Big Brother Heishui." Little Nan Nan's big eyes were a bit perplexed, but she couldn't help but say Li Heishui's name. This was a subconscious memory. "This is great. Our family's little princess has finally returned safely," Li Heishui shouted in an extremely excited manner. The entire village was alarmed. Regardless of whether they were in seclusion or drinking tea or playing chess, they all appeared at the entrance of the village, surrounding this place tightly. "God, where did this little angel come from? It would be great if I had a daughter like her." Kaida cried out in surprise, shouting that he had seen an angel. "There are angels on the ancient road. I've seen a few races," Yi Fan said with a smile. "Yi, have you seen God? I've always forgotten to ask you. If you see him on the ancient road, ask him how exactly did I provoke him? I hate him," Kaida said furiously. "This is a bit difficult. You can go ask him yourself in the future." The heavenly village was filled with a festive atmosphere. The arrival of little Nan also made the children here very curious. They surrounded her and chattered noisily like a group of happy little sparrows. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. The little fellow would no longer be lonely here. With so many children accompanying her, she should be very happy in the future. Not long after, a sumptuous banquet began. Everyone sat around the bonfire, toasting and exchanging cups on the open air. Every one of them was very forthright. People naturally brought up the matter of the immortalization road. Qi Luo said that he had already given the order, that no one was allowed to participate. Otherwise, it would be purely throwing away their lives. This was the truth. Even the great sage had lost a few people. What did they have to compete with? They could only die in vain. 2 days later, Yi Fan invited Ji Ziyue, Dongfang Yi, and some other old friends. After arriving at the heavenly village, it naturally became lively again. "Little fellow, do you still recognize me?" Ji Ziyue picked up little Nan Nan and asked while giggling. This naturally made things difficult for the little fellow. She did not want to lie, but she was a little embarrassed. In the end, she obediently shook her head and said that she was sick and had forgotten many people and things. Ji family had not made any big moves yet. After seeing the crack in the immortal domain, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. "If there are no accidents, my family might have to leave Big Dipper," Ji Ziyue said. She would leave a portion of people to guard here, but the foundation and future of the family would be entrusted to the immortal domain. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Ji family actually made such a decision. An old ancestor broke out from the source of God and personally gave such an order. She did not mention the origin of this old ancestor, but it was likely that his identity was shocking. Otherwise, it was impossible for the entire family to listen to him. Next, Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others went to that mysterious crack dozens of times, but it was to no avail. Later on, some people speculated that this was an early crack. The barrier between the immortal domain and this world was too sturdy, but it was still difficult to pass through. There was a terrifying law that could tear everything apart. To be more precise, it still hadn't connected to the immortal domain. That was only a void scar, a sign that the great gates of the immortal ascension road were in a cracked state before it opened. However, many people still didn't give up, using all types of forbidden artifacts to attack, hoping for a miracle to appear. Unfortunately, in the end, the ancestral artifacts of several clans all disappeared after entering, leaving everyone in despair. It most likely isn't the immortal path, just a spatial crack that leads to the immortal domain. Later on, there were even quite a few people who wavered, developing this type of doubt. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. This great crack devoured too many people's lives, stirring up a storm in the entire Big Dipper capital. Meanwhile, on this day, a crazy wave appeared in outer space, suppressing the boundless sky dome. It was boundless and immeasurable, as if a great emperor was born, engulfing everything. Many of the great sages' hearts jumped, having a premonition of something. They looked towards the heavens together. The quasi-emperor descended into this world, and this type of person appeared. This was the judgment everyone made. Great waves surged within their hearts. Everyone's scalps went numb. The legendary quasi-emperor finally descended into this world, arriving for the immortal path. A great battle that shocked endless generations was about to unfold. Everyone believed that there wasn't just a single quasi-emperor in this world. Emperors were coming, fighting in the same world. Even though they all carried the word quasi, there was also the word emperor. The universe would be shaken. A cold snort sounded, ringing through the world of mortals, shaking up the eastern wastelands. It sounded from the immortal tomb within the 7 great restricted regions, making even the sun, moon, and stars lose color in that instant. In that instant, the boundless might outside the sky dome immediately disappeared, returning to calmness, as if nothing had happened. Everyone became even more terrified. The more powerful the cultivator, the colder they felt. The entire world became quiet, losing all sound for a long time. The same day, auspicious light danced about under the jade pool immortal peach tree, brilliant radiance shooting in all directions. The 9-aperture divine stone trembled slightly, strand after strand of cracks appearing on its surface, absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual essence even faster. Strange things happened in this world every day. More and more experts descended from the outer realms, and they became more and more unfathomable. Even now, it was unknown just what kind of existences had arrived. Yi Fan sighed softly. The quasi-emperor has arrived. This immortal path is not fake. There will definitely be a great battle that will shake the heavens and rend the earth. In the past, they were always looking forward to it, but now that the deadline was right before their eyes, everyone's hearts felt heavy. Who dared to say that they were prepared? In the following days, there seemed to be a change every day. The huge crack that was several dozen zhang long already extended to over 100 zhang long. And that place became a land dyed in blood. Just the bones of saints piled up on the ground, and it was unknown just how many people died. Experts fought over the immortal light that flew out. Every once in a while, there would be immortal karma descending. Of course, there were also quite a few people who didn't fear death, because their lifespans were up, and they wanted to carry out one last struggle. There had never been a place that was as miserable as the mountain ridges outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. Every day, many old cultivators died like moths flying into a flame. This was the charm of becoming an immortal. It was unstoppable, all for the sake of obtaining the word immortal. There were too many people from all the regions, and every region had people like this who had reached the end of their lives. If they fought their way through, they would become immortals, but if they couldn't, they would become a pile of bones along the way. No one expected this to continue for a full 8 years. The splattering of blood and bones was still happening. The time span was very long, and many people doubted whether this crack was real or not. The immortal light was real, and it allowed many people to break through bottlenecks and undergo shocking transformations. And in these 8 years, the crack in the celestial domain had also extended to 2,000 zhang long. Although the speed had slowed down, this trend didn't change. It was the final preview for the opening of the immortal gate. In these 8 years, Yi Fan had always been comprehending the Tao and cultivating. He walked between the mountains and rivers, comprehending all kinds of techniques, developing his own secret technique, and creating another secret realm scripture in the human body. My little ancestor is back. Jiziyue brought a piece of news that stunned Yi Fan. Why was the way she addressed him so strange? It's little ancestor Jiziyue smiled. What? Yi Fan was overjoyed. Jizi was back, and when they met again, he was also the great sage. His cultivation speed was terrifying, and he was even more silent and didn't speak much. Almost on the same day, another piece of news came. The sacred prince had returned and appeared in the eastern wasteland. Brother Ji, let's go receive the sacred prince together. Yi Fan smiled. Okay. Jizi only said one word, but there was a shocking look in his eyes. That year, the three of them worked together to fight against the 8 generals and killed the sacred prince. The wind and clouds were vast, and their aura swallowed tens of thousands of miles. It seemed like it was just yesterday. Now, maybe the three of them had to work together again. Chapter 1548. In the eastern wasteland, the vegetation was lush and the mountains were majestic. A monkey that seemed to be forged from gold roamed about, overlooking the mountains and rivers, recalling the past and feeling deeply moved. His body wasn't very tall, but there was a type of dignity to it. He was like a war god with a powerful aura. There were traces of blood that hadn't dried yet in his golden hair. It was clear that he had experienced a great battle. He walked through the barren mountains and great lakes like this, causing many vicious birds and ferocious beasts to flee in panic. He was like an unrivaled ruler patrolling, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. This was the sacred prince. He had also returned and didn't hide his whereabouts. As soon as he returned to the eastern wasteland, many people discovered him, causing quite a commotion. Sacred prince. In the sky, someone shouted loudly. The mist surged and colorful light surged. A group of people rode on clouds and shouted his name. The monkey's eyes were fiery. Even though there were traces of blood all over his body, it still couldn't hide his extraordinary appearance. He looked up and immediately laughed loudly, rushing into the sky. It was precisely Yifan Jizi, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Jiziyue and the others. They appeared here together to welcome him. Yifan frowned slightly. There were footprints left on the mountains and rivers, and there were traces of blood. The monkey was injured. He was drawing in the great earth's draconic energy to heal his origin. No one expected that the sacred prince would actually be injured, and it wasn't light at that. It was truly shocking. Brother Monkey, what happened? Why are you injured? Li Heishui asked. Martial uncle, who injured you? Tell this Buddha. I'll take care of them all and help you vent your anger. Huahua also cried out exaggeratedly, moving over. Pa. In the end, the monkey unceremoniously slapped his bald head, telling him to go away. Monkey, what kind of trouble did you encounter? Otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered like this. Dongfang Yi laughed loudly, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He had always been very rough, and his bronze upper body was very strong. I did indeed encounter a fierce character, but it's not a big problem. I'll take care of him sooner or later. The monkey said fiercely. Brother Monkey, don't force yourself. We're not outsiders. As long as you say it, we'll kill our way over together. Li Heishui pursed his lips and smiled. Light flowed in his large eyes. I guess Brother Monkey was bullied badly and wanted to get back at them alone. However, he couldn't do anything in a short period of time and came back in anger. Everyone laughed. What's going on? Let's take action together. Jizi said, his words short. Yifan also asked. He and the monkey were not outsiders, so they could naturally say anything. If they really met with great trouble, they would definitely help him and risk their lives. The monkey revealed a sorrowful expression, and its golden fur fluttered even though there was no wind. Its eyes were filled with killing intent as it said, I made a few friends in outer space, but they were all killed. Everyone was shocked. They must have encountered a powerful enemy. Even the monkey had such a sorrowful expression. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. They died very miserably. Their physical bodies were hacked into pieces, and their primordial spirits were refined by the extreme fire essence for 100 days, slowly refining them to death. The monkey was extremely furious. He's not quasi-emperor, but he almost has the power of the quasi-emperor. The monkey was extremely angry. He's not the quasi-emperor, but he almost has the power of the quasi-emperor. It's hard to defend against him. At that time, my friends and I went on our separate ways, but we didn't expect them to be killed one after another. The monkey clenched his fists, and the golden fur on his body became even more resplendent. A wound opened up, and blood flowed out. Jiziyue took out a jar of ancient celestial being divine spring liquid, and poured some on his wound. Then, she made him drink the rest. Did you encounter a powerful enemy on the ancient road? Yifan asked. You've heard of him before, and he has a grudge against you. The monkey gritted his teeth and revealed the background of that person. the supreme expert of the flying serpent bloodline, a peerless expert who almost became the quasi-emperor. He was incomparably powerful and tyrannical. He swept through the star field, causing people to tremble in fear. Yi Fan killed 4 Langjuns of the golden serpent race, and sowed great enmity with this bloodline. The monkey even saw the race eat a mountainous divine ape, so he fought for justice. He accidentally disturbed the old flying serpent who was in seclusion, causing him to fail at the last step when attacking the quasi-emperor. These were all death grudges. And now, this supreme expert of the flying serpent had recovered from his injuries. Although he wasn't the quasi-emperor, he almost had the power of that realm. He was boundlessly terrifying. Any great sage in front of him would be as vulnerable as a child. Moreover, he had 2 half-emperor weapons in his hands, as well as an unmatched formation that was passed down from his ancestors. When they were combined together, their divine might was matchless. He came and went without a trace, so there was no way to hide him at all. Who knew when he would come looking for you, and then kill you until your blood splashed through the skies? He actually survived. Yi Fan was astonished. He was attacking the quasi-emperor checkpoint at such a crucial moment, yet he was interrupted by an emperor weapon. An ordinary person would have definitely turned into ashes. Not only did the supreme expert of the flying serpent race not die, but he had also recovered from his injuries and was full of vigor. He was chasing after the monkey in the starry skies. This was truly shocking. He was definitely a great enemy. Once one possessed the power of the quasi-emperor, the situation would be completely different. He would be someone from another world, and no matter how stunning one was, they wouldn't be able to resist him. If the monkey didn't have the immortal iron rod left behind by the emperor fighting, he would have definitely died in the outer realms. Such a group of people traveling in the eastern wasteland naturally caused people to be astonished. This was especially so after they recognized Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince. This made people even more astonished. Back then, when they killed the Sacred Prince, they had already stirred up great waves. Moreover, they were already the great sage now. When the ancient races learned of this, they all became absolutely silent, fearing that they would be punished by these 3 great sage if they were to provoke the misfortune. The present was different from the past. The 3 imperial princes of the past had all grown up, and any one of them could sweep through a region. If they truly targeted a race, they would inevitably be exterminated. It's still easy if we can face them head-on. The most troublesome thing is that he will appear at any time and suddenly launch a fatal attack. The monkey frowned. If they were targeted by a quasi-emperor level character, even if they had an ancient imperial weapon, they would still be in danger of dying at any time. It was impossible to guard against it. Otherwise, with the monkey's nature, he definitely wouldn't return. The old soaring serpent was in a special state. Although he hadn't crossed the tribulation yet, he had still barely crossed that threshold back then. He had knelt 99 times and was only lacking that final shiver. However, something unexpected happened. As a result, after recovering to his peak, he was comparable to the quasi-emperor. He couldn't be called the great sage, nor was he the quasi-emperor, but he was almost comparable to the quasi-emperor. It's a headache, but there's no need to be afraid. We'll deal with this disaster together, GZ said. Since they were enemies and couldn't be resolved, then they would attack and settle things once and for all. That's right. After all, he isn't the quasi-emperor. Don't tell me we have to be afraid of him. Dong Fengyi was willing to participate in the battle, and was eager to give it a try. He could also use this opportunity to enter the starry skies to gain experience. He dares to bully Brother Monkey. Beat him until even his mother can't recognize him. Li Heishui also shouted. That's right. He dares to bully Martial Uncle. Beat him until his grandmother's house. Hua Hua shouted. His bald head was shining as he spoke with righteous indignation. The monkey's heart was very warm. None of these old friends cowered in the face of a threat on the level of the quasi-emperor. All of them wanted to lend him a helping hand and help him deal with this disaster. Let's go. Let's go. Yi Fan was very direct. This was a death grudge that was difficult to resolve. The sooner they dealt with it, the sooner they could be at ease. If the other party broke through to the quasi-emperor level, their strength might even increase explosively. At that time, Even if they had emperor weapons in their hands, they might not be able to do anything. The monkey went to look at the crack in the immortal realm. He was lost in thought. If his father could see a crack like this back then, he could use it to directly fight his way in. Unfortunately, he still missed out on this era. Otherwise, why would he have to defy the heavens and become a war immortal, paying an unimaginable price to die in meditation in the northern region, leaving behind endless hatred? When deciding on the choice of candidates, everyone argued. They all wanted to go and fight, but from a practical point of view, in the end, only Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince went. When they were about to leave, Jizue came over while panting. Her speed wasn't inferior to Yi Fan's row formula at all. She wiped away the sweat on her sparkling white forehead, and pulled the Ji family's little ancestor to the side, handing over the void mirror. Back then, she and Ji Haoyue were highly regarded by the family. When they walked on the ancient trial path, they didn't even have a chance to bring it away. Now that they had reached this realm, they naturally had a chance to control it. She sent it over. The Ji family sent out the Sacred Prince, and also sent out the celestial mirror at the moment when the world was about to change. This was simply too rare. Don't worry, the foundation of the family has been moved away in recent years. Only some seniors who don't have much lifespan left are left. They want to try their luck on the immortal path. Jizue smiled. The three experts all had emperor weapons. They stepped on the star path together, and headed towards the depths of the universe. If news of this got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It would definitely shock the world. This was a small star. In the past, there was abundant vegetation and dense spiritual energy. Now it had become a land of death. There were white bones and black fog everywhere. Everything had been corroded clean. All the living beings on the small star had died, turning it into a land of death. The monkey's eyes were about to split apart. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. All the golden fur on his body stood up. He wanted nothing more than to swallow the entire universe. This is the homeland of one of my sworn brothers, a powerful race of spiritual monkeys. I never thought that not only did he die, even his home planet was implicated. The monkey was extremely furious. This was a blood feud. Back then, he only acted because he saw a mountain of corpses on the ancestral planet of the flying serpent bloodline. Most of them belonged to the ape race. Now he saw such a tragedy again. He was extremely furious. Although this was a very small star, there were still tens of millions of living beings. In the end, they were all annihilated. This was an unbearable weight. When they came to a small world of pure land, the monkey even crushed his teeth. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The living beings here were in a terrible situation. There were corpses everywhere. They were all annihilated. It seems like it happened in the next 2 days. We should directly go to the ancient planet of the flying serpent race, and directly launch an attack to threaten them. Otherwise, there might be more tragedies. Yi Fan said. The old flying serpent did this just to vent his anger, and force the Sacred Prince to appear. Otherwise, he would slaughter his way through. The Divine Light platform was activated again. They directly slaughtered their way into an ancient region. Entering this place, they immediately sensed a type of boundless life force. The great star flourished, full of life force. As soon as Yi Fan GZ and the Sacred Prince approached, they shivered inwardly. They sensed a type of killing intent pervading the air. This was a dangerous place that was actually not concealed in the slightest. Chi. Killing light rushed into the heavens, striking into outer space. This made everyone's heart sink. This was the power of the Quasi-Emperor's formation that was operating. He's just too careless, right? He didn't even try to conceal it, thinking that we would automatically enter? On the flying serpent bloodline star, there was clearly an exceptional Quasi-Emperor killing formation laid down, an inescapable net spread out, quietly waiting for them to walk into the trap and become prisoners. Something's wrong, someone fell for it, stepping on the Quasi-Emperor's formation patterns, trapped on this ancient star. The Quasi-Emperor killing formation here has flaws, or else the killing intent would be even greater. Yi Fan had seen the power of a perfect half-emperor formation in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Who was this? To be able to persist even after entering the Quasi-Emperor killing formation, It really was a bit astonishing. They all held Emperor artifacts, carefully approaching, slowly arriving on this ancient star, approaching the formation pattern region. Up ahead, the mountain range was majestic, clouds and mists roiling, Emperor energy boundless. There were unexpectedly dog barks that sounded from within, moreover, every single sentence written in 3 characters, changing patterns, cursing endlessly. Wait, why does it sound a bit familiar? The monkey was shocked. It seems to be the Black Emperor. Yi Fan was a bit stupefied. Chapter 1549. Not only was Yi Fan at a loss for words, even GZ and the Sacred Prince were the same. They were all in a daze. The Black Emperor had gone berserk here, stepping on a huge pit. It truly left them speechless. This unreliable dog had lost himself in the end. Lost in the depths of the universe. He originally thought that he didn't know when he would be able to see him again, but who knew that he would appear here? It had fallen into the quasi-emperor formation. There was another type of Dao law that rushed up, its might even more ferocious, its killing intent vast and mighty. Wuxia killing formation. This was no longer a problem of one corner. There were 1 or 2 more corners than before. It was clear that this was a miracle. It was rumored that other than the great ancient emperors, no one could figure out the true meaning. It was impossible to lay it down, and 1 corner might be the limit. It was very difficult to cross that barrier. The Black Emperor immersed himself in this Tao all year round. He didn't lose the people around him in vain, and in the end, he even lost himself. In the end, he really made a breakthrough. It was precisely because he laid down 2 corners of the Wuxia killing formation that the formation patterns in front of him were in a mess, blocking the killing intent and not dying. Woof damn longworm. Woof motherf asterisk cur. The Black Emperor was trapped in the formation, cursing nonstop. He was extremely furious. Although the quasi-emperor killing formation couldn't compare to the emperor formation, it was still more complete and could unleash great power. On the other hand, the formation of no beginning and no beginning only had 2 corners, which did not mean that it could unleash 20% of its power. Every additional corner would multiply, or even multiply its power. Hence, it was hard to say how much power the 2 corners could unleash. Why is it trapped here? It seems like the old Tengshi isn't here, otherwise he would have used the quasi-emperor artifact to greet him. The Sacred Prince said. He understood that ruthless flying serpent the best. Black Emperor. Yi Fan roared. The surging sound waves transmitted in like the sea. The mountains trembled, and immediately, a group of golden flying serpents appeared, peeping in from afar. The monkey was furious. These snakes were controlling the formation patterns. He stood outside the formation and slapped out, causing the group of experts to cry out miserably. Of course, there were even more winged serpents hidden within the formation. In the Great Formation, the Black Emperor's cursing stopped, and there was no movement. He straightened his pair of big ears, and looked outside the formation suspiciously. Unfortunately, he couldn't see through the dense fog. Black Emperor, have you been killed? Yi Fan shouted. Damn longworm, you know quite a bit. You actually pretended to be that damn brat to deceive me. Your grandpa Black won't fall for it. The Black Emperor cursed. Yi Fan had a headache. He met it here and wanted to help, but he was scolded first. He immediately shouted, It's me, not some flying serpent. Black Emperor, I brought you a companion, a big wolfhound with a noble bloodline. It was silent for a long time before it let out a thunderous roar. Damn you! It's really you, you bastard! Hurry up and save this emperor. Don't you have an emperor formation? Just attack a few more times and you'll be out, said Yi Fan. There's no time. That damned old snake is coming back. Hurry up and make a move. The Black Emperor shouted anxiously. Yi Fan GZ, and the Sacred Prince didn't dare to delay. In the old soaring serpent's Dao field, any carelessness could cause them to suffer losses. It was safer to save the big black dog first. The formation patterns in this area were already cracked by the Black Emperor's attack, and there were flaws. In addition to the attacks of the 3 Emperor weapons, they quickly disintegrated. They couldn't block this unparalleled divine might at all. A big dog was as strong as a bull. Its black fur was extremely glossy like silk. It had a square head, big ears, and big eyes. Its appearance was excellent. It bared its teeth, and when it saw the 3 of them, Its eyeballs almost popped out. Especially when it saw the killing sword in Yi Fan's hand, it almost drooled. This emperor really missed you all to death. It turned into a black whirlwind and pounced over. In reality, it was like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey, pouncing towards Yi Fan. To put it nicely, it was a reunion with an old friend, and it was overjoyed. In reality, its nature couldn't be changed. It came for the killing sword, and after grabbing it with its big claws, it didn't let go. It called out shamelessly, "Let me see." Yi Fan naturally didn't agree. Letting it take a look was definitely like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and it wouldn't return. "Just take a look." The Black Emperor persevered, hugging the killing sword with its claws. It had a square head and big ears, and a simple and honest look on its face. It was self-aware. Regardless of whether it was the Void Mirror or the Emperor of Fighting's Celestial Iron Rod, they were all inherited from its bloodline. Even if it was stuffed into its hands, it wouldn't be able to control it. But this Emperor weapon was different. It clearly had nothing to do with Yi Fan, and it was snatched by him. "We've just met, yet you don't even ask about our many years of experience, and you directly want to rob us. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Yi Fan pried off its large claws. F***ck, how can you say that? The Black Emperor was extremely angry, and said, "Am I that kind of person? Definitely not. Would I do that kind of thing? Definitely not. I've long heard of your reputation on the ancient road. Do you still need to ask?" With a gulp, it opened its large mouth, and bit down on Yi Fan's palm. It didn't let go no matter what, and shouted, "Just for a while." A leopard couldn't change its spots. Yi Fan had become the great sage, and now the strength of his flesh was rare in the universe, so he naturally wouldn't be injured by its bite. However, a strange expression appeared on his face. The large black dog actually wasn't injured by the Emperor weapon, and could actually grab the killing sword without suffering any damage. One had to realize that he had nurtured it for many years before he could hold this sword in his hand. In this moment of shock, the killing sword had already been bitten and pulled into its large claws by the large black dog. Its large mouth stretched to its ears, and it couldn't stop laughing. "How can you withstand the killing intent of a celestial sword? I've refined the killing formation for 100 to 200 years, and it's almost condensed into one with the source of the killing intent of heaven and earth. This sword is naturally fated with me," it boasted shamelessly. Obviously, it was running its mouth like a dragon, and it definitely had something on it that could calm the killing intent. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the outer realm to face the old snake. F***ck, he dares to trap me, I'll flay his skin and dig out his bones." The Black Emperor was extremely furious. It was unknown whether he was changing the topic, or whether he was truly angry. "How did you come here?" Yi Fan asked. "Stop talking, let's hurry up and go out. I really want to kill this old snake. He ruined a heavenly fruit of my path." The Black Emperor's emotions were stirred up. "What exactly happened?" the Holy Prince also asked. The large black dog sighed, and said, "I was traveling in the universe, and I discovered an emperor source left behind by an ancient emperor after he passed away. I was just about to obtain it, but F***ck, it flew away again." It finally told them the truth. It had seen an emperor source that illuminated the desolate border of the universe, and it was so excited that it almost fainted. It cautiously approached it, and it had just absorbed a small piece when the celestial treasure flew away again. The three of them were stunned. Just how heaven-defying was this good fortune? The corpse of an ancient emperor was rarely seen throughout the ages, and there was almost no one who had managed to obtain anything left behind after he passed away. The corpse of an emperor had become tribulation dust, so the things that could be left behind would definitely be heaven-defying. An emperor source really shouldn't exist in this world. Yet a portion of it had been left behind in the desolate border of the universe. This was indeed shocking to the point of stupefaction. In an instant, they understood why the Black Emperor wasn't afraid of the killing sword. There was a small piece of emperor source smelted into its large claws, and it was naturally able to block its killing intent. "I've almost used up all my strength, and I chased after it all the way here. Yet King crashed into this star, and I was trapped by that old snake. He chased after it for me, The Black Emperor was so angry that he pounded the ground, and he was extremely resentful. "You're done venting, right? Give me the killing sword." Yi Fan extended a hand toward it. "What kind of relationship do we have? We've gone through thick and thin together. And we've gone through thick and thin together. These are just some worldly possessions. What's yours is mine," the large black dog said confidently. "Then give me a piece of the Emperor's source." Yi Fan extended a hand. "There's only one piece, and it's already stuck to my divine palm. I'll probably never be able to separate it in this lifetime." Its skin was as thick as a city wall. Then, it ran toward a large mountain in the distance. This was an important place for the soaring serpent bloodline, and there were some holy objects displayed there. The large black dog aimed at a snake skin that was coiled around the mountain, and it shone with a dazzling golden light. This was definitely a rare godly material. It was the skin shed by the old soaring serpent, and it was extremely sturdy. The Black Emperor didn't say anything. He used the killing sword to carefully cut it open, and quickly refined it into a pair of golden snakeskin underpants. He quickly put it on, and changed out of his original pair of flowery underpants. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, "I'm just going to settle a small grudge first." F***ck. Yi Fan almost spat out this phrase that he had almost forgotten for 200 years. Even someone as taciturn as GZ was stunned. This was only a small grudge? If the old snake saw this, wouldn't he be infuriated to death? Using his skin as underpants? What kind of person was he? The sacred imperial prince was speechless. However, this made him feel quite satisfied. One mustn't be too virtuous, and a dog mustn't be too evil. Yi Fan said. The large black dog was wearing a pair of golden underpants, and he stood up, pacing around. He held the killing sword in his large paw, and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly go to the outer realm, and ambush the old snake. When he returns, we'll break his bones and snap his tendons." Everyone nodded. This was an extremely important matter. If the old soaring serpent obtained the remnant source power of an ancient great emperor, once he went into seclusion and refined it into his body, he might really break through to the quasi-emperor tier. At that time, it would be a great disaster. Although there were many soaring serpent elites on this planet, none of them dared to stop him. They were no match for him at all. With so many monarch tools in hand, once they smashed out, they would be enough to shatter this planet. They directly went to the outer realm, and silently waited for the old soaring serpent to return. They were going to kill him and consign him to eternal damnation. "Ai, that's right, Brat Yi, where have you been all these years? Why haven't I heard from you all this time? Also, GZ, Sacred Imperial Prince, why haven't the two of you shown yourselves? I even wanted to go and find you." The three of them all wanted to beat him up, and look down on this damn dog together. "You despicable, shameless, and insatiably greedy damned dog. Didn't you just say that you've long since heard of our reputation on the ancient road? That's why you didn't ask when you saw us. In the end, you were still tempted by the treasures. The old snake has returned. Let's not talk about these useless things for now. Let's quickly kill this big one." The Black Emperor's spirit was shaken. Then he gritted his teeth, and stood up straight. He held the killing sword, and hid himself. Yi Fan took out the green copper cauldron, while GZ and the Sacred Imperial Prince also made their preparations. They were going to kill the old soaring serpent. Chapter 1550. The universe was icy cold, and it was extremely silent. There was not the slightest bit of sound. Starlight streaked past in the distance, adding to the tranquility of the universe. Why hasn't he appeared? A look of confusion appeared on the Sacred Prince's face. They instantly disappeared into the void, preparing to launch an ambush. However, even after a long time had passed, there was still no movement. "I saw wrongly. It might have been a shooting star," the Black Emperor said calmly. "You guys believe his words? Would someone who could lose himself be reliable?" Yi Fan asked, looking as if he had already known this would happen. It was clear that the large black dog had intentionally made such a blunder in order to change the topic and distract them. He didn't want to be ridiculed by the three of them for being heartless. "That's fine too. There's plenty of time, and even the heavens are helping me. I'll set up a killing formation and give them a taste of their own medicine. The Black Emperor's eyes shone brightly, looking very excited. Yi Fan Gz and the Sacred Prince became his assistants, and were ordered around by the Black Emperor to help him set up the formation. He was the only one who could order around the 3 great sage-level imperial princes. They were speechless. Just how many treasures had this damned dog obtained in the galaxy? They were all rare materials, and even the foundation of the formation platform was a holy treasure. Have you become a space pirate? Why do you have so many treasures? The Sacred Prince asked. Nonsense, am I that kind of person? The large black dog said with a righteous expression. Yes. Gz nodded. His reply was still concise and concise. Honest people shouldn't be like this. How can you ruin my plan? I have always respected the Void Emperor. The large black dog said unhappily. You have respected him, and you even urged Duanda to rob the G clan's tomb. You even wanted to enter the Void Emperor's tomb, Yifan said. The large black dog was instantly embarrassed, and Gz looked at him with a murderous gaze. The Black Emperor immediately shouted, That's just a rumor. I have always been a very particular person, and I have never done that kind of thing. One must have a conscience. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Woof woof woof. The large black dog chased after him, and said, Brat Yi, you're always ruining my plans. Do you think that because you're the great sage, I can't do anything to you? Wherever it was, there would definitely be no peace, and there would be no lack of chaos. In Yi Fan's words, this dog was too outrageous. It swindled, and committed all sorts of crimes. Moreover, it specialized in killing familiar people. With it around, one would not be lonely. Ha! Where are the divine feathers of the phoenix that I obtained from the Azure Phoenix race? Also, the divine armor that I obtained from the Black Tortoise Sea is nowhere to be found. The large black dog muttered. Yi Fan Gz and the Sacred Prince all had a look of understanding on their faces. This fellow had definitely swindled his way here. They felt sorry for those races. No, there are a few things that I need to find substitutes for. Otherwise, the killing array will not be strong enough. The Black Emperor said. Then, he glanced down at the planet below them. This was the ancestral land of the soaring serpent bloodline. The large black dog's eyes lit up, and he said, We're guarding a treasure mountain, so why are we worrying here? Let's just go down and borrow some. If you want to rob us, just say so. Why bother talking about borrowing? Yifan pursed his lips. Of course, he didn't think this suggestion was terrible. A scholar stealing a book isn't called stealing, and when I take materials to forge a formation, is that considered robbery? Of course not, it's just borrowing. The large black dog corrected him in a righteous manner. Although the Sacred Prince felt that the large black dog was very unreasonable sometimes, this suggestion was very much to his liking. He hated the old soaring serpent bitterly, so he was naturally very much in favor of this suggestion. They quickly descended towards the great planet below. Those damn ancestors had returned again, and they all had Emperor tools. How were they supposed to fight them? How were they supposed to resist them? The elites of the soaring serpent all turned pale, and they fled for their lives in fear. In an important location of the soaring serpent bloodline, there was an incomplete quasi-emperor killing array set up. This was the location where the Black Emperor had been trapped just then. There were no quasi-emperor formation patterns in other locations, so they easily barged in. We're rich. The soaring serpent bloodline's treasure trove is so rich. How exciting! The large black dog laughed foolishly, drool dripping from his mouth. He did not hold back at all, sweeping through everything like a tornado. Everywhere he passed was extremely clean, and there was practically not even a single strand of hair left behind. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, he would take them first. What's the highest tier of killing enemies? It's not to surrender without fighting, but rather to let them kill themselves. Right now, I'm using this Tao, the large black dog said with a smug expression. Not only had he emptied out a few treasure troves, but he had also gathered the divine skin left behind by the old soaring serpent's several molts, preparing to set them up in a killing array. Such good leather is really hard to come by. Do you guys want some? How about a pair of soaring serpent skin battle boots? He asked eagerly. This dog was really invincible. Though the three of them were also looting, they were not as thorough. After emptying out the soaring serpent palace, the Black Emperor was still not satisfied, and he set his sights on the tribe's cemetery. Hey, don't cross over. Yi Fan pulled him back and reminded him. Everyone has their own specialties, and that's Duanda's domain. There's no time to dilly-dally now. If that long worm returns early, we won't even be able to set up the killing array properly. I've always been knowledgeable, and little does these skills can be understood with a single look. However, there really isn't enough time, and I won't be allowed to shine in this domain. Let's call it a day. He was reluctant to leave, and turned around to leave. In the outer realm, it was dim and cold. One formation flag after another was forged from divine material, and they shot into the void. One formation platform after another took shape, and then disappeared into the darkness. The aura of this place was instantly different, and there was an aura that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. The Wushir's killing array was quickly taking shape, and its killing intent could split the universe. And now, as the Black Emperor's attainments deepened, the former Wushir's divine might could finally be revealed. Just looking at it from afar would cause one's heart to tremble. This naturally wouldn't do. The large black dog quickly set up the heaven-deceiving formation patterns again, and instantly concealed the killing intent. In reality, if he was truly proficient in killing arrays, he wouldn't be like this. Finally, everything was ready, and only the old snake was left to return. The supreme formation is complete, the Black Emperor said shamelessly. In the current world, if he claimed to be second in terms of formations, no one would dare claim to be first. On the star, there were people rushing toward the outer realm. Obviously, they were going to deliver a message for the old soaring serpent. With such great fanfare, they naturally alarmed some people below. However, with the Black Emperor, a formation expert here, it would be difficult for even one fish to escape. They had just passed through this void, and their true colors were revealed. As a result, the monkey stretched out a large hand, and all of them were grabbed over. Not a single person could pass through. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The Black Emperor was restless. The imperial source was his good fortune, but in the end, the old snake had interfered and snatched one of his fruits of Tao. This made him extremely furious. Meanwhile, the sacred prince's expression was also grave. If the old snake entered the quasi-emperor realm because of this, that would truly be disastrous news, and the consequences would be unimaginable. On the third day, the Black Emperor's spirit shook, and he said, he might be here. He set up a special formation that could detect the tiniest fluctuations. As long as an existence that was almost on par with the quasi-emperor appeared in a galaxy, the entire heaven and earth would definitely tremble, and a special kind of pressure would be formed. Yi Fan, GZ, and the others all hid in the dark, and used the heaven-deceiving formation patterns to conceal their auras. There was not the slightest fluctuation at all, and it was very well hidden. Almost in an instant, a blazing light exploded, and the great formation of the outer realm was activated. The formation platforms that were scattered in all directions seemed to have been summoned, and they immediately rushed over. This was because they didn't know which direction the old snake would return from. They had prepared many formation platforms, and they were definitely sufficient. Moreover, as long as one was activated, the rest would immediately tear through the void and descend. They could drown this place, and realize a terrifying attack without discrimination. Roar! A loud roar shook the universe, as if a colossus from the creation of the world was about to destroy the world. With a flip of its body, it might be able to shatter many stars. This was a huge flying serpent, tens of thousands of miles long. He used a heaven and earth Dharma idol, sweeping through the vast starry sky. He wanted to leave the formation and return the way he came. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince's hearts trembled. The Black Emperor was also a little dazed, and the huge body of the flying serpent was still expanding, as if it was going to crush the sky. It's just a physical body Dharma idol. So what if it fills the universe? It's still a long worm. Kill him until he's in the 13th phase, and use all the Emperor weapons to suppress him and prevent him from entering the formation. The Black Emperor came to his senses and shouted. Of course, none of these people had stage fright. The monkey's father was the emperor of fighting in the past. His aura could devour the stars, and he was many times more powerful than this old soaring serpent. He held the black iron rod in his hand. Immortal multicolored light shone brilliantly, and tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious light swept over. A terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens, shaking many small stars in the distance until they shattered. He was the incarnation of a battle saint, and his valiance was unstoppable. GZ's father was the Void Great Emperor, and he had exchanged blows with many supreme beings in the 7 great restricted regions. He was influenced by what he saw and heard, and his experience was even more extensive. A soaring serpent wasn't even the true quasi-emperor, and even if it was the real deal, he wouldn't be afraid. The void mirror in his hand turned, and dazzling light shone out. It turned into a resplendent beam of light and directly shot forward. The old soaring serpent's expression changed and he quickly dodged. There was even less of a need to talk about the Black Emperor. He had followed Wu Shi, and in his words he had even accompanied the Great Emperor, so why would he be afraid of a soaring serpent? He stood upright, and with his killing sword in hand, he walked horizontally. The only one who hadn't accompanied the Great Emperor was Yi Fan. However, he had experienced too many battles, slaughtering his way through the human race's ancient path, so he didn't have stage fright at all. With a wonglong sound, the green copper cauldron above his head shone, releasing Emperor might. Now he was already the great sage, and could activate this immortal artifact. 4 great experts joined hands, and every one of them wielded Emperor weapons. For anyone, this was a disaster, let alone when they were scheming against an unsuspecting opponent. Younger generation, you dare? The old snake was furious. He had long put away his 80,000 Li magical projection, and turned into a demonic godlike figure. He avoided the attacks and stood in the void. His head of golden hair danced about, and his eyes were as cold as 2 ice houses. You killed my sworn brother, destroyed their ancestral land, and slaughtered the creatures of an entire small star. This blood feud is as deep as a sea, and even your life isn't enough to repay it. Monkey, you ruined my plans, and still dare to come here. I attacked to kill you. Come here, and accept your death. The soaring serpent said, his killing intent thick. However, his heart was in great shock, for people had attacked, and all of them wielded Emperor weapons. This caused half of his body to go cold, and he was filled with shock. However, he didn't show it on his face. Old snake, you destroyed my fruit of Tao, and stole my emperor's essence. I won't rest until you die. The Black Emperor shouted. The soaring serpent turned to look at the Black Emperor, and the more he looked, the darker his expression became. In the end, he couldn't help but let out an earth-shattering howl. This was because he saw the golden underpants that the large black dog was wearing. The old snake was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was trembling, and his golden hair was standing on end. His eyes were wide open in anger, and they were about to pop out. He roared, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 1551. Who's afraid of who? This emperor still wants to kill you. You destroyed my Tao fruit, so you will be struck by lightning. The Black Emperor opposed with equal harshness, and he shouted in an extremely shameless manner, your skin really isn't comfortable on your body. The soaring snake couldn't hold it in any longer, and spat out a mouthful of old blood. After cultivating to such a level, he couldn't show his emotions, but he still couldn't stop spitting out saliva. Now that things had reached this point, there was naturally no room for negotiation. Both sides would inevitably fight to the death. The blood feud was too deep. The sacred prince's eyes were always red. Not only had his sworn brothers died, even their clans had been completely wiped out. This made him feel extremely sad. The immortal iron in his hand released millions and millions of strands of immortal light, suppressing the boundless cosmos until it trembled. Longworm, you're going too far. He took large steps forward with the immortal iron rod in hand. Monkey, if I didn't have the immortal iron rod, crushing you to death would be as easy as crushing an ant. The old snake's words were extremely harsh. At this moment, he knew that a bloody battle couldn't be avoided, so he was going all out. Unfortunately, there are no ifs, so you are destined to become a pile of bloody mud. Moreover, there really are ifs. If you were at the same cultivation realm as me, I would kill 10 of you with a single slap. When had the monkey ever been looked down upon by others? He had always been violent and had a fiery temper. With a wong sound, the great iron rod swept out. He charged forward to kill the great enemy. A wave of clear energy appeared above the old soaring snake's head. A formation diagram flew out, precisely the ancient diagram controlled by the golden snake race's fourth Langjun. It flew back and was now completely unsealed. This was a quasi-emperor artifact. At the same time, he opened his mouth and released a clear roar. Multicolored light shot out in all directions, and 2 little flying snakes flew out. They were all vivid and lifelike, and then they quickly enlarged, turning into flying snake swords. This was also a quasi-emperor artifact. Together with the formation diagram, they formed a terrifying killing formation with great power. The yin-yang flying snake flew out, and together with the emperor diagram, they swept out strands of immortal light that could suppress and kill gods and Buddhas. It was horrifying. Strands of cold air pressed over, making one's hair stand on end. The old soaring snake used a quasi-emperor artifact to fight against a true emperor artifact. It seemed a bit unrealistic, but when it truly clashed, it exceeded everyone's expectations and had the strength to contend. This was an ancestral artifact left behind by the soaring serpent ancestor, who was on the verge of stepping into the great emperor realm. After unsealing it, its true power was terrifying. Most importantly, the great emperor weapon was in hibernation, so it could only unleash a small portion of its power. On the other hand, the quasi-emperor armament had been revived to its peak state. One was attacking with all his might, while the other was hibernating. It was not impossible for the 2 of them to fight. This was the old nightmare snake's confidence. He wanted to use his absolute strength to control the quasi-emperor weapon, and suddenly attack violently to kill the monkey and the others. Buzz! The void mirror's radiance burned fiercely, piercing through the cosmos. It directly fired out a terrifying streak of emperor radiance, flying forward. Meanwhile, the large black dog was also roaring. He brandished his killing sword and slashed furiously at the old soaring snake. As for Yi Fan, the green copper cauldron hanging above his head had long since awakened, and it directly pressed forward. Although the old soaring snake's plan was good, things would not develop according to his expectations. Even though the quasi-emperor armament had fully awakened, it was still no match for a true emperor weapon. It was innately fearful, trembling from the pressure. In the end, the formation diagram and the yin-yang flying serpent sword were both forced back. They were spasming slightly, actually uncontrollable, and wanted to escape. After all, there were 4 emperor weapons on this side. Even if they were not revived, just placing them here was enough to intimidate the quasi-emperor armament. The deity contained within them was like a small subject facing 4 lofty celestial emperors. With a rumble, the old soaring snake was sent flying. He had lost the ability to fight. With 4 emperor weapons closing in on him, this was a path of certain death. He had no choice. He was forced into the killing formation. Between heaven and earth, the sound of thunder rang out, and a rain of blood sprayed wildly. The Wuxia killing formation had awakened, suppressing in all directions. Shocking lightning struck one after another. Of course, this was only a damaged formation. It was not as powerful as imagined, but it was enough to shock the world. It shook heaven and earth, and many small stars were struck down. After the old soaring snake entered, ghosts wept and deities howled. A bloody rain and foul winds blew, making one's back go cold. Even space was crushed. Even the Black Emperor himself shivered. This great formation had been restored to this state. This was the first time it attacked an enemy like this after being set up, and the effects exceeded his expectations. In the end, a miserable cry rang out. Everything became quiet. Is he dead? GZ asked. He should be about there. The Black Emperor said. Hong. Suddenly, heaven and earth split apart. That region exploded, and a large golden snake's body broke into several dozen pieces. It rushed out, and there were many shattered formation platforms in its surroundings. Stop it! Everyone chased after it. He has the quasi-emperor formation on him. He destroyed the formation platforms and forcefully opened up a path of life. The Black Emperor said angrily. The Wuxia killing formation was badly damaged, and after a nearly perfect quasi-emperor formation exploded, it naturally opened up a path of escape. This place became a black hole, completely becoming a doomsday land. The old soaring snake had an array diagram above his head, and 2 flying serpent empress swords floated beside him. He directly tore open the void, entered the black hole, and disappeared. "Chase, don't let it escape," Yi Fan said. At the same time, he swiped his hand, and the huge snake body that was as thick as a mountain was stored into a few pieces. The Black Emperor's actions were even more agile, and he stored the remaining parts into his artifact. This was a divine material, and its value was immeasurable. It was almost equivalent to the quasi-emperor's body. It was an existence of this level, and it was many times stronger than the great Mahamayuri of Mount Meru. "It's fine. This emperor has set up a backup plan. Although he passed this trial, the array left a mark on his body, so we can chase him all the way." He Huang clamored and said, "Hunting down an existence of this level is unprecedented in this lifetime. It's worth remembering." In fact, he wasn't the only one who had a backup plan. GZ's immortal realm produced a series of images, reflecting the area where the old snake's true body was. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This mirror was truly mysterious and unfathomable. It actually had such a divine effect, directly illuminating the void, and the flying serpent had nowhere to hide. The group directly killed their way down, launching a great operation that shook the heavens. This battle lasted for half a month. The old soaring snake fled, and during this period, he even broke away from the group and returned to secretly attack. Only then did he almost launch a fatal attack, but he still failed in the end. This made the others even more apprehensive. He was on par with the quasi-emperor, and his sneak attacks were simply too difficult to defend against. He was too dangerous, and they had to eliminate him. In the end, they killed their way to the human race's ancient path, and then crossed the demon race's heavenly path, entering the Black Tortoise Sea, and then the Vermilion Bird heavenly domain. The affected area was too vast. After half a month, the Starry Sky ancient path was naturally alarmed, and the various races were shaken. The names of Yi Fan GZ and the Sacred Prince shook the cosmos, causing the experts of the Starry Sky to be endlessly shocked. Using 4 emperor weapons to chase after the old soaring snake, a character who was almost on par with the quasi-emperor, was truly shocking. "Yi Tong, is that your master?" On an ancient path, a young lady softly asked. "Yes." Yi Tong nodded. The effects of this battle were truly far-reaching. Many people paid attention to it, and the great sage-level characters wanted to kill a supreme being who was on par with the quasi-emperor. The Starry Sky was greatly shaken. Who would have thought that he was actually so powerful? On the human race's ancient path, many people were stunned, and then they began to tremble. After learning of Yi Fan's actions, it was difficult for them to calm down. Similarly, on the ancient path that GZ had walked on, and the star domain that the Sacred Prince had gone to train in, there were also people who sighed in admiration at the two's power. Only the Black Emperor attracted a wave of curses, and everyone was incomparably furious. "It's that damnable black dog again. Why is it still alive? It tricked away our race's divine feathers. How could it have become so powerful? I want nothing more than to stew it. That damnable dog should be struck by lightning. I curse it #yen at #%. Yi Fan GZ, the Sacred Prince, and the others all stared at it. What kind of things had this dog done to anger both men and gods for it to be cursed by everyone? The large black dog was also wiping away his sweat, and said, "They're jealous of me. A mighty existence like me naturally won't be understood by the secular world. Prodigies are always lonely, just like the great emperors of ancient times. In their loneliness, they tasted the bitterness and torment of time." The final battle ended in a lunar ocean. Lunar chi pervaded the air, and the old soaring snake was trapped here. He had nowhere to go, and was directly killed in both body and spirit. One of the 2 winged serpent swords was also destroyed, and the formation diagram and the other sword tore through the void, fleeing into the depths of the universe, and disappeared from sight. What a pity, we let the formation diagram escape. The Black Emperor was very regretful. That was what he was most interested in. Blood rained down, and a battle that shocked all over the universe came to an end. Everyone was shocked. Without a doubt, they had reaped great rewards from this battle. In the end, they returned to the ancestral planet of the winged serpent bloodline, and stayed for a long time. They destroyed the quasi-emperor formation, and did not destroy the treasure trove inside. This was the accumulation of their race for generations. After so many years, their foundation was unimaginable, and it was dazzling. The Black Emperor directly lay down on the treasure trove, and his saliva flowed like a small river. He could not move at all. During this period of time, some accidents happened. The sealed winged serpent sage underneath this treasure trove came out, and there was even a great sage. Unfortunately, there was no suspense at all, and they could not do anything to these imperial princes and great sage. In the end, they returned with great rewards, and set out on their way back to the Big Dipper galaxy. Along the way, the large black dog could not stop smiling foolishly. He really could not use up all the materials to refine the formation. "Doggy, you've returned?" In the heavenly village, little Nan Nan ran to the entrance of the village, and saw the large black dog that was currently rushing over. This damn dog could find 10,000 reasons to go against anyone, and it especially liked to kill people it was familiar with, but it was special towards little Nan Nan. There were 10,000 reasons that could make it lower its stance. Its true feelings were revealed, and it let out a series of excited howls. It circled around little Nan Nan, and in the end, it even lowered its body, allowing the little girl to sit on its back. This was a treatment that no one could enjoy. Back then, Yi Fan had wanted to try sitting on its back, and in the end, he had been bitten by the dog for 3 months. His thigh was covered in bruises, and there were bite marks everywhere. In the past, when the Black Emperor's life was in danger, it was little Nan Nan who used her tears to save him. The Black Emperor returned, and the heavenly village was in an uproar. Everyone rushed out, surrounding him, and scolding him for being too unreliable. Only the Silver Blood Emperors wanted to escape. This was their master in name, and they were truly afraid of him after being trained by him. "Hasn't the celestial path opened yet?" Yi Fan asked Qi Luo. At night, there was naturally a sumptuous feast. Everyone surrounded the bonfire, toasting each other. Not only did the sacred prince, Ji Zi, and the Black Emperor come, even Ji Ziyue, Dongfang Yi Li Heishui, and the others received the notice and hurried over. It was very lively. Qi Luo shook his head and said, "No, although the crack on the celestial path is still expanding, the trend is getting slower and slower." In the current Big Dipper star region, it was unknown how many sect ancestors had come. The atmosphere was even more tense than before, and there was a kind of suffocating pressure in the whole world. The quasi-emperor had arrived, and the supreme beings of the 7 great life-forbidden zones had revived. A great change that had never happened since ancient times, and it would shock the whole universe, was about to begin. However, under everyone's anxious wait, the celestial path had never truly opened. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed, and the crack had extended to a length of 1,500 meters. In the 20th year, Ji Haoyue returned. Not only did he return, but he also brought a 6 or 7-year-old child with him into the Big Dipper star region. This was his child. When everyone welcomed him back, they all sighed with emotion. The years passed by slowly, and the new generation was about to rise up. When would the celestial path open? Chapter 1552. Not bad, brother Haoyue. You didn't say a word and you even have a kid. You brought him back just like that. Aren't you making us anxious? Compared to you, we are too far behind. Li Heishui said. Compared to the past, Ji Haoyue was calmer. His face was still handsome, and the unique pressure of a divine king was thicker. The aura between his brows was very terrifying. He really looked like a god that had descended. He was always very serious. He held his son's hand. Only when he looked at the child would he show a trace of love. It was very different from his usual temperament. This was already very rare. Why didn't the child's mother come back? Li Heishui asked. Ji Haoyue shook his head and didn't say much. He just let the child call him uncle and bow to everyone. This was a very sensible child. His eyes were clear and his black hair fell on his shoulders. He was very handsome. Although he was young, he showed a kind of heroic spirit at an early age. He was very similar to Ji Haoyue. He saluted seriously and kept calling him uncle. His firm little face, clear and melodious voice, and meticulous etiquette made people like him very much. Uncle has a big gift for you. Dongfang Yi walked forward and gave an ancient scripture. This was the secret of the barbarian race. It was a peerless book for tempering muscles and bones. It was only suitable for children. It wasn't the best in the world. How could the barbarian race dominate the world? This kind of secret book was the foundation. Many people wanted to get it, but it was impossible. It had always been used by the Supreme Elder to build the foundation for the children in the race. After seeing Ji Haoyue nod in agreement, the child took it and said, "Thank you, uncle. This is your aunt." When it was Ji Ziyue's turn to be introduced, Ji Haoyue held the child's hand and said seriously, "Aunt." His little face was filled with joy as he called out happily. Ji Ziyue really didn't expect her brother to bring a child back. Family was priceless and blood was thicker than water. After so many years, seeing her brother again made her so emotional that tears almost flowed out. At this time, she squatted down and held the little fellow's hand. No matter how she looked at it, she loved him. She took out many precious gifts and stuffed them into the little fellow's hand. She dotingly touched his head and said softly, "Tell Aunt, what is your name?" Ji Qingdao. The little guy's voice was very clear. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. Then they revealed looks of shock. This name was truly impressive, yet too special. It made everyone look at each other in dismay. "I hope that one day he will achieve something," Ji Haoyue said, looking a little lonely. Everyone knew that this was Ji Haoyue's feelings. He seemed to have placed all his hopes on his child. Something must have happened to him over the years. Ji Ziyue revealed a worried expression as she looked at her brother. He had failed to bring her sister-in-law back, and even gave the child such a name. There must be something going on. "I lost in the starry sky. It was a fair battle, but I lost miserably." There was no suspense at all. The difference in strength was huge. Ji Haoyue calmly said. However, everyone could see a desolate look in the depths of his eyes. Needless to say, there was definitely a great disparity in the results of that battle. Or else he wouldn't be like this. He most likely encountered an unimaginably powerful expert. Ji Qingdao clenched his fist and said, "I want to fight on the Emperor's road on behalf of my father." "Who is that?" the sacred prince said. He did not say that he would avenge Ji Haoyue, as that might hurt his dignity. However, it was clear that he was going to take action. Ji Haoyue shook his head and didn't want to say it out loud. At that moment, Ji Zi walked over. Ji Haoyue was stunned and then he bowed. "Greetings, little ancestor." As time went on, he became more and more dignified. Moreover, he started to be serious in everything he did, unlike Ji Ziyue who called him little ancestor, but only treated him like an elder brother. Ji Zi nodded his head and kept silent. He took out a jade talisman and placed it on Ji Qingdao's neck. This talisman was really simple and gave off an unfathomable aura. Everyone was shocked. They knew that this talisman was extraordinary. If they guessed correctly, it should have been left by the Void Emperor and given to Ji Zi. Now he actually gave it to Ji Haoyue's son. "If you have something to say, then say it. I will seek an explanation for you. The Ji family has never feared anyone," Ji Zi said. He didn't say much, but his words were really forceful. It was obvious that he wanted to stand up for Ji Haoyue. At the side, Ji Qingdao's eyes turned red and he said, "Little ancestor, I miss my mother." Ji Haoyue fell silent and didn't say anything. And when the little guy saw his father like this, he didn't continue to say anything. He pursed his lips. Obviously, they had some stories in the galaxy. Perhaps it was unbearable to recall, or perhaps it was heart-wrenching, but the divine King Ji Haoyue wasn't willing to say it. "Little brother is so cute. Come, big sister will give you a present too." Little K-er walked up and giggled, breaking the silence. "I say, little brother, follow big brother. In the future, I will make you a deputy sect leader, and make you a supreme Buddha." Flower had a bald head, and he walked up. His forehead was shiny, and he was very different from the others. Unfortunately, everyone was guarding against him like he was a wolf, and he was basically the same as the Black Emperor and Duanda. "How sad." Flower shook his head. Cough. The large black dog coughed lightly and walked up. He put on a very serious expression, and he stood upright with his hands behind his back. He had the bearing of an otherworldly expert, and he said, "Give him to me as an unnamed disciple." Go. Everyone objected in unison. It was as if they were guarding against thieves, wolves, and hooligans. They didn't let him get close, and they were really afraid that he would snatch a good child away. What do you all mean? If I were to teach him, he would at least become a sect ancestor in the future. Do you see, Flower? I raised him. What do you think? His abilities aren't bad, right? He said proudly with his hands behind his back. Flower was such a good child in the past, but he was led astray by you and Duanda. Everyone scolded him together. Flower had a large bald head, and he put on an innocent expression. His expression and demeanor indicated that all of this had nothing to do with him. I've watched him grow up. This little baldy doesn't need me to teach him at all. He was born to be a bad person. You all have wronged me too much, the Black Emperor said angrily. Doggy, don't lead children astray. Little Nan Nan walked over, and her large eyes were very lively. She tugged at his tail, and raised her head to remind him. Everyone laughed, and the Black Emperor felt greatly ashamed. When Yi Fan was introduced, Ji Haoyue's expression wasn't very good. It was still the same as before, and he naturally didn't like him because he always felt that he had let down his younger sister. However, in front of the child, he didn't express anything. It was a routine introduction. Greetings, Uncle Yi Fan. I've heard of Uncle Ye's fame in the starry sky. It's spread among many races, and many experts on the ancient path are very afraid of you. The little fellow was very pure, and he expressed his thoughts on his face. He seemed to admire Yi Fan a lot, and his little face was filled with excitement as he clenched his little fists. Yi Fan smiled and rubbed his head. He directly handed over a set of great sage armor, which shocked everyone. Artifacts were easy to refine, but divine materials were hard to find. Many great sage couldn't find a completely compatible divine weapon in their entire lives. Meanwhile, as soon as Yi Fan took action, he immediately brought out such a precious gift. This was especially the case for a child, making others raise their eyebrows. This was obtained from the flying snake race, forged from stellar divine sand. It flowed with a dreamlike radiance. In the current world, this could already be considered a top-grade treasure. It was truly too wasteful to give it to a child. Even a clan that had produced a great emperor, like the Ji family, would definitely display such a weapon in their treasury. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be used or shown to others. Yi Fan used his great magic power to personally refine it, allowing this flying serpent divine clothes to change size at will. It flowed with 5-colored divine light. As for the deity inside, it had long been refined by him, and there wouldn't be any backlash. This made it even more precious. In the heavenly village, everyone toasted and exchanged toasts. All kinds of delicacies were served, and the last main dish was made by the old soaring serpent who had almost become the quasi-emperor. This kind of flesh was hard to find in this world. It was sparkling and translucent, and contained boundless multicolored light. It possessed great life energy. The Black Emperor stuck his tongue out and said angrily, "That damned old snake, his death isn't worth pitying. That's the origin of a great emperor. He interfered and ruined my plans." In the end, he didn't even get a single strand of hair after chasing after it. The only regrettable thing was that Longma and the others hadn't returned yet. No one knew where they had gone to train. Now that all living beings in the universe had appeared, they were moving around and trying to befriend each other. In the end, the cups and plates were in a mess. Sacred Prince, Jizi, Dongfangyi, Li Heishui, and the others were drinking to their heart's content. The Black Emperor was also very satisfied. His 2 disciples poured wine for him at the side. As for little Nan Nan, she had already run off with the little fellows in the village. They were having a lot of fun. Only Ji Haoyue was like a black-faced god. He stared at Yi Fan without blinking. The dignified aura of a divine king pervaded the air like an undulating ocean. At the side, even Qi Luo, Old Saber Honcho, and the others felt uncomfortable, let alone the main character, Yi Fan. He could only drink and barely touch the food. Hua Hua was secretly happy. After eating, she wiped her mouth and ran away, ignoring her master. The straightforward Kaida kindly reminded Yi Fan that he had to eat the food when drinking, otherwise it would be tasteless. However, this made Yi Fan feel even more tasteless. He felt a headache coming on. Little K.Er was very attentive. She picked up some food for Yi Fan, and then retreated. With such a senior here, even if she wanted to say something, it was still not enough. When almost everyone had left, only GZ, Black Emperor, Sacred Prince, Li Heishui and a few others were left. Ji Haoyue put down his wine cup heavily and stared at Yi Fan, saying, "You're going to make my sister wait for so many years like this?" He stood up and strode towards Yi Fan. Sacred Prince, Li Heishui, and the others hurried to stand up and stop him. They were afraid that the two of them would start a fight. "I want an explanation," Ji Haoyue shouted. To stand up for his sister, he didn't hesitate to fight. "What explanation do you need? You're back. Let them enter the bridal chamber. You and I will attend a grand wedding. How nice it is." Black Emperor drank the last mouthful of wine and threw away his cup. "Engagement," Jizi said. His words were simple and forceful. "Not bad. I've always wanted to see my nephew's birth," Sacred Prince cheered and laughed. "Not bad. It's a good idea." Qi Luo clapped his hands. He thought it was a good idea. Instantly the news was spread out. Li Heishui had inherited Two-Fei's big mouth. He shouted everywhere in the village. Soon, everybody knew that Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were going to get engaged today. Chapter 1553. What? Master is getting married? I just left for a while. Why is it so fast? I thought that Master Uncle Haoyue would beat Master up. Huahua said unkindly. Pa. The Sacred Prince smacked his bald head. The sound was crisp and clear, and it traveled far. "Master Uncle, you can't be like this. Every time we meet, you don't say anything and just give me a pot sticker. That's not right." Huahua protested angrily. "It's because you weren't beaten up when you were young. That's why you look like this." The Sacred Prince said calmly. After saying that, he smacked him again. Huahua. #yin #@%. However, he could only mutter to himself. He didn't dare to smile mischievously in front of the monkey. This master uncle was purely addicted to smacking him. It was a habit. Congratulations, congratulations. After so many years of fighting and bloodshed, it's time for you to have a family. Especially before the path of celestial ascension opens. In the future, both husband and wife will ascend to immortality. Li Heishui, the blabbermouth who had inherited Two-Fei's fine tradition, came to congratulate. The news had already spread in the village. Today, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were getting engaged. However, of the two involved, one offended his brother-in-law and was forced to do something beyond his abilities. The other just found out and was in a daze. Ji Ziyue was in a daze. This result had appeared in her mind before, but it had never appeared. Now that there was such news, she was in a daze. "Big sister, what are you thinking about?" Little Nan came to her side and raised her head. She blinked her big bright eyes and used a small hand to tug at the corner of her clothes. "No. Nothing." Ji Ziyue had never been as flustered as she was today. Even in front of a little girl, her pretty face was a little red. She was at a loss. Everything happened too suddenly. She wanted to reject because she wasn't ready. She didn't want to be in such a hurry. However, at this moment, a group of people came. Some of the aunties of the heavenly village were all here to congratulate her. At this time, Ji Haoyue also walked over. As if seeing the hesitation and indecision in her sister's heart, she grabbed her hand and led her away. She stood in front of Yi Fan and glared at him. A match made in heaven, a match bestowed by the heavens, a pair in the human world, a pair on earth. Everyone shouted loudly. Amidst the jeering, Ji Ziyue calmed down. Her eyes were clear as she looked at Yi Fan silently. Yi Fan had already thought about it for a long time. At this moment, he knew that he absolutely could not hesitate, and even more so he could not hesitate. Otherwise it might be very hurtful. At this moment, all the knots in his heart, the people and matters of the past were almost instantly put down. Yi Fan couldn't forget the time when he was about to leave the Big Dipper and head to the other side of the starry sky. Ji Ziyue sent him off with tears in her eyes. She whispered softly, "I'm on this side of the starry sky. You're on the other side of the starry sky. We're very far apart. Brilliant eternity, endless distance. We can never meet again. Late at night, I looked up at the starry sky alone and silently blessed you. At that time, her eyes were filled with tears, wetting her fair face. How could he forget? How could he let her down? Yi Fan directly held Ji Ziyue's hand and said, "Ziyue, marry me." This sentence might be a little late, but it was not that late. Ji Ziyue couldn't even pull her hand back as he held it firmly. Furthermore, at this time, Yi Fan pushed Ji Haoyue to the side, leaving only him and Ji Ziyue in the center. Everyone laughed together. What was rare was that Ji Haoyue wasn't angry, nor did she turn into a black face and stare at Yi Fan like in the past. Instead, she revealed a rare expression of warmth and gratification. She was very happy. Ji Ziyue couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Her slender hand was grabbed by Yi Fan. Everyone shouted, laughed and jeered nonstop. "Uncle Yi, should I call you uncle?" Ji Qingdao walked forward. He was still very young, but he already had a kind of determination and heroic spirit. But at this time, he was very excited. The name he heard the most in the starry sky was Yi Fan, the sacred physique of the human race. Even the guy who made his father sad had mentioned the sacred physique of the human race. Naturally, he worshipped Yi Fan. Now the great hero in his heart was going to become his relative. It was his uncle. Naturally, he was overwhelmed with emotions. He looked more excited than anyone else. "From now on, he will be your uncle. You can call him that from now on." Li Heishui smiled. He was someone who had witnessed Yi Fan grow step by step from being weak to the great sage. He had a close relationship with Yi Fan. They had known each other too long ago, so he knew more about Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue than anyone else. Seeing this result today, he was sincerely happy for them. "Haha, today is really a joyous occasion. Let's get engaged and then set the date of the wedding. We will invite all the friends and relatives in the world. It must be a grand event." The sacred prince laughed loudly. Heavenly Village was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone came up to offer their congratulations and blessings. Even little Nan ran over in a charmingly naive manner and greeted them seriously, expressing her congratulations. She personally gave them a small gift and said, "Congratulations, big brother. Congratulations, big sister." There was no need to talk about the others. All of them gave a great gift. On this day, everyone had a smile on their faces. Qi Luo wanted to hold a banquet in the Heavenly Village. Yi Fan stopped him and said, "Let's go to the Ji family." How could they not report such a big thing to Ji Ziyue's parents? They definitely had to let the two elders make the decision, no matter how Ji Haoyue tried to make the decision. On this day, everyone moved out majestically towards the Big Dipper and descended on the eastern wasteland. In the Heavenly Village, only little Kay had a sad expression. However, she still wiped away her tears and revealed a smile. "Senior sister, you have to be happy." Huahua moved closer to her bald head and said, "I know, I will pray for the divine sun." Little Kay smiled and wiped away the last drop of tears on her face. "Senior sister, you only idolized Master when you were young. That isn't love at all. It's fine as long as you think things through." Huahua tried to persuade others. "Little Baldy, you don't need to care about my matters. Moreover, I am not your senior sister. You have to call me Martial Aunt." Little Kay knocked on his bald head and said fiercely, "Heavens, what is going on? Is it wrong to have a bald head? Why does everyone want to knock on it? If you hit me again, I will have a hedgehog's head and wear a helmet." Huahua said angrily. In front of the Ji family's gate, there was a large river flowing into the distance. Its name was Ji River. It had the same name as the river on Earth where the Yellow Emperor was born. This made Yi Fan puzzled no matter how he thought about it. He had asked before, but the Ji family's answer wasn't satisfactory. They said that this river had already flowed for 50,000 years, and it didn't matter. However, Ji had once said that he would go to the sealed mountains and rivers on Earth to take a look at Ji River. This was really puzzling. Today, the Ji family was in a festive mood. Yi Fan came to propose marriage, and the people from the Heavenly Village followed him. The sacred prince and other important guests came to visit, and the family opened their doors to welcome them. The foundation of the family had been moved to another part of the starry sky. However, many important people were still there and couldn't leave immediately. Ji's parents saw their eldest son, and then pulled their grandson over. They were so happy that tears almost fell from their eyes. When they heard about their daughter's matter, they couldn't be happier. On this day, the Ji family was overjoyed and sent out many invitations. For example, the Jiang family, Jade Pool, Feng Clan, Great Xia Empire, etc. Not to mention Ji's parents. Even the entire Ji family was very satisfied. The human race's saint physique had become the great sage. He was invincible on the ancient path of the human race. He was definitely a good match. Yi Fan's cultivation speed was very shocking. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never tasted defeat in his generation. If he continued to develop like this, it was inevitable that he would be able to reach the next level. At that time, he would truly be at large success. Who didn't know about the great completion saint physique? Who didn't know that it could challenge the great emperor? At that time, he could directly fight against the ancient supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone. What kind of combat strength was that? When one person succeeds, the world will be at peace. In the past, the great completion saint physique had such might. The great completion saint physique could live for at least 10,000 years. A person who dared to challenge the great emperor was the most precious treasure in this chaotic world. Even the forbidden zone of life wouldn't dare to provoke him. This could protect the Ji family for 10,000 years. If they fought for the path to immortality, they would have an unparalleled advantage. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to protect this son-in-law well. They couldn't let anything happen to him on his way to the great completion stage. But now, it seemed like the Ji family didn't need to protect him anymore. Everyone in the Ji family was very happy. Even the great sage, who had been sealed since the desolate antiquity era, came to talk with Yi Fan for a long time. He had a pleasant expression on his face. The interior of the Ji family was full of spiritual lands. There were many beautiful mountain peaks floating in the sky. They were surrounded by clouds and mist. Spiritual birds danced in the air. There were strange rocks on the cliffs and waterfalls. Lingji grew on the cliffs and under the cliffs. On this joyous day, only one person in the Ji family had a gloomy expression. He sighed. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family had a lot of unhappiness with Yi Fan. He had long been ignored by people like the great sage. He didn't even have the qualifications to reconcile with them. He couldn't even get close to them. The great sage Emoku of the Great Thunder Temple of Mount Meru ordered us to send a humble gift. Xia Yiming of the Central State Xia dynasty has arrived. The Saint Master of the Jiang family of the North, Jiang Yifei, has arrived. The Western Queen Mother of the Jade Pool has arrived. Many important people rushed over. Even if they didn't come in person, they sent people to send gifts, such as Mount Meru and the Juli God dynasty. Even if they had some unhappiness in the past, they still sent gifts on this day, trying to resolve some old grudges. They didn't want to be hated by someone who dared to challenge the great emperor after reaching the great accomplishment. On this day, many people came in and out of the Ji family. Not only the heroes of the human race, but also people from the ancient race. Even some of the royal and imperial families who had fought fiercely in the past put down their statuses. In addition, the saints from the outer realm also appeared and descended, each expressing their feelings. This was like a grand event. Giants from all sides showed their faces. The Divine King has arrived. With a loud shout, Yi Fan was shocked. He jumped to his feet and said, "Which Divine King?" "Divine King Jiang Taishu." "What?" Yi Fan strode out and welcomed him personally. He didn't expect the peerless Divine King in white to return from the outer realm on this day. Chapter 1554. The white-robed God King's return caused Yi Fan to be incomparably excited. He wasn't a master, but he was equivalent to a benefactor. He had taught him a divine technique, and had given him a new lease of life. In the past, it was the God King who had used his source to baptize his Tao diagram, allowing him to survive that trial. Otherwise, he might have died at that time. Welcome the God King. When Yi Fan moved out, everyone was naturally alarmed. The various leaders of the Ji family had already received the news. They opened the grandest gates, welcoming the God King with the highest of courtesy. Everyone watched attentively. As long as they were in Big Dipper, they naturally knew the origins of the God King. In the past, he was heroic and imposing, his name shaking the world and leaving behind too many legends. He had left for 100 or 200 years, but his glorious legend was still continuing. At the Jade Lake Grand Meeting, the white-robed God King was stained with blood. He fought alone against the ancient race ancestors, touching and admiring everyone to the point of tears. If one were to say who was the hero of Big Dipper, then without a doubt, the white-robed God King was fully deserving of this title. No matter from which aspect, he absolutely had the qualifications to be called a hero. Jiang Taishi was undoubtedly a proud son of heaven of his generation. He had that kind of talent, and that kind of strength. Unfortunately, his life had been far too difficult. His life was long and full of misfortunes. In his twilight years, he had sent away a beauty, his life had withered, and he had left for the great desolate. He was a character that made others sigh. Of the few people that Yi Fan admired the most in his life, the God King and the fifth-generation ancestor Zhang Lin were undoubtedly ranked at the top. Now that he saw them again, his heart couldn't remain calm. Ancestor Zhang Lin had already passed away, turning into a rain of light on that glorious morning. But the God King was still here. He hoped that the God King would forever be peerless and look down upon the world. I pay my respects to the God King. Yi Fan bowed deeply, expressing the joy and excitement in his heart. Even though he was already the great sage, one of the top characters in the world, he still had a heart of reverence and gratitude. This would forever be the God King Jiang he respected the most. After so many years, the white-robed God King's appearance had not changed much. However, his snow-white hair had become even whiter. When Fairy Rosy Cloud passed away, his hair had turned white overnight, and it had never returned to normal. Time had left behind some traces on his body, but it wasn't hard to see that the Divine King was heroic when he was young. Even now, he was still as imposing as ever. His appearance was still young, only his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. After experiencing so many trials and tribulations, he possessed a unique type of maturity and profoundness that was hard to forget. Divine King Jiang helped Yi Fan up and carefully sized him up. He felt gratified, but also deeply moved. As time flowed, the new generation replaced the old. He had a deep understanding of this. You've already grown up. The road ahead will be very difficult, but you have to press forward, the white-robed God King said gently. Yi Fan nodded. This was the Divine King's hope, and it was also the path that he himself had to walk. Naturally, it would run through him from beginning to end. Who is this? Does the so-called God King refer to the King of Gods? Who bestowed this title upon him? Who can believe this? At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. In the current situation, in such a festive environment, this kind of voice naturally seemed out of place. It clearly indicated that this person had not come purely to attend the engagement ceremony. He had come with ill intentions. In the current world, heroes rose up together, kings contended for supremacy. The great sage appeared, the ancestors of a region descended, and even the quasi-emperor appeared. Not to mention, the supreme beings in the forbidden regions all awakened. This was an unprecedented great world. It was destined to be very complicated. In this kind of environment, there were naturally all kinds of people. They came from the various regions, so there would definitely be people who targeted Yi Fan. This was something that could be predicted. However, he never thought that as soon as the wedding ceremony began, before it even touched upon Yi Fan himself, someone would jump out and actually pick on the Supreme Divine King. Yi Fan suddenly turned around. His gaze was frightening as he stared in that direction. No matter who it was that looked down on the Divine King, it would be an even more serious matter than targeting him. I'm just speaking the truth. I have questions in my heart, so I have to ask them. Perhaps the human race really is very proud, but the title of Divine King really can't be used carelessly. It was a man around 25 or 26 years old. He did not seem frivolous, and his voice was slow and forceful. It was rather forceful, and the light in his eyes burned like torches. Coupled with the black nether iron armor that flickered with a cold, crystalline, and special metallic luster, he seemed very frightening. This person was well built, and had an extraordinary bearing. He was like an ancient war god who had walked over from the primordial times. His feet were not stained by dust, and the black crystalline armor wrapped around his feet. There was a divine halo around his entire body. He walked over from afar like a god. His long black hair draped over his shoulders and back. The only area that the nether iron armor did not cover was his head, so his appearance could be seen. His eyes were brilliant, and his face was very resolute. His two sword-like eyebrows were full of sharpness. In short, this person was outstanding and extraordinary. One could tell with a single glance that he was an impressive character. In the current world of Big Dipper, how many people had not heard of Divine King Jiang? And how many people would dare to oppose Yi Fan? There were truly too few of them. This person definitely had a great background. If he dared to cause trouble, he definitely had something to rely on. He definitely had the capital. You're even more arrogant to be able to say something like that in this kind of situation. If you want to target me, you can come at me. I'll accept it. Yi Fan looked at him. He was so straightforward. He did not want to say anything more, and was about to directly attack. This was a joyous day, but he showed no signs of holding back at all. Everyone was shocked. This was just the beginning. The wedding had not even begun, and a battle was about to begin? Many people came, including the ancient races and saints from the outer realms. Not all of them were friendly. Many people were excited and wanted to see a fierce battle. Who was Yi Fan? He had the saint physique of the human race, and was one of the strongest people of this generation. He was unrivaled on the ancient road of the human race, and was said to be unrivaled in that part of the starry sky. If this person was not at the same level as him, how would he dare to do this? His identity must be incomparably illustrious. Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge him? Sure, you can come over then. I've long heard of your name, and would like to see it for myself. The person said casually, as if he did not treat it as a big deal. It was as if he wanted to play an ordinary game, and was not afraid to fight against the heaven-defying saint physique. The black armor on his body flickered with a black light, and became even more crystalline. When he stepped forward, metal clanking sounds could be heard. It was like a demonic tune in the ears of the crowd, shocking their souls. He was too confident. In front of the gate of the Ji clan, facing Divine King Jiang and the saint physique of the human race, he actually had such an attitude. It truly made everyone shiver. Dongfang Yi Li Heishui, Yao Yuekong Wu Zhongtian, and the others were all angry. This person was too arrogant. Moreover, this kind of arrogance came from the bones. It was not intentional or pretentious. It was innate, causing people to doubt his identity and origin. Yi Fan walked forward. At this point he was not afraid of a battle. His fame was built through battles. Since you are talking to me, let me do it, said the Divine King calmly. The white-robed God King said calmly. He possessed an extraordinary bearing, just like before. He was graceful, dignified, and composed. The Divine King was not old, and had lived a second life. He only had a heart that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He had never been weaker than others in this life, so why would he be afraid of the provocation of a junior? No, Yi Fan firmly disagreed. What kind of identity did the Divine King have? With him here, how could he let him do it himself? He said, "You can take a seat for now. There is no need to trouble you to deal with him. Let me do it. I have plenty of time. I can do it one by one." The male in the underworld iron armor spoke. His eyes were resplendent and his black hair was thick. The halo of light emitted from his body was even more astonishing. Everyone was shocked. These words were too arrogant. This truly made Dongfang Yi and the others furious. The sacred prince's expression immediately sank. He directly pointed at him. In this kind of situation, he didn't want Yi Fan to do it. He wanted to do it in his place. After all, this was a joyous occasion. I know you. Your father is indeed outstanding. I just don't know about you. Why don't you fight as well? The male in the underworld iron armor was like a divine warrior. He was enveloped in divine light and throbbed like flames. His aura was astonishing. Boom. Yi Fan directly took a step forward. Golden battle chi rushed into the heavens, engulfing heaven and earth. His aura engulfed 10,000 li. It was as if an ancient deity had descended, overlooking the myriad realms. Boundless golden blood chi and unmatched battle prowess transformed into a vast ocean that swept forward. There was nothing more to say. He directly moved, about to unleash a world-shattering attack. However, at this time, the sacred prince also couldn't help but take action. How violent and domineering was he? It was as if an archaic divine peak exploded, throwing the sky into chaos as he directly pressed forward. This was an earth-shattering battle. Meanwhile, at this time, two other auras erupted at the same time. One naturally came from the male in the black metal divine clothes. The other's complexion was pale, as if he never experienced sunlight all year round. There was a type of sickly gentleness to him. This person was precisely Empu, someone who came from Undying Mountain. He had appeared in the myriad spirit gathering before. He was extremely handsome, but his skin was so white that it was as if he had just recovered from a great illness. He lacked a type of heroic spirit. However, at this time, he erupted with an aura that shocked the experts of the myriad realms. It was too terrifying. These four great experts were clearly all at the Imperial Prince level. After their auras reached the peak, their auras engulfed the world, intimidating everyone's souls. Many experts almost directly collapsed here. Those who were close to them were either swept flying or collapsed on the ground. There was only a single white-clothed divine king here. Even though he was at the center, his expression was calm, not shocked at all. Even the corners of his clothes didn't move in the slightest, calmly watching everything. "Shenming, you have crossed the line a bit." Empu spoke just like before, his tone slow and gentle. Everyone trembled inwardly. Many years had passed since the myriad spirit gathering. Now many people already guessed at where Empu came from. When they saw him speak like this, it already proved how terrifying Shenming's origins were. They were definitely people of the same level, from a life-restricted region. Just now, everyone still felt like this person Empu called Shenming was too arrogant, but now, there was only deep reverence left. This level and background definitely had this type of confidence and qualifications. You know that I am always an extremely direct person. Saying what is on my mind, I won't beat around the bush. Shenming said to Empu, still having the same expression as before. Of course, doing this during today's engagement ceremony is indeed quite disrespectful. However, I am eager to hunt, really want to fight, a bit unable to hold myself back. He didn't act out in the slightest, speaking extremely calmly and naturally. This was a type of confidence, as well as a type of natural domineeringness. He continued, "Even though I was disrespectful, I won't apologize. Even more so won't take back my words just now. Those are my true thoughts. If you all are unconvinced, you can just come and fight. Then it will be as you wish." The aura Yi Fan erupted like a mountain flood, immediately making heaven and earth collapse. His voice was cold like the light shout of a death god. Chapter 1555. Yi Fan's right hand was like a monument, covered in golden symbols. This was his Tao, ancient and profound. A Tao law that had existed since time immemorial, eternally unchanging, releasing rumbling noises. Mountains collapsed and earth split apart, seas dried up and rocks decayed. Under this golden heavenly monument like palm and fingers, everything would be destroyed, everything no longer existing. The void turned into a black hole, chaotic light surging, as if heaven and earth were being opened. This place was about to be completely destroyed. If not for Ji family engraving emperor patterns, immediately extending outwards, the boundless great wastelands as well as the sun, moon, heaven, and earth might have suffered great problems. Hazy mist spread. Yi Fan's golden palm and fingers turned into an ancient monument that was several tens of thousands of zhang in size. Patterns covered it densely, suppressing this side of the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. Shenming's expression was grave, Long immediately taking action. Her divine clothes were sparkling and translucent, releasing radiance, making her look like an ancient deity who walked over from the great wastelands. Heaven overflowing might was released from his body. Hongwang. His palm slapped forward. Vermilion birds danced about. True dragons moved about. White tigers split the heavens. All types of immortal spirits appeared, terrifying beyond compare. It was as if an unmatched supreme being was furious, as if a heavenly emperor took action. Shenming's aura was too powerful, confident to the extreme, having the qualifications to speak these types of words. It was as if a supreme deity descended from the heavens. Everyone trembled. This type of great pressure made them feel as if doomsday had arrived, as if they were facing an unmatched ruler. They had to kneel down, carry out worship and servitude. Everyone had long prepared themselves for Yi Fan's power. Meanwhile, Shenming, this person's origins were mysterious, yet she was also this powerful. Today she suddenly appeared, shocking the world, naturally making everyone tremble. With a dong sound, the two clashed intensely. Symbols flew about, quickly erased. The heavenly monument resisted all types of immortal spirits, releasing immortal light that engulfed all directions, energy devouring 100,000 li. This was an intense clash, terrifying to the extreme, as if the 9 great heavens were going to collapse. The heavens trembled, about to fall down. No one expected the two's first exchange to be this powerful. This was a confrontation between young supreme being heavenly geniuses. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? Inside the Ji family, void runes spread out one after another, stabilizing the earth, fire, wind and water, protecting the world of mountains and rivers, stabilizing heaven and earth. Otherwise, the southern region might really suffer a catastrophe. After all, this was a battle between great sage-level imperial princes, and they could easily destroy heaven and earth. Even destroying an ancient planet with life was nothing. The only reassuring thing was that the Big Dipper was too different from the rest. It would be very difficult to damage its foundation. Pop! Yi Fan forcefully pressed his palm down in the air. Although it was a casual strike, there was an endless amount of palm force smashing down. In the end, it actually turned into endless sword light, densely covering every corner of the world. Some rose from the ground, some fell from the 9 heavens, and some were born in the void. Numerous thick and large sword lights were like numerous pillars that held up the heavens. They were boundlessly enormous, boundless, and filled with ghastly killing intent, and it shocked all the living beings in the myriad of regions in the universe to the point of trembling. This was an extremely terrifying secret method. A single speck of dust could fill up the sea. A stalk of grass could shatter the stars in the heavens. It was exceptionally sharp, shaking the heavens with zheng sounds, suppressing the world. Everyone was horrified. Even though they had long moved far enough, they were still horrified to the point where they felt their blood run cold. Their entire bodies going cold, inwardly fearful. Shenming's expression was serious, not showing the slightest bit of carelessness. Even though he was extremely arrogant and domineering just now, when he truly fought, he was extremely serious, confident, but not arrogant. His body shook. An expanse of ancient imprints appeared on his back, looking like a divine figure, but also like a type of irregular scene. Perhaps it was a Tao diagram condensed from a type of special natural laws. A fiery red vermilion bird rushed into the heavens, crossing 3,000 realms, shattering large amounts of the void. It carried a savage aura and endless immortal flames, burning down heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. He used this to resist the sword energy that was everywhere, stopping Yi Fan's exceptional attack. Moreover, there was offense within defense. Between his brows, blazing radiance flickered, condensing a terrifying symbol. It turned into an ancient character that was hard for the world to distinguish, suppressing over. This character quickly became larger, every single stroke as if cast from immortal gold. Resplendent and dazzling, sparkling and translucent. It was full of an ice-cold metallic feeling, its weight exceeding millions and millions of kilograms. This was a type of Tao, heaven-reaching immortal text. As soon as it appeared, there were some who recognized it, all of them shocked. It was rumored that this was the killing Tao natural laws the ancient supreme beings used to open up the path of immortality, slaughter their way into immortal domain. This type of character's offensive power was exceptionally powerful. Or else how could it break through the barrier of the mortal and immortal realms? It was the most terrifying. Dang! Yi Fan's palm and fingers moved downwards, using his flesh to move. His golden fingers continuously flicked out, symbols appearing one after another, all of them landing on this character. Under the resplendent immortal light, this place exploded. It was universally shocking, shocking the world. Just how powerful was the human race's sacred body? He actually dared take action like this, directly using his palm and fingers. It was just too terrifying. If it was any other great sage, just this contact alone, forget about his fingers, even his entire arm and half his body would have directly rotted, turning into a bloody paste and bone dregs. A tremendous honglong sounded. The two passed each other, the first clash thus ending. In reality, there were only 2 strikes, and they both happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. It was too fast, quite a few people unable to react in time, to the extent where they didn't even see clearly. Even though the offensive power was enough to shock the world, it still couldn't be considered a life-and-death confrontation. These were probing attacks, both of them holding back, not using their most powerful trump cards. An even greater confrontation was about to begin. It was definitely a life-and-death battle, a world-shocking battle. However, right at this time, Sacred Prince and Empu both suddenly moving forward, blocking at the same time. Sacred Prince was going to fight in Yi Fan's place, not wishing for him to take action again. It was because today was his great day. The monkey was going to take action in his place, fight a life-and-death battle against Shenming. Meanwhile, Empu also moved between them, temporarily separating the two, not wishing for this battle to continue. Almost at the same time, the void was silently torn apart. Jizi appeared, silently arriving at the center of the battlefield. It was clear that he had to interfere. Forget about his relationship with Yi Fan, just based on the fact that this was Ji family's territory, he couldn't just sit by and watch. However, when he appeared, Empu's body shook, erupting with a wave of incomparable aura that was even more terrifying than before, sweeping through heaven and earth. Void Emperor! He cried out in alarm, losing composure for the first time. When these words sounded, everyone became stunned. This name was too ancient. How could it be spoken in this type of situation? Even if it was in front of Ji family's gates, it still shouldn't be like this. Everyone's expressions were greatly shaken, looking forward. At this time, Empu's pale and slightly sickly face revealed an expression of incomprehensible shock. He stared rigidly at Ji, his eyes unblinking, as if he saw the most inconceivable thing. Everyone was stupefied. What was going on? Are you talking about my father? Jizi calmly said. You aren't him? Too similar. After saying this, Empu shook his head. If it was the true void, how could there be no emperor might? Even if it was restrained, it was still enough to make all life tremble, let alone when facing their undying mountain bloodline. It would be even more so. At this moment, everyone understood that Jizi and Void Emperor were exactly the same, all of them revealing strange expressions. It really was rare for father and son to be like this. Emperor of Fighting's descendant, what is your intention? Do you want to fight against me? You can just stand to the side first, wait for my battle with him to end, and then come back. No matter how many people come today, I will take them all on. Shenming spoke, still as arrogant as before, hating Li Heishui and the others until the roots of their teeth were itching. However, they had to admit that he definitely had great strength. I'll just send you on your way with a single strike of my staff, save you the trouble of being noisy here. The monkey said fiercely, too lazy to say anything else. He even more so took the initiative, standing in front of Yi Fan, wishing to face Shenming. When Sacred Prince and Shenming met, there was definitely going to be a life-and-death battle. Both of them were incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, when Empu snapped back to reality, he continued to take a step forward, stopping Shenming in the middle. If we are talking about urgency, I am even more so than you. My undying mountain and Ji family's grudge is something the entire world knows about. The past agreement is even more so about to come to an end, but there is no rush. Fighting a decisive battle during this engagement ceremony is a bit too much. If you say things like this, it seems like I am being too petty. Shenming retracted that foot that took a step forward, saying, I already said that I am an extremely direct person. What I think in my heart, what I say, is not empty words. This is precisely what I truly think, which is that I want to fight. The divine clothes and armor covering his body flowed with dark light. The raging flames were restrained, but there was still a layer of radiance, not much different from a divine warrior. Forget it, if I miss out on today, then I'll have to ask for guidance one by one. His eyes were extremely brilliant. I won't see blood today, let's just celebrate a bit more. If you say it's over, then it's over? Sacred Prince sneered, not willing to let him go. Meanwhile, Li Heishui, Dongfangyi, and the others were furious as well. This type of occasion could come and go as they pleased. Could they just leave after stirring up trouble? It was hard for them to quell their anger. Dao friend Hunchuo, it is time for you to take action. In the distant horizon, there were experts with terrifying statuses who teased. Correct, please ask Senior Hunchuo to take action. Carry out some persuasion. It will definitely make them quickly fight a bloody battle. There were some who were even more direct, wishing for the god of misfortune to step up, make the battle even more intense. If an imperial prince really died in the life-restricted region, then it would likely sweep through Big Dipper, a supreme being appearing. Dao friends must be joking. This old one's body is unwell today, so I won't get involved. Hunchuo said. How can Dao brother be left out? This is a struggle between heavenly geniuses, it should be advising them to leave. We need Dao friend to take action. The heavens are benevolent, today, this old one doesn't need to persuade them. They won't suffer a bloody disaster either. The heavens cannot bear to see this happen. All things emphasize on the word peace. Within 10 years, they will be the most important. Hunchuo said extremely seriously. Everyone was speechless. Even Hunchuo shrunk back, scared of kicking a metal board, scared of smashing a golden signboard. Of course, the so-called golden signboard should be looked at the other way around. In front of Ji family's gates, the sacred prince wanted to fight. Shinming's attitude was indecisive. Fighting was exactly what he wanted. However, since he already said those words just now, it wasn't just empty words, he couldn't go back on his words. The engagement is important, let's end things here today. Ji Zi and Empu both spoke up, speaking like this. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he stared at Shenming. He really wanted to send a fist smashing over, but today really wasn't suitable for him to take action, nor did he want the monkey to take action in his place. The more I speak, the more it seems like I am bullying others with my power. How about this? Today's life and death struggle will be avoided. I would rather kill 100,000 people than break up a marriage. Then today, we'll just have a civil battle, leave it for the younger generation, let them compete against each other. Just treat it as me adding to the excitement of this engagement. Shenming said. Let's just leave it like this. Divine King Jiang Taishu said. When Yi Fan heard this, he nodded in agreement. Since the white-clothed Divine King already spoke like this, he didn't want to go against him. Everything could be discussed today. In reality, if this confrontation continued, it might be extremely terrifying. There would be imperial princes who would fall, blood splashing across the southern region, to the extent where it might even provoke the ancient supreme beings of the restricted regions. Shenming waved her hand. Several little things appeared in the distance, all of them looking around, all of them swirling with chaotic energy, every single one of them extraordinary. Mingren, come over. He called over a child who was only 6 or 7 years old. His head was outstanding, the space between his brows extraordinary, chaotic light restrained, making one feel alarm. This is my child. As long as you all can find someone of similar age in this world and defeat him, then it will be considered my loss. Shenming said. What kind of expression will you have if you lose? The Black Emperor, who hadn't spoken up all this time, asked. Expression. Shenming's eyes shone with brilliance. If I lose, I will slap my own mouth, take back my words just now, apologize to you all. Moreover, within 10 years, if I meet you all, I will stay far away. If not, then I will still apologize even after meeting you all. Chapter 1556. This was a boy around 6 years old. Chaotic energy curled about his waist, eyes like gemstones, black hair naturally scattered down his shoulders, extremely beautiful, possessing a wave of rare spiritual essence. Everyone was shocked. Just how old was this child? Yet he already possessed primal chaos. It was just too shocking, making all of the older generation figures feel a wave of powerlessness. He was already like this at the age of 6 or 7. What would he become when he grew up? In this world, how many people of the same age could keep him in check? It really made one sigh. The people who walked out of the life-forbidden zone truly made one feel despair. Heaven-warping talent, rarely seen since ancient times. Brother Shenming has given birth to a good child. Your bloodline has been strong for 3 eras. Your inheritance will become more and more stable. Empu sighed, a trace of envy appearing on his pale face. It's nothing. It's not like you haven't heard of stronger children in ancient times. Shenming said. However, she was extremely satisfied with her own child. After a generation, the emperor bloodline didn't weaken, instead becoming even more outstanding, talent reaching the extreme. He brought 3 children out to gain experience and gain experience. They weren't all his heirs, but they all came from life-restricted regions. Existences like them, able to be chosen and sealed here, were naturally the most powerful. It was the same for the children. Obviously, restrictions and brands had been placed on these children, causing others to be unable to pry into their cultivations, let alone harm them in secret. However, with just a single look, one could tell that not a single child was ordinary. All of them were too heaven-defying. Natural law fragments appeared in their blood, releasing chaotic energy. This is your child? Do you really think you're invincible? The Black Emperor came forward with a proud look on his face and said, You should remember that the great emperor who entered your forbidden land back then was too powerful after he was born. So some of his foundation was directly destroyed. He was afraid that he would lack tempering in the future. That is truly heaven-defying. A big dog wearing a pair of golden leather pants and looking down on people was really irritating. One has to understand that it was looking down on a life-restricted region. It made one wonder where its courage came from, making them feel indignant. The child at Shenming's side was naturally furious, glaring at it, clenching his little fists, really wishing to give it a beating. However, Shenming herself was shocked. She stared at it for a long time, saying, I've met you before? You're that man's dog and you've lived until now. Yes, with his methods, it's naturally too easy for him to do so. Empu's expression was also grave. He stared at the Black Emperor for a long time and said, Back then, that person was already in his later years. He had once passed through our undying mountain, and there was once a huge black dog following him. Everyone was shocked. Although there had always been rumors that this dog, which angered both humans and gods, had followed the great emperor and had a frightening background, there had never been any conclusive evidence. At this moment, the existence from the life-restricted region spoke like this. Everything was verified, everything was true. One child is not enough. It's not enough. It's best to call a few more people to attack together. The Black Emperor said. His words were rather infuriating. Everyone became stupefied. Right now, the most powerful ones were none other than the 7 great life-restricted regions. Yet now, a dog actually began to look down on them. It truly made everyone feel as if time and space were in chaos. Doggy, don't brag. A little girl around 3 years old was trying her best to pull on the big black dog's tail. She was doing her best to drag it backwards, and she looked very adorable. In the end, the big black dog was dragged away. He didn't behave atrociously or say anything else, making everyone's eyes go blank. Shenming revealed a strange expression, saying, In that case, since you are this confident, I'll invite another child to take the stage. If they are all defeated, then we'll naturally do as you say. The way things developed was outside of everyone's expectations. Yi Fan's expression was calm, not saying anything. He directly tore open the void, producing a shining object from the all-life source energy cauldron. That was a large piece of immortal spring, something most people in this world wouldn't have seen before. Meanwhile, Empu and Shenming's eyes revealed strange light, staring at this immortal spring that was extremely rare and precious even for them. Sealed inside was a fair and clean chubby baby. His dreams were disturbed, seemingly extremely vexed, glaring furiously at Yi Fan. When he saw him raise his hand, he hurriedly covered his buttocks. There was space inside the immortal spring that allowed him to move about. This type of action was extremely childish, making everyone want to laugh. The little fatty understood the current situation. Recognizing that this was Ji family. It was because he had come here before. Because of a single sentence he said. Many elders in this family were so shocked they almost flipped over tables. When he saw Yi Fan glare at him, Divine Child submitted, saying rather angrily, "Last time I was wrong, he isn't my father." Everyone was stunned. No one had expected this little fatty to say such a thing. Why did he say that? No matter how they listened, it sounded a bit like he was trying to hide something. Many people revealed strange expressions, all of them looking towards Yi Fan. This child is too much. Dongfang Yi Li Heishui, and the others couldn't help but curse. It wasn't just Ji family that felt dizzy. Even Shenming and Empu were a bit stunned, continuously staring at him. In the horizon, there was only great sage Hunchuo, his heart pounding continuously. He was the only one who chased after him to personally understand him, almost recognizing him as a relative. In the end, he was scared until he ran without a trace, running. "I'll give you a mission, defeat that child on the other side," Yi Fan said with a dark face. When faced with Divine Child, he raised his hands several times, almost smacking his little bottom. This little fatty really was too much. Divine Child rubbed his large eyes, completely waking up. He cried out with pleasant surprise, "What? You want me to beat him up? You finally sent me someone to vent my anger on." Everyone felt a bit dizzy. This little fatty really was a bit of a scammer, saying that he was going to beat up the supreme being descendant of a life-restricted region the moment he opened his mouth. This was just too casual. At this age, this type of tone was even more infuriating than the Black Emperor's. "I want you to seriously beat him up," Yi Fan corrected. "Isn't that the same meaning? You want me to beat him up, to bully that child?" The little fatty said. No matter how he listened, it didn't sound right, as if it was Yi Fan who was going to bully the child. "However, I really like it too much, finally sending me someone to vent my anger on. I'm going to treat him like that bastardly Tian, smack his bottom until it blossomed." The little fatty already began to delightfully fantasize. On the other side, that 6-or-so-year-old child had long widened his eyes. So angry his little fists were clenched so tightly they released cracking sounds. Who was he? Even though he was young, he already knew that he came from a life-restricted region. No one in the outside world daring to provoke him. They were truly heaven's pride. No one in the 9 heavens 10 earths daring to look down on them like this. "Little fatty, you are too childish, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth," Ming Ren said angrily. He asked Shenming for instructions, about to immediately beat down Divine Child. "Come, I'm so excited I'm about to tremble." The little fatty put on an extremely arrogant look, his eyes truly full of excitement. He shouted, "Brat, come over, let me properly deal with you." Everyone felt a bit dizzy. Who did this child learn this from? How old was he? How could he speak like this? Everyone couldn't help but look towards Yi Fan. Even Ji Zi and Ji Haoyue were confused, looking at him. Yi Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. He said quietly, "Don't look at me." After he came back, he was always talking back, so I had Black Emperor and Flower discipline him for a few days, but in the end he became like this. The immortal spring swayed as it flew out, as if it was a baby who had just learned how to walk, staggering about. The little fatty shouted excitedly from inside, "Brat, just bring it on. I'm going to beat you up until even your father can't recognize you." Everyone felt even more dizzy. Then they really couldn't help but laugh again. Meanwhile, Shenming's face darkened for the first time. What kind of shameful words were these? To speak like this in front of her face, it really was fucking outrageous. However, what kind of status did he have? No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he would argue with a child, or else he would only make others laugh at him. The child at Shenming's side was angered to the extreme. With his background, how could he be taught these words? He was furious to the extreme, turning into a streak of light, rushing over, raising his fist and smashing over, wishing to directly shatter the immortal spring, drag the little fatty out and beat him up. Everyone was shocked because they actually saw the power of natural laws on that child's fist. This was just too shocking. Just how old was he? "You came just in time. Watch how Big Bro is going to deal with you." The little fatty cried out happily, as if he discovered the best present. The immortal spring swayed about, twisting and turning, avoiding this fist. The one inside the immortal spring seemed a bit unreliable. His legs weren't that nimble, yet he could still fight? After all, it really was too small. Of course, everyone was shocked as well. Ever since the divine child came out, everyone had already discussed this. Those who were sealed inside the immortal spring definitely couldn't be ordinary. Just come out. Minren released a light shout. He rose into the air, his feet stepping towards the immortal spring, wishing to blast it apart, trample the hateful fatty out. Unfortunately, the immortal spring shook. Even though it was swaying back and forth, it directly released a wave of holy might, directly making the 6-year-old child in midair unable to endure it, falling onto the ground. Brat, you are still too tender. If you want to fight against me, you'll have to cultivate for another 1,000 or 800 years. The little fatty cried out excitedly, stirring on the immortal spring, smashing it over. With a pung noise, it smashed into Minren's forehead, making him dizzy and disoriented. Everyone didn't know what to say. This little fatty only looked like he was 2 or 3 years old, chubby, white and chubby, moreover still completely naked. Yet he said others were tender. This type of tone really was too strange for others to endure. Of course, there were a few experts who were horrified. Even though they were far away, they still sensed the holy might just now. It really was shocking to the extreme. This was just like a legend. It was just a child, yet he actually became a saint. No one would believe this. Was this the child of an immortal? Pung. The little fatty moved about in the immortal spring, clumsily flipping Minren over, using his will to beat him up. Moreover, he shouted noisily, "Brat, fighting against me. Your teeth haven't even grown out yet. Today, I'll beat you until even your father can't recognize you." On the side, Shenming already turned into a black-faced deity, strand after strand of green energy on her forehead, black lines crisscrossing about. Chapter 1557. Dark lines appeared on Shenming's face again and again. When she heard the little fatty's nonsense, she couldn't retort a single word. She couldn't really bicker with a 2 or 3-year-old child, right? "I'm going to step on your lungs. Brat, even your mom wouldn't be able to recognize you when you return home, calling you a fat pig head. Fighting with me, not even the God of heaven would be enough. Even this type of little brat wants to compete with this great one? You are too far off." The little fatty continuously muttered while suppressing his opponent, muttering to himself, acting like an elder, not even looking at how old he was. Everyone really was speechless. This was originally going to be a battle between giants, possibly provoking the ancient supreme beings of the 7 great restricted regions, but they never expected things to develop to this extent. Many people wanted to laugh. This little fatty really was too much. He was only that old. Yet who did he learn these types of words and habits from? They really couldn't help but laugh. "I'm going to step on your lungs. I'm going to hit your stomach. I'm going to reward you with 2 fried dumplings." Even though the little fatty was in the immortal spring, he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve, none of them repeated. "What? You still aren't convinced? Youngsters really are stubborn. Watch how this elder deals with you." Divine Child shouted excitedly, using all of the methods Li Tian, Black Emperor, Yi Fan and the others used to deal with him, not getting tired of it, extremely happy. After being suppressed for so many years, he finally found a punching bag, moreover casually squeezing him, completely beating him up, making him so happy that bubbles were popping out. Happy to the point of stamping his feet. "Devilish brat, who told you to be stubborn? Who told you not to admit defeat? I'll beat you until you swear allegiance when you see me." When she heard Divine Child's voice become more and more arrogant, Shenming's expression became worse and worse. This was beating up her family's child right in front of her. This unrestrained, this arrogant, it really was the first time she experienced something like this in her life. "I'm going to step on you until you become a pig head." The little fatty struggled in the immortal spring, smashing into Minren's face with pung pung sounds, immediately making his nose and face swell, as if he had been hugged by a bear. Shenming still endured, not saying a word, quietly watching as her son was beaten, viewing this as a type of sharpening. Things went too smoothly after Mingren was born. He felt like suffering some setbacks when he was young wasn't bad either. "Little thing, do you submit or not? If not only will I beat you up so badly that even your father can't take it anymore. I'll beat you up so badly that you won't even recognize your grandfather." Little fatty said arrogantly. "Little bean, I can't accept this. Minren had long become anxious. What kind of status did he have? He was the descendant of a supreme being, so when had he ever suffered this type of pressure? He was about to faint from anger. Bang! Bang! There was another round of beating. Meanwhile, Shenming was still enduring it, not saying a word. However, she really didn't feel good inside. A supreme being's grandson was bullied and humiliated like this. Even if it wasn't the first time since ancient times, it was pretty much the same. You're too weak. You can't even take a beating. It looks like you won't be able to last more than a few hits, right? The little fatty said enthusiastically and hopefully. Why don't you take me as your master? I'm sure I'm better than your father. F***ck. What are you talking about? Shenming's face became even darker. She almost couldn't take it anymore, but she still endured it. Little bean damn fatty, this isn't over yet. I won't rest until one of us is dead. Minren roared out angrily. However, he was crushed to the ground, unable to budge an inch. Brat, you really are going too far. This one gave you a chance, yet you don't know what's good for you. If you still don't take me as your master, then I'll wipe you out. Godly child threatened fiercely. It was a pity that he was too young, and lacked that kind of aura. But he still shouted, if you join my sect, don't talk about taking care of your father. You can even beat up your grandfather. The little fatty was so excited that he began to spit out saliva from his mouth. Shenming's expression could already be described as black as the bottom of a pot. Previously, she still thought that her son was outstanding among supreme being descendants, rarely seen in this world. Yet in the end, he was trampled on like this. What was more important was that this little fatty was still this arrogant, beating up her son while also ridiculing her, the old man. What was even more infuriating was that even Shenming's old man was implicated. This really was a bit frustrating, unable to vent her anger. This brat was a bit too young. If he was an adult, Shenming would have long smacked him, smashing him into mush. Shenming had never felt as wronged as she did today. Just how arrogant of a person was she? She was confident that she was unmatched in her generation. Yet she never expected to be in such an awkward situation right now, having her son beaten up in front of her. Good, this one's guidance wasn't in vain. You finally improved a bit. In the distance, that large black dog appeared again, immediately speaking words of encouragement. The little fatty didn't pay the Black Emperor any attention, because he was inwardly resentful towards it. He had been bullied by it before, but he couldn't suppress his current excitement, still acting happily, continuing his great cause of beating people up. Enough, this battle is Minren's loss. Shenming really couldn't endure it any longer. She felt like rather than saying that this was sharpening her son's nature, it was better to say that this was a test of his endurance. This little fatty's mouth didn't hold back at all. If this continued, not only would he curse father and son's mothers, he might even disrespect his supreme being old man. The consequences of this were extremely severe. A supreme being couldn't be humiliated. Not even a child could speak like this. When Minren was received by him with a wave of his hand, he immediately fainted. This was completely out of anger. There were restrictions on his body. Normally speaking, no one could harm him, but this type of humiliation and resentment made him feel even more flustered. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Even though they were enjoying themselves, the shock they felt inside was still extremely powerful. This was especially the case now that they calmed down. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying they felt. That was but the descendant of a supreme being. Yet he was easily subdued just like that, not a match at all. What kind of background did this little fatty have? It was just too terrifying. At this time, there were naturally quite a few people who recognized the immortal source, moreover spreading the news, making it known to everyone. Everyone became even more shaken. This was but a heaven-defying immortal object, most likely not even a restricted region able to produce it in large amounts. And Pooh became silent. He was thinking about the ancient supreme beings. This child was definitely one of these people's descendant, or else there was no way he could be this freakish, exceeding normal reasoning. Being born a saint, this type of thing existed in theory. But if this type of person really did exist, then it was just too horrifying. How about it? Do you admit defeat? Then just slap your own mouth first, and then apologize. The Black Emperor said arrogantly, This type of attitude leaving everyone stupefied. This was but an existence from a restricted region. Many people immediately understood, feeling like Divine Child's display just now was definitely related to this large black dog. Their styles similar, a bit similar. Don't tell me he was Wu Shi's son? When everyone thought of this possibility, all of their fine hairs stood on end. What a good child. Yet he was destroyed just like that. Everyone sighed with regret. However, when the large black dog bared his teeth, everyone closed their mouths. This dog was too different and ferocious. Shinming's face was expressionless, not admitting defeat. Didn't I already say that there is another child? Now, was there still a child in this world who could defeat Divine Child? Everyone almost didn't believe this. All of them revealing strange expressions, thinking that he was forcefully holding on. Perhaps he might fly into a rage out of humiliation, directly unleash a great slaughter. However, Shinming's face was instead extremely calm. She beckoned behind her. The two children walked over together, one of them extremely special. Apart from having chaotic energy swirling about him, there was also a type of desolate beast aura that was released. This was especially the case when Shenming rubbed his head. This child's aura flourished even more, as if he had killed countless creatures, terrifying to the extreme. Mingren and the other child were completely ignored, only having him in their eyes. All of their eyes gathered over, because he made everyone shiver inwardly. This child also looked to be 6 or 7 years old, lips red, teeth white, eyes like gemstones. His appearance was extremely handsome, a little fella that drew everyone's attention. Everyone just couldn't understand why there was this type of heaven-overflowing killing intent released from his body. It didn't match his bearing and temperament at all, as if he had two souls. This is my older brother. Shinming was extremely frank, not hiding anything. However, when these words sounded, everyone immediately erupted into commotion, feeling that this was inconceivable, leaving everyone shocked. This was a child. So how did he become the older brother of a great sage-level imperial prince? In the past he experienced a heaven-collapsing earth-splitting great battle, which is also the darkness chaos you humans speak of. He was injured by someone, becoming like this, no different from a child. Shinming said honestly. He directly stated that Divine Child's origins were strange, already couldn't be called a child. Him inviting a different child to appear wasn't a violation of the agreement. This was a true imperial prince, moreover someone who previously rebuked heaven and earth, dominating the world. Now he appeared in this type of state, just how much divine might was left. Everyone was extremely nervous, but also full of anticipation. Yi Fan waved his hand, restraining the little fatty, not letting him who was itching to give it a try take action. Based on his intuition, he knew that the special imperial prince on the other side definitely wasn't someone to provoke. Even though that person turned into a child, his source and other parts probably didn't weaken too much, still remaining. Who knows, he might make Divine Child suffer a loss. Just let him come, we'll switch out someone on our side as well. The Black Emperor said. He stood up, a pair of large claws on his back, a look of arrogance on his face. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was asking for a beating, giving others the urge to give it a vicious beating. This little boy named Shen Yu walked over, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. He looked pure, eyes clear, but that type of aura made many older generation figures tremble. The large black dog invited the little Nan Nan, having her go up. Nan Nan doesn't know how to fight. The little girl was a bit embarrassed, not knowing what to do. Her large eyes blinked, looking towards Yi Fan for help. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Just go up, just treat him like a playmate, there's no need to do anything." The little Nan Nan walked up. She only looked to be 2 or 3 years old, like a porcelain doll, her large eyes clearly black and white. Shin Yu's terrifying aura was completely ineffective against her. "Attack!" Shenming shouted with a low voice. A streak of coldness flashed past Shin Yu's eyes, as if he had awakened. His entire body immediately released ocean-like killing intent, simply about to instantly split apart heaven and earth. However, when he raised his small hand, rushing towards the little Nan Nan, he instead trembled, his eyes revealing a look of alarm. At this time, many people saw that behind the little Nan Nan was a terrifying scene. There were countless corpses, emperors and emperors falling on the ancient battlefield. Even more so the dazzling radiance of ascension erupting. It was as if she slaughtered through the 9 heavens 10 earths, ruling over the endless ages, and then ascended to immortality. Chapter 1558. Everyone was stupefied, the pores on their bodies turning cold, as if cold air was pouring in. They immediately felt a chill from head to toe. This type of scene? Blood flowed across the great earth, countless corpses lying everywhere, fighting until mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun, moon, and stars fell one after another, the great emperor's formation patterns destroyed. Meanwhile, at the center, there was only a hazy figure left, no one able to see him. He released blazing light, as if he was ascending to immortality. It was suspected that there were ancient holy emperors who participated in the battle, but in the end, they all fell into pools of blood, only a single person ascending to immortality on that ancient battlefield, shocking the world. What was going on? Who exactly was that? Forget about everyone, even Enpu and Shinming's eyes widened, revealing looks of disbelief. This was just too toppling, making them all tremble. There were countless corpses lying on the ground. Even if those who had fallen were not ancient emperors, they were still the strongest quasi-emperors who were on the verge of reaching the supreme venerable level. However, all of them had fallen in a pool of blood. This made that person's power even more apparent. He was the sole sovereign, looking down on endless generations, accompanied by immortal light. The eyes with which everyone looked at little Nan Nan all changed, carrying horror, respect, and hope. She was just too extraordinary. She was just a little girl, so why did this type of scene appear behind her? At the center of the battlefield, Shinyu clutched his head and cried out. Just now, his body erupted with killing intent that could suppress the 9 heavens, making even the sect ancestors of a region shiver inwardly. That was his true foundational aura. However, when this type of tremendous pressure surged forward, little Nan Nan's body released auspicious light, producing this type of irregular scene. It exceeded everyone's expectations. Shinyu seemed to be in extreme pain, especially after facing little Nan Nan's ascension light. He began to tremble even more. His most powerful source was enough to look down on the world, but compared to this, it was ridiculously weak. His entire body was shaking, backing up step by step. Then he actually held his head and roared out, shaking the heavens until even the heavens collapsed. All of the clouds within a range of several hundred li were scattered. This scene left everyone even more horrified. This child was an imperial prince after all, worthy of being Shinming's older brother. Even though there was a problem, he was still this terrifying. In the end, Shinyu went crazy, backing up while crying loudly. This was fear that originated from the bottom of his heart, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in all of eternity. I admit defeat. Shinming shouted loudly. This was his older brother, so he couldn't treat him like his own child. He didn't need to be tempered. He was filled with respect and regret, and quickly brought him back. However, at this time, Shinming still didn't make contact with little Nan Nan's auspicious radiance. Just by getting a bit closer, he already felt as if he was crushed by an endless great mountain, almost unable to breathe. Shinming was shocked, simply not daring to believe all of this. Who was this little girl? How could she be like this? This type of power shouldn't appear on her body. Without saying a word, he quickly flew away with his older brother. Only when they were far away from the auspicious light did he let out a sigh of relief. Just now he actually couldn't take it anymore. It was too shocking. Shinming had never felt as horrified as she did today. One divine child was one thing already heaven-defying. Now another little girl appeared. This type of display almost making one unable to comprehend what was going on. Everyone shivered inwardly, all of them shocked. Only the little Nan Nan on the battlefield was at a loss, not seeing the terrifying scene behind her. She looked at the roaring Shinyu in confusion. The little girl was extremely innocent. When faced with everyone's gazes and everyone's fear, she didn't know anything. Her large eyes were like black gemstones as she looked towards Yi Fan for help. It's fine. Even though Yi Fan was inwardly shaken, he still had a smile on his face, comforting the little girl, not letting her feel at a loss because of this. The radiance behind little Nan Nan receded, all types of scenes disappearing, no longer appearing. The more powerful one is, the more one cannot injure her. The Black Emperor stared at the scene that became dim, saying quietly to himself, extremely confident in his own deduction. Only now did Yi Fan walk over, holding the little girl's hand as they walked out from the center of the battlefield, having her gradually calm down. "Don't come over, I admit defeat." Divine Child cried out loudly, crying out. He didn't admit defeat to anyone, not only arguing with Yi Fan. Even when he was disciplined by the Black Emperor, he also challenged it. He only felt apprehension towards a little Nan Nan. Everyone became even more shocked. Why were these children so heaven-defying? They were born as saints, beating down the descendant of a restricted region's supreme being. And then they were almost scared to tears by a little girl. Was there still any justice left in this world? The most excessive thing was that the little girl herself was at a loss. This made everyone tremble, but at the same time, they were also speechless, not having the slightest temper. If you admit defeat, then accept defeat. Your brother was scared to tears. The Black Emperor said. These words weren't pleasant to hear, but they were the truth. Xinyu cried loudly, still not recovering even now. Even his mind a bit deranged. To make an imperial prince who had previously looked down on the world, a tyrant of the world, act like this, it really was shocking, rarely seen since ancient times. Empu released a long sigh and said, "In this world, there will always be some existences and powers we cannot understand. Regardless of whether it is in the past or the past, they are always like this, making one feel reverence." His words made everyone think deeply. Could it be that similar incomprehensible miraculous events happened in the past as well? This type of existence, is it reminding the 9 heavens 10 earths supreme beings that they still have enemies? Xinming also said to herself. Today she was completely convinced. It wasn't because of Divine Child, but rather because of the little Nan Nan's performance. No one expected a little girl to actually have this type of hidden power. Even the white-clothed Divine King, Sacred Prince, GZ, and others revealed looks of contemplation. Pa. A sharp and clear sound interrupted everyone's contemplation. Xinming gave herself a slap, extremely direct, not becoming angry out of humiliation, or becoming hostile. This sound left many people stupefied. I take back my previous words, apologize to Divine King Jiang here, apologize to you, and congratulate you on your great joy. He spoke in a straightforward manner, not beating around the bush at all. Within 10 years, I will stay far away from all of you. Wherever you all are, I will automatically move out of the way. Everyone erupted into commotion, not expecting him to really fulfill his promise like this. This type of arrogant person actually lowered himself to this type of attitude, leaving everyone shocked. Then, Xinming brought the 3 children with her, turning around to leave, not stopping for even a moment, not feeling dejected at all. Still tall and straight and intimidating, powerful without changing. Wherever her eyes passed, everyone moved out of the way. While he was leaving, someone secretly sneered and said, "What life-restricted region? Nothing more than a joke." He wasn't even able to enter Ji family's gates, yet he was stopped outside, slapped in the face. If he was strong enough, he should have slaughtered his way in, slaughtered until blood flowed like rivers, corpses endless. Only then would he be worthy of being a supreme being's heir. This voice was just that abrupt, shocking everyone. He actually dared speak like this. Was he tired of living? However, when everyone looked around, not a single person could find the source of the voice. Unable to discern the direction. This person had wondrous techniques, moreover used a secret treasure, and that was why he could do this. His intentions were sinister, clearly not an upright person. Maliciously attacking Xinming was nothing more than to increase his sense of shame, to get revenge on Yi Fan, Ji family, and others in the future. "Get out here!" The big black dog shouted. At the same time, Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, GZ, Dongfang Yi, and the others were also searching, wishing to uncover the person hiding in the dark. Meanwhile, Xinming's eyes were even more so cold, sweeping over every single person. "What, did I say something wrong? As the descendant of an ancient supreme being, if you don't dare slaughter endless corpses, how can you call yourself a supreme being?" A light ding sound rang out. The white-clothed Divine King flicked his finger. There was no zither in his hands, but the divine overture's sublimation sound was released, stirring up the world, tracing back to the source, directly extending towards a group of people. Pung. A magic tool exploded there. A great saint tool that was used to protect oneself was turned into ashes. Another secret treasure that was used to conceal one's divine sense and whereabouts also exploded and turned into fragments. That person was exposed. Clown jumping around. Shenming laughed coldly, directly reaching out a large black hand. It descended like a dark cloud, grabbing this person. Then his bones were broken and his tendons snapped, immediately turning into a bloody mist. He didn't even ask anything, directly killing this initial stage great sage. A sect ancestor level figure with extremely terrifying strength, extremely direct. If you have the strength, then just step out and be as direct as me. You don't have the strength, yet you still want to cause trouble in the dark, make irresponsible remarks. You are purely courting death. Shenming said extremely coldly. Then, she turned around and left, thus disappearing. A sect ancestor level figure from outside this region died. Yet the imperial prince from a restricted region didn't treat this as a big deal at all, showing it beneath contempt, too lazy to even ask about it. Brother Yi, congratulations, I wish you two a long life together. Empu spoke up, his handsome face extremely pale, carrying a bit of a sickly appearance. However, no one dared look down on him. Just now, he had previously erupted with an aura that made the sun, moon, and stars tremble. Empu carried a gentle smile. After congratulating him, he said seriously, "We will now turn around and part ways. From today on, if we meet again we will be enemies, not resting until one of us is dead." Everyone was stunned. A moment ago, he was still congratulating him. Yet the next instant, he was this serious, the complete opposite, making everyone's hearts tremble. This was definitely a powerful figure, a supreme being, heaven's pride of a generation. Yi Fan cupped his hands. His impression of Empu wasn't bad. Just now, if it wasn't for him stopping him, he would have definitely fought a life and death battle with Shenming. A bloody battle definitely taking place. If that was the case, on this great day, it really would be a bit of a wet blanket. Empu didn't stop, turning around and leaving. The engagement ceremony continued. Everyone invited the white-clothed divine king into Ji family. Many guests arrived, all of them passing through that grand entrance. Wavering Light Holy Lord Weiwei has arrived. Wind Clan Holy Lord Feng Huang has arrived. Emperor Guhua's imperial throne has arrived. Following loud shouts, the sect masters of Holy Lands arrived one after another, participating in this engagement ceremony. The commotion was great, extremely shocking. Later on, it was unknown just how many foreign saints also entered Ji family. The Void bloodline didn't feel any fear. There were great emperor patterns here, so there was no need to worry no matter how many people came. As long as they dared enter and wanted to cause trouble, they would naturally be suppressed. This was the confidence of a family that had produced a great emperor before. However, it was precisely under this type of background that someone entered Ji family, still extremely arrogant, lacking respect, let alone fear. A great sage stepped out, actually only coming to deliver a letter, his voice ice cold. Yi Fan, come out, personally open this letter. This letter released sparkling precious splendor, actually flowing with a strand of emperor might, leaving everyone shocked. Who was this? The letter that was written had this type of terrifying aura, strand after strand of emperor might released. Even though it was auspicious and amiable, not carrying any killing intent, it was still intimidating. Chapter 1559. It was just a letter, yet it shone brilliantly, releasing the dignity of a great emperor. It was as if an unmatched supreme being had appeared, overlooking the world, making the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers lose color. Sparkling radiance swirled about this letter, extremely gentle, containing an aura that made one feel reverence. Many people almost knelt down. It wasn't all that overbearing, but it left behind an imprint of this level. In the myriad worlds, all creatures, from the great sages to the common folk, would feel great fear in their hearts. They would tremble in fear, as if they were facing the ruler of the age when the heavens and the earth were split apart. They would feel fear from their souls, and they would want to prostrate themselves in worship. Who wouldn't be shocked? Even the saints and sect ancestors from outside this region felt fear. Who exactly was this? Yi Fan, come out and receive the great emperor's decree. This great sage said coldly, not showing much expression, not giving others the slightest bit of goodwill. Who are you? Acting so arrogant, do you want to be spanked? The divine child cried out. Because he displayed a valiant performance in the battle against Shinming family's child, as a reward, Yi Fan didn't immediately put him away, allowing him to freely play around. Even though the little fatty tried his best to look mature, his entire body was smooth and slippery, his little birdie exposed, his body white and clean. Together with the phrase spanking, his childishness was exposed. In the past, as long as he wasn't honest, he would be spanked by Li Tian. In his eyes, this was the most detestable punishment, something he loathed bitterly. That was why it also became a great move, to intimidate others. This was a great sage who seemed to be in his prime, blood energy exuberant. It could be said that he had immeasurable prospects. If he fought with everything he had, he might have a chance of breaking through the quasi-emperor trial. His brown hair was thick and dense, and his body was well built. His skin was a bronze color, and his eyes were like golden lanterns. They were extremely intimidating, and when he coldly swept his gaze over, Godchild immediately broke out into a cold shiver. When everyone saw his attitude and how he didn't fear the resources of Yi Fan and the others, and how he didn't respect or fear them in the Ji clan, they all understood that he was a tough character. He definitely had an extraordinary background, and was clearly fearless. Naturally, he would not lower himself to the level of a child. However, he still released a wisp of the might of the great sage as a warning. His eyes were quite sharp. Melon Brat is right. What are you being so arrogant for? I once fought with great Emperor Wu Shi, but I wasn't as arrogant as you. You want to be arrogant even after coming here? The Black Emperor came out. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he revealed a mouthful of snow-white fangs. Everyone shivered inwardly. This large black dog was different from before. He rarely took the initiative to admit that he had followed Wu Shi before, clearly stating this. Of course, it was definitely bragging. When Wu Shi was conquering the world, there was no need for it to do anything. In some unofficial history and ancient records, it was a wandering cub that was picked up by great Emperor Wu Shi in his later years and raised. It was impossible for it to have experienced the various divine battles that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The conquest of the great emperor had nothing to do with it. It had only witnessed a period of extraordinary times, as well as the end of the glory of a great emperor that looked down on all ages. You're the melon brat, the little fatty said angrily. It was obvious that he was extremely dissatisfied with this form of address from the Black Emperor. There's nothing for me to be arrogant about. I'm only responsible for delivering a letter. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to you, the brown-haired great sage said coldly. His eyes were very cold. Although he was concealing it, there was still a hint of hostility. When he spoke, his face was expressionless, as if he was an ice sculpture. If you want to seek death, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll take you to the sea-suppressing eye. The large black dog said coldly. In the past, he had often clamored about taking in holy sons and holy daughters as human pets. Even though people hated him so much that the roots of their teeth itched, not many people took him seriously. They didn't think he could do it. But now things were very different. This dog was becoming more and more terrifying. It was only natural that he would be so domineering. I can't be bothered to say anything more to you, the brown-haired great sage said coldly. I've already said what I wanted to say, and I've already delivered the letter. Whether you accept or reject it is your choice. However, if you really want to rebel against a great emperor, I also admire you. You can do as you please without fear of your race being exterminated. Quangdang. In this instant, dozens of formation platforms appeared out of thin air, trapping the great sage within. The Black Emperor was very direct. He was about to make a move and capture him. Wang. A brilliance flashed between the brown-haired great sage's brows, and a pagoda flew out. It was as tall as 33 levels, flowing with mysterious yellow qi and curling with chaotic light. It suppressed above his head, protecting him within. The aura of a great emperor pervaded the air, terrifying to the heavens. It turned this place into an unshakable divine ground. No one could move it, and it blocked the pressure emitted by the formation platforms. This was a great emperor weapon? Everyone was stunned, feeling that this was inconceivable. However, there was no such thing in all the ancient supreme celestial tools. There had never been one in the past. Could it be that it was recently forged by someone? This was too shocking. Could someone have become an unmatched great emperor? This was too shocking. If this was the case, then wouldn't it make the current younger generation's heavenly geniuses feel despair? This pagoda was 33 levels tall, forged from eternal blue gold. This was a true immortal material, a material exclusive to ancient great emperors. Right now, it suppressed the void, a dazzling blue, sparkling and resplendent, blinding everyone's eyes. It was boundless, the atmosphere majestic, as if it represented the 33 layers of heavens, suppressing this place. It was extremely shocking. Moreover, there was actually all life source energy pouring down from every level, as if a magnificent waterfall was pouring down from the 33 heavens. It actually had a bit of source energy mixed within. Even though it wasn't as good as Yifan's source energy root, not the essence of mysterious yellow, it was still extremely rare, enough to shock the world. This pagoda was formidable, actually made from two types of immortal materials. It was too rarely seen and world-shocking. Who was this? Who exactly became a great emperor? If this was the case, then it was the same as cutting off all of the young prides of heaven's paths, making everyone feel great fear. Silently doing this, heaven-defying and world-shocking, no wonder the brown-haired great sage dared to do this. Even when facing the 7 great life-restricted regions, he still had enough confidence, not feeling any fear. Hongwang. The Black Emperor took action. Another 20 or so formation cores appeared, surrounding this person and unleashing a world-shocking attack. There was emperor might that pervaded the air, erupting, shocking everyone. Streak after streak of auspicious light surged, streak after streak of immortal splendor exploding in the void. Divine chains of order interweaved. This was the power of the damaged Wuxia killing formation. Everyone trembled, all of them backing up. No one expected that after arriving at the Ji family that had produced a great emperor before, there would be this type of confrontation that happened. It left everyone alarmed. This involved supreme beings, making everyone feel incomparably nervous. Killing light burst forth. A Kuan-Pung spread its wings, all of the clouds in the sky exploding, tearing apart the 9 heavens. Emperor might spread, the heavens above and the earth below. Everything trembled, as if it was going to collapse. Then beautiful flower petals drifted down, every single flower sparkling and translucent, reflecting a living great world, extremely majestic, grand, and terrifying. One flower, one world. This was a great collision between the two. The Black Emperor used the Great Killing Formation to attack, while the Emperor's pagoda was defending, displaying such a grand scene, intimidating the mortal realm. Within the dazzling natural laws, it was as if someone was ascending with multicolored light, especially dazzling. In the end, when all of the brilliance faded, the large black dog revealed a serious expression. He had encountered an extraordinary person. That sparkling and translucent blue Emperor's pagoda was not only not broken, it didn't even move in the slightest. Natural laws interweaved there, chaotic aura rising, creating a hazy scene. Of course, this was only a probing attack, not a true life and death battle. The Black Emperor still hadn't used all of his formation patterns, and there were still many formation cores that hadn't been set up. It wasn't like last time when he faced the old winged snake, where he used all of his trump cards. Hongwang. The Black Emperor moved again, about to attack. Moreover, this time, the brown-haired great sage also took the initiative to attack. There was a hint of coldness at the corner of his lips, and even in the Ji clan he was not afraid. Clang, 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 thick sword chi soared into the sky, as if a celestial tool was trembling from the highest heavens. Boundless sword rays rained down, all of which originated from the void. This was the Ji clan's great formation awakening, and they had made their move. In their ancestral grounds, there was no need to make any decisions. Even if their opponent's background was astonishing, they still had to protect Yifan's dignity. After all, they could be considered a family from now on, so there was no need for them to think too much. Gods and Buddhas were slain, and immortal sounds rang out endlessly. The immortal pagoda above the brown-haired great sage's head swayed, shaking off layers of light, releasing boundless auspicious light. It was all Emperor's might, blocking this attack. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. He hasn't truly become a monarch yet, and he hasn't passed that barrier, someone from the G clan said coldly. The Great Formation's attack became even more terrifying. Although it wasn't the core Great Emperor formation, and only the outer layer of the killing Tao was used, it was still enough to shock the world. Not far. The white-clothed God King stared at the pagoda, revealing an incomparably serious expression. At the same time, the Black Emperor also brought out formation platforms one after another, surrounding this place, wanting to attack the brown-haired Great Sage again. The outer layer of the G clan's Great Emperor formation was activated, and the Black Emperor's incomplete formation runes were brought out, wanting to suppress this person at the same time. However, the brown-haired Great Sage didn't feel any fear. On his head, the Emperor's pagoda's light became even more resplendent. Strands of Emperor Tao laws spread out, like the feathers of a phoenix, extremely dazzling. When these runes appeared, everyone was shocked. Just now, the G clan's Great Sage said that this person hadn't achieved the Tao, but this kind of performance made everyone confused. This 30-floor pagoda was practically no different from a Great Emperor weapon. He was just one step away, about to cross that barrier and become the current world's supreme Great Emperor. From his weapon, one could see that he wasn't even afraid of losing this weapon. There was basically no one who could block his path. This was shocking. To be more precise, this person could fight against the unparalleled existences of the 7 great life-restricted zones, because those ancient supreme beings had all paid the most disastrous price to live until now. As such, it could be said that in the present world, this person already had nothing to fear. Even if he didn't say that he was number 1 in the universe, he was close to being unrivaled under the heavens. He had achieved the highest fruit of Tao. He was only one step away from crossing that barrier and becoming another supreme Great Emperor since the beginning of time. This was shocking. The people who were still holding on to a sliver of hope just now all felt a wave of fear. Someone was really going to become a Great Emperor, and there was no way to stop it. There seemed to be no suspense. Not even the existences of the life-restricted zones could do anything about it. At the very least, this person's vitality was definitely more vigorous than the ancient supreme beings, and he was currently at the peak of his life, about to break through the shackles, rule over the 9 heavens, and suppress this world. No wonder. Everyone finally knew why the brown-haired Great Sage dared to do this. The person behind him was about to achieve the Tao. This was a supreme being with even more confidence than the life-restricted zones. He might rule over the heavens and 10,000 realms. An old era was about to come to an end, and a new era was about to begin. Since the ancient times, another great emperor dynasty would be created, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths would all be revered. Chapter 1560. The pressure was immense and boundless. Everyone felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. They were almost suffocating and their primordial spirits were about to collapse. In particular, those who had aspirations of becoming emperors were all silent. This was like an unshakable mountain that blocked their path forward. No one could see any hope. Whether it was the sacred prince or the prince of G, they were both shocked. They had never thought that someone in this generation could reach this step. They were the children of ancient emperors and great emperors, so no one knew better than them how difficult it was to reach this step. It was not something that could be achieved through the accumulation of time. Without unparalleled talent and outstanding talent, it was impossible to even think about touching the steps of that realm. Not to mention stepping on the steps and truly opening that door, it was simply too difficult. Since ancient times until now, almost none of the descendants of great emperors had achieved the Tao. None of them could cross this hurdle. No matter where this person came from, whether he was an imperial prince or a mortal, he could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There was no need to think too much about it. He had surpassed all the heroes of the present age. If this person became an emperor, there would be no hope for the world. Was it possible for 2 great emperors to appear in one era? When Yi Fan was still weak, he had thought that changing the starry sky and changing the ancient land of life would give rise to the possibility of several emperors coexisting. But as he became stronger and stronger, his heart wavered. All signs indicated that it was very difficult. It was possible to achieve the Tao in different places, but it would be the quasi-emperor instead of the true supreme great emperor realm. In the end, the strongest of the 10,000 worlds would cross a single wooden bridge and fight for the soul qualification. Unless there was an exception, unless it was a strange legendary era like the Venerable Emperor era, it might be possible to break the shackles of heaven and earth and have the possibility of several emperors coexisting. Of course, this was only a guess and might not necessarily be true. Until now, there was no direct evidence to prove that there were several great emperors in the Venerable Emperor era. The brown-haired great sage had a cold expression on his face. He didn't say a word, but his aura said it all. He stood proudly, and behind him was an emperor who would rule over the entire universe. Even if he stood in the forbidden zone, he wouldn't be in danger of dying, and wouldn't do anything to him. It was because right now he represented a supreme being, an emperor envoy. No one dared to touch him. Yi Fan, are you going to accept the decree or not? This time, it isn't a bad thing. The emperor admires you greatly, entrusting you with an important task. The brown-haired great sage spoke again. Just how powerful did he have to be to dare to come here and recruit the holy physique of the human race? One had to know that he was a great sage, and his future achievements were limitless. Who could order him around? But now such a person had really appeared. He directly said that he wanted to entrust an important task to him, but in reality, he wanted to take him in as his subordinate. He wasn't afraid of any backlash at all. This represented a type of supreme confidence and conceit. What emperor lord? Is he stronger than this celestial emperor? Divine Child shouted angrily. Although this little fatty was young, his confidence was bursting. Yi Fan walked over step by step, his expression incomparably cold. Someone wanted to take him in as a subordinate. Even if that person was going to become an emperor, it was still difficult for him to accept. You think too highly of yourself. Don't forget that he still hasn't passed that trial. Please remember, as long as he doesn't truly become an emperor, there will be many variables. In this world, there might be someone who can take him in. The Black Emperor said coldly. However, right now his expression was already extremely serious. A creature who had followed Great Emperor Wu Shi before spoke like this, naturally leaving everyone's expressions shaken. Is there someone like this? I truly don't know who else in this world can take in an Emperor Lord. At this point, no one can do anything. The brown-haired great sage was extremely confident. He pointed at the 33-story blue immortal gold pagoda above his head, a hint of a cold smile appearing at the corners of his lips. He said, even if someone can temporarily take away this pagoda, it's useless. A supreme being can reach the heavens and earth in an instant. No one can suppress even a strand of his hair. Perhaps the so-called Emperor Lord wanted to recruit Yi Fan, and had a certain amount of sincerity, but this person definitely had selfish motives and enmity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this special day to deliver the decree letter. The sacred prince sneered and said, "You are overconfident. Back then, even after my father achieved the Tao, he didn't act like the person behind you, making such a grand display. You want someone who can challenge a great emperor in the future to become a subordinate with a decree? I think he's just worried and wants to forcefully stay by his side to watch over him." Regardless of whether it was him or GZ, they both had the qualifications to say these types of words. Their fathers were true great emperors, so they had the final say. The Emperor Lord of the Divine Court thinks highly of you and wishes to confer you the title of the Lord of a domain in the Big Dipper Star region. I hope you don't refuse and don't make a mistake. The brown-haired great sage stared at Yi Fan and spoke like this. The Divine Court. This was the first time news of the Big Dipper Star region spread out. This caused all the saints who came from the myriad heavens to feel a wave of astonishment. Then they began to discuss. The Divine Court Lord's cultivation is profound and his magical power is at the peak of the current era. If he truly moved out, he would be invincible under the heavens. Some of the great sages in the depths of the cosmos even took the initiative to worship him as their master, opening up territories for him. This is an incomparably great power that will sweep through the 8 desolates. They have the great ambition of unifying the heavens and earth. Some people had heard of the divine court before because their influence was too great. They had already ruled some ancient regions, and their might shook the cosmos. Yi Fan's heart trembled as he suddenly understood. This wasn't the first time he heard of this. He had once fought against them. When he went to the Ziwei Star region to search for the little girl, he almost uprooted the divine court organization there. In the past, the Ziwei divine dynasty was destroyed by this organization from the outer realms. They replaced it, and became the ruler of that region. The divine court lord imitated the ancients and wanted to rebuild the ancient heaven of the mythological era. He wanted to recreate the glory of the autarch era. Back in the Ziwei Star region, Yi Fan had already guessed that there must be a powerful quasi-emperor behind the divine court. But he didn't expect it to be even more powerful than he had imagined. Is it the so-called sovereign lord that you speak of who asked you to deliver the letter today? Asked Yi Fan coldly. After that he said, I don't think so. If I'm not wrong, you have a close relationship with the great sage that I destroyed in the Ziwei Star region, right? Today, you purposely did this to anger me so that the sovereign lord behind you would make a move. You also know that you once killed that great sage? The brown-haired great sage finally erupted. He no longer concealed the hatred in his heart. His eyes were filled with endless coldness. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. He only has himself to blame, said Yi Fan. The 33-level pagoda hung high in the sky, sending down strands of source chi. The eternal blue and gold light flickered, illuminating the universe. The brown-haired great sage stood below, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. He had the backing of someone who was about to become a sovereign lord, so he wasn't afraid of anything here. He wasn't even afraid that the Ji clan, which had once produced a sovereign lord, would be able to do anything to him. In that case, accept the decree, said the great sage coldly. Things had already reached this step, forcing him to take things step by step to the extreme. At this time, letting Yi Fan accept the letter was equivalent to forcing him to lower his head, forcing him to submit. This was clearly bullying. He wanted to use this opportunity to anger Yi Fan, wanting to kill him with a borrowed knife. He wanted the divine court lord to eliminate the greatest enemy in his eyes. The sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, the dark emperor and the others were all furious. Even Ji Zi, who was a man of few words, had a cold expression on his face. He wanted to attack. This was going too far. The divine court lord had the intention to recruit Yi Fan, but he wouldn't be so rude. This was going too far. The divine court lord had the intention to recruit Yi Fan, but he wouldn't do this. This was going too far. This was going too far. The divine court lord had the intention to recruit Yi Fan, but it was impossible for him to be so rude. The brown-haired great sage's heart skipped a beat. He activated the pagoda above his head and said, I'm just a messenger. If you want to go against the divine court lord, you can naturally do so. The brown-haired great sage's heart skipped a beat. He then activated the pagoda above his head and said, I'm just a messenger. If you want to go against the divine court lord, of course you can. With a rumbling sound, Yi Fan directly took out the green copper cauldron. A wave of divine court lord's pressure erupted and pressed forward. He directly attacked. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was an emperor lord's weapon. It contained the secret of becoming an immortal, and was nurtured by Kunlun. It had once caused heaven and earth to tremble, causing all kinds of changes. Everyone wanted to obtain it. Everyone looked at the green cauldron with incomparable desire. At this moment, it was shining with a lustrous radiance. Tens of thousands of spirits appeared on its surface, and the primordial chi surged. What do you want to do? Do you want to go against the divine court lord? Are you not afraid of the calamity of having your entire clan wiped out? The brown-haired great sage shouted. The 33-layered pagoda above his head flickered with a brilliant blue and gold radiance. There were tens of thousands of strands, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. It was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. You are just a messenger. I naturally won't lower myself to the level of an errand boy like you, Yi Fan calmly said. When the brown-haired great sage heard this, he became furious. What kind of status did he have? He was the sect ancestor of a region, yet the other party truly treated him like a messenger. His tone was filled with not the slightest bit of concern, truly treating him like an odd-job servant, disdainful and full of contempt. However, the messenger still needs to understand etiquette. Offending me like this, even though I won't kill you, the offense you committed cannot be easily forgiven. Yi Fan coldly said. Everyone was in an uproar. Yi Fan personally said this. This meant that he truly treated this great sage as a servant, not treating him as someone of the same level, or an expert of the same level. The brown-haired great sage was furious. His eyes became increasingly cold. Today, he wanted to borrow the power of the divine court lord to trample on Yi Fan's dignity, but he never expected the other party to be so much more powerful than he had imagined. Even though the Emperor Lord was destined to achieve the Tao, the other party still wasn't willing to yield. Didn't you come to deliver a letter? I do want to hear the Emperor Lord's good intentions. Kneel over and read the letter. Yi Fan's expression was calm, speaking as if it was a matter of course. Everyone was shocked, and then they all revealed looks of shock. Yi Fan was using a domineering method to resolve the crisis, not leaving behind any traces. He didn't lower his head, but he didn't offend the Emperor Lord either. Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others all revealed smiles. They all looked forward, staring at the brown-haired great sage. The brown-haired great sage's heart jumped, and then his body went cold. He felt that the situation wasn't good. Yi Fan's actions were extremely sinister, making him kneel and read the letter, completely destroying his previous plans. By doing this, Yi Fan definitely wouldn't lose his dignity, nor would he immediately break off relations with the Emperor Lord. It was just that this brown-haired great sage had to bear all of the humiliation on his shoulders. In reality, this matter was also caused by the brown-haired great sage himself. He wanted to borrow power to pressure Yi Fan, forcing him to walk down a path of no return. Now that Yi Fan was doing this, even if the Emperor Lord heard about it, he wouldn't be able to say anything. The brown-haired great sage would suffer humiliation for nothing. Perhaps, the Emperor Lord would appreciate the human race's saint physique more. The brown-haired great sage's expression immediately turned cold. He couldn't tolerate this kind of thing happening. It was better to leave this place first. Unfortunately, it was easy to come, but difficult to leave. Yi Fan's green copper cauldron pressed down. At the same time, the monkey waved the black immortal iron rod and directly smashed over. Emperor's might surged. He had long since found Yi Fan an eyesore. Meanwhile, GZ attacked with the void mirror. Not to mention his relationship with Yi Fan, this was his home, so he had to pay respects to the owner. The blue-gold Emperor's pagoda shook, and the source chi burst forth. It was extremely extraordinary, almost equivalent to an emperor weapon. Moreover, because its owner was still alive, he existed in this world, which would increase its boundless power. This was because this weapon was still alive. However, under the pressure of 3 emperor weapons, it still couldn't do anything. It was forcefully suppressed, and in the end, this item directly tore the void apart, wanting to rush out. Kneel over and read the letter. Yi Fan pressed forward. Chapter 1561. The Emperor's pagoda flew away. It possessed a boundless might and majestic aura, resonating with the heavenly Tao. Yi Fan and the others did not stop it, and the Ji family did not use the Great Emperor's formation to stop it either, allowing it to leave. Now was not the time to break off relations with the Emperor Lord. Leaving behind a pagoda was useless, and it could not stop him from achieving the Tao. What would come would come. What they lacked the most now was time. Whether it was Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, or Ji Zichuan, they all had the qualifications to become future supreme beings. As long as they grew up, they might have the strength to fight. And this period of time did not necessarily need to be too far away. For those who truly wanted to step on that path, time would not be an obstacle or a stumbling block in their path. In the air above Yi Fan's head, the bronze cauldron floated up and down, the origin energy of all things descending. The Emperor's might was displayed to its fullest, vast and boundless. Now that he had become the great sage, he was just like the old man demon from back then. He could activate this damaged immortal artifact, allowing it to release a peerless pressure. As for the brown-haired great sage, his knees had long cracked from the pressure, unable to endure this kind of pressure. He knelt down, unable to block the Emperor's might at all. If he dared to forcibly resist, he would definitely become dust. Read the letter, Yi Fan said coldly and emotionlessly. This person wanted to borrow the power to oppress him, to humiliate him, to force him into a dead end. He naturally would not have any good temper, and would do as he should, directly targeting him. The letter was still emitting a precious radiance, emitting strands of auspicious colors. It was imprinted with the Tao laws of a person who was about to achieve the Tao. There was no killing intent, but it was still terrifying. Without the protection of the Emperor's pagoda and the Emperor's artifact on his body, even as a messenger, the brown-haired great sage was trembling as he held the letter, his body feeling like it was going to split apart. Don't go too far. He spoke with difficulty, raising his head with great difficulty to meet Yi Fan's gaze. However, the bronze cauldron in front of him directly swept out a strand of pressure, causing him to immediately tremble. His face paled, unable to say a single word. Who's the one who's going too far? Acting so presumptuously at my engagement ceremony, and wanting to take advantage of the situation to humiliate me? You're not qualified. Yi Fan said coldly. With a rumbling sound, Emperor's might spread out. Yi Fan's voice was accompanied by the rumbling of the bronze cauldron. His voice was boundlessly vast, like a great emperor berating a prisoner beneath his feet. There were only two paths in front of the brown-haired great sage. He could either submit or be smashed to pieces. Moreover, he was trembling involuntarily. This was the great emperor's might that made him lose control of his body. As for his primordial spirit, it couldn't hold on any longer either. It was as if it was facing a primordial beast that wanted to devour him. At this moment, his instincts betrayed his consciousness. The deepest part of his soul was trembling. Facing the fluctuations of the treasures left behind by the ancient emperors, he felt extreme fear. The brown-haired great sage knelt there. He stretched out his trembling hands and opened the letter. At this moment, even more blazing light flowed out, almost making him collapse. The aura of someone who was about to achieve the Tao covered the sky and earth, making his situation even worse. His body was like a sieve as he softly fell there, swaying back and forth. It was extremely unbearable. This was a great sage. But under the Emperor's weapon, in front of the imprint of someone who achieved the Tao, he was nothing. He didn't have the slightest chance of resisting. The brown-haired great sage instinctively opened the letter. With a trembling voice, he began to read the letter intermittently. Just as he said, the content of the letter was to recruit Yi Fan, but it could still be considered respectful. Everyone held their breaths. This place was extremely quiet. This was actually the result. Earlier, the brown-haired great sage wanted to borrow power to suppress others. He stood there arrogantly, ordering Yi Fan to receive the decree, but in the end, he himself knelt here and read the letter for the human race's divine physique. It was truly lamentable. Such a thing actually happened here. A great sage knelt on the ground, submitting to the feet of the human race's divine physique. He held the letter with both hands and read it word by word. This appearance left everyone shocked and speechless. This person wasn't worthy of sympathy. He was overbearing in the front and had a high and mighty attitude. Now that he was suppressed, he had only himself to blame. However, the contrast between before and after was too great. It made people feel as if time had changed and space was in disorder. The appearance of a sect ancestor was truly a bit pitiful. Who told you to be arrogant? Now you're going to be spanked, right? Not far away, the divine child muttered. His chubby little face seemed to say that he already knew this would happen. He said, "Don't you know that evil Yi Fan is very bad? Under normal circumstances, this heavenly emperor would dare to provoke him. You alone are far from enough." Everyone was truly speechless. They almost laughed out loud. The little fatty was clearly only knee-high, but he still tried his best to act like an experienced Taoist. It was truly laughable. Yi Fan put away the broken myriad origin cauldron. He didn't even look at the brown-haired great sage who was prostrating on the ground. It was as if he didn't exist, completely ignoring him. This was a kind of undisguised contempt. Yi Fan treated him as if he didn't exist. He truly treated him as a messenger servant, not a powerful sect ancestor who could rule over a region. The sacred prince also put away the black immortal iron rod. The auspicious clouds and immortal light all retracted into his body. Jizi also put away the void mirror, restoring peace to this place. Dongfang Yi Li Heishui and the others all laughed. Why did he have to do this? If the brown-haired great sage hadn't harbored evil intentions and been so overbearing, this wouldn't have been the result at all. All the guests who came to attend the engagement ceremony had personally witnessed Yi Fan's strength. Those who had evil intentions were all extremely fearful. Forcing a great sage to kneel and read a letter was truly shocking. The ancient race heroes all shivered. They had already experienced Yi Fan's methods 200 years ago. At that time, he hadn't even become a saint yet, but he had already stirred up a storm in the world. Not to mention now, he was already the great sage, rampaging through the world and looking down on all races. The more they understood the past, the more their hearts trembled, making them even more fearful. The saints of the outer realms were very self-aware. In this kind of situation, no one would speak carelessly, and it was even more impossible for them to have any improper actions. The brown-haired great sage trembled as he stood up from the ground. He placed the letter on the table. His face was incomparably pale. He had suffered such humiliation today, and his heart was stifled to the extreme. A trace of incomparable resentment was hidden in his eyes. He trembled until he was far away from the letter. Only then did he straighten his back. His face alternated between green and white. He wanted nothing more than to smash his head into the ground and end his own life. However, even ants were greedy for life, let alone the sect ancestor of a region. He was naturally unwilling. He slowly calmed down and expressionlessly said, "Can I leave now?" "Yes." Yi Fan waved his hand, wanting to send him away. The brown-haired great sage took a deep look at him. There was anger in his heart, but he knew that he was no match at all. Once the other party had the green copper cauldron, he would never have the slightest chance of revenge. Finally, he swept his gaze over Shenhua, Little Nan Nan, Li Heishui, Little K, Erhuahua and the others. In the depths of his eyes, there was a cruel and cold killing intent. No matter how well he concealed it, how could he escape the sacred prince's fiery eyes of truth, let alone Yi Fan's heaven's eye? Immediately, the two's faces darkened. "How dare you, thief? How dare you not give up? I've already spared your life, but you don't repent and still harbor evil intentions," the sacred prince scolded. Yi Fan acted first. He did not want the sacred prince to have any karma with the bloodline of the emperor of the divine court. The green copper cauldron in his body glowed, causing his palm to burst forth with an emperor's might. In an instant he flicked his finger, and a thin ray of light rushed out, directly striking the brown-haired great sage's body. "Ah!" he screamed. His whole body spasmed, and his face was covered in sweat. It was as if he was in extreme pain. "You destroyed my Tao foundation?" The brown-haired great sage screamed in pain. His face was ashen, and it was extremely ugly. "It's fine if you have hatred in your heart, but you should hide it well. If I find out that you want to harm my disciples and friends, if I still let you continue to cause trouble, then the heavens will not forgive me. You are so cruel." The brown-haired great sage was close to despair. "I didn't completely destroy your foundation, but you can forget about being the great sage for the rest of your life." Yi Fan said it casually, but in the brown-haired great sage's ears, it was like thunder. His face was snow-white, and his body staggered into the distance. The accident had come to an end, but it was difficult for the crowd to calm down. The emperor of the divine court was about to achieve Tao, and he would become another supreme great emperor. The letter was placed on the table. It was still shining, dazzling and resplendent. Strand after strand of emperor energy surrounded it. Almost no one dared to approach. At this time, the white-clothed divine king walked up, and with his long and slender fingers, he picked it up and read it word by word. Then he asked Yi Fan if he wanted to reply. Yi Fan nodded. Kung-chang sounds rang through the air. Dazzling brilliance erupted. Characters appeared one after another at the tip of the divine king's fingers, engraving themselves into the letter. He gave it to Yi Fan to read through. "Many thanks to Senior." Yi Fan expressed his thanks. Only the divine king had this kind of skill, carving imprints beside emperor patterns. This displayed the power to seize the natural luck of heaven and earth. If it was anyone else, they would definitely have to borrow the power of emperor artifacts. With a light chi sound, the letter flew out, entering the body of the distant brown-haired great sage. He was immediately shaken, and then he fled into the horizon without even turning his head back. The engagement ceremony continued. This time it was extremely harmonious. It was impossible for anyone to stir up trouble again. 2 incidents happened in succession, one from the forbidden region of life, and the other from the sect of a future great emperor. Both of them left dejectedly, and naturally, no one dared to provoke them again. The world is about to collapse, and the immortal gate is about to appear. There must be a great change in this world. In this chaotic world, before the greatest change since the ancient times begins, I think it's better to directly change the engagement ceremony into a grand wedding. Divine King Jiang Taishu suggested. He was stunning in this world, and he was completely qualified to be Yi Fan's guardian. After putting forward this suggestion, the Ji family agreed after some thought. The world was about to completely change. In this terrifying great era, there were many unpredictable changes. Anything could happen, and it was better to call it a wedding earlier. Although the decision was a bit quick, the white-clothed divine king and the elders of the Ji family made the decision. Everyone was happy and expressed their agreement. The Ji family immediately became lively. All kinds of delicacies were brought out, and there were even more jars of divine wine. The fragrance wafted for several li, making people salivate just from smelling it. The atmosphere immediately became lively. People exchanged toasts and chatted merrily. Regardless of whether it was the saints from the outer realms or the experts from the northern Dipper Star region, they were all gathered together. Almost all the Holy Lands had arrived, and many important figures from the immortal inheritances had come to express their congratulations. Brother Yi, congratulations. A beautiful girl stepped forward. She was ethereal and otherworldly. She was naturally beautiful, and there was a kind of moving radiance about her. She was the light-shaking realm's new divine lord, Vivian. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude, and his heart was filled with endless emotions. When they first came to the northern Dipper Star region, the first person they met was Vivian. She brought them from the forest outside the ancient Forbidden Lands to a place with people, and then they entered the Spirit Ruins Paradise. At that time, Vivian was also chosen to enter the light-shaking realm, and now she was the master of that place. Rumor had it that she had practically plowed through the entire light-shaking realm, uprooting all the old order, and becoming a supreme woman. She was extremely bold. There was a mysterious aura around her. Ah, Brother Yi, congratulations. The Xia Emperor Xia Yiming stepped forward, and behind him followed his sister Xia Yilin. I also congratulate you. I heard that you are pregnant with Lin. And I was just about to go congratulate you. Yi Fan smiled. Then, he teased the white-clothed little nun of the past, asking her when she was getting married. The pure and innocent Xia Yilin glared at him, and waved her little fist at him. Behind her was the Wind Clan's divine lord, Feng Huang. She also walked forward and said, "Congratulations." The two of them had a past together, and when they looked back, it seemed like it was just yesterday. The Yi Fan of that era and the current human race's divine physique seemed to be the same, and it felt like they were separated by time and space. Chapter 1562. When they met again, they were still the same, but their moods had long since changed. At this point, the past had long since faded away. There was simply no gratitude or grudges to speak of. That was merely a small interlude in the past. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude and invited her inside. The Wind Phoenix had already taken off her multicolored mask, revealing a peerlessly elegant and beautiful face. She inwardly sighed and walked into the Grand Palace Hall. After so many years, she could only sigh ruefully that Quasi-Emperor and achieving the Tao were too difficult. In this lifetime, it was difficult to meet a single person who could do it. This world was too vast, and extraordinary people came forth in large numbers. However, if one truly wanted to achieve the Tao, there could only be one person who could do it if there were no accidents or strange events like the legendary era. The heroic words of youth seemed to be a type of excessive ambition now, and it was almost impossible for them to come true. However, life was like this. Many things could be thought of well in one's youth, but when the day actually came, it would be a completely different scene. Life continuously discounted us and sent us depression. This was the real life. No matter how beautiful one's longing was, it couldn't be true. One had to face it in the end. Congratulations, little sister Purple Moon, hee hee. Hualin had also arrived. Her blue hair was exceptionally beautiful, and her figure was tall and slender. She was radiant and could be considered exceptionally charming. On this day, all kinds of characters arrived to participate in this grand wedding. It gave people the illusion that a distinguished meeting of the 10,000 races was being held in the universe. There were all kinds of races here. The ancient race sighed with emotion the most. In the past, when Yi Fan was in the northern Dipper Star region, it could be said that he was chased by the saints to the point where he had nowhere to go. He had no choice but to go to the outer realms, and he had been gone for more than 100 years. When he returned, everything was different. Everything had been rewritten. He was already on equal footing with the number one ancient ancestor of each race, and no one dared to chase after him. Now he was already an influential great character in the northern Dipper Star region. Not many people dared to provoke him. The most important thing was that everyone could see a glimmer of the future from his body. His brilliance was boundless, and the great completion of the saint body was inevitable. At that time, he could challenge the great emperor. In this world, while others were still struggling to find a path, Yi Fan already had a unique advantage. He was different from everyone else. No matter who achieved the Tao, he would have the ability to compete with others when he cultivated to the extreme realm. This was also the main reason why the Divine Court Emperor thought highly of him, and had personally written a letter to rope him in. It was unknown how many tables had been set up for the banquet. Even the saints couldn't make it all. There were simply too many experts present, from the northern Dipper to the outer realms. There were countless races and experts. Ji family was bustling with noise and joy. Firecrackers couldn't help but explode, and all kinds of divine music played. There were also fairy-like young ladies soaring through the sky, green luans, lightning phoenixes, and other auspicious birds dancing in the air. White clouds lingered around, and a large number of palaces hung high up in the sky. It was as if they had arrived in the heavenly realm. The atmosphere here was warm and peaceful. Everyone drank cup after cup of wine, allowing the wedding to maintain a high level of enthusiasm. Some children ran around as if it was the most joyous festival. The little girl was very lively, jumping and playing with other children of the same age. She weaved in and out of the crowd, and her rosy little face was filled with a happy smile. Her every movement was watched by many people, because she was just too extraordinary. Even the imperial prince was scared to the point of going crazy, crying loudly. The flying immortal field that appeared behind her was especially shocking. There were even some people who wanted to capture the little girl and thoroughly study her to see what kind of background she had. Of course, this was just a thought. Who would dare to be rough in Ji family? Moreover, the imperial prince was scared to that extent, so no one was willing to risk their lives. Chung Dao, call me big brother in the future. I'll teach you exceptional divine abilities and guarantee that you'll be unrivaled under the heavens. Of course, apart from me. The divine child boasted and said a bunch of things to Chung Dao. In reality, he looked much younger than Chung Dao. Chung Dao was already 6 years old. He was very valiant and promising, unlike him who was still completely naked. Ji Chung Dao curled his lips and ignored the little fatty. Hey, didn't you see me beat up that grandson of the ancient immortal Tomb Emperor? You still don't believe in my strength? The divine child was dissatisfied. Nearby, everyone was sweating profusely. How could these words have such a great meaning? If this really spread into the immortal tomb, it would probably provoke the ancient supreme being's son into a great rage and directly kill his way over. Cough. The Black Emperor coughed and stood up straight. He was truly like a dog. With a pair of large claws on his back, he slowly walked over. He tried his best to put on a benevolent expression and grinned. At the side, the children of Ji family were so scared that they started crying. They ran away while shouting loudly, "The big black wolf is here, it's going to eat people." The worst big evil wolf. The Black Emperor was depressed. Who was the one teaching children randomly? How could they slander him like this? He was extremely indignant. Achieving Tao. The large black dog smiled, truly like a big-tailed wolf. He thought he was very benevolent, but after he revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth, all the saints at the side felt their hair stand on end. Uncle Big Black Wolf, do you need something? Ji Qingdao's large eyes blinked, and he looked at him in confusion. Who taught you this? The large black dog was infuriated. He had actually been identified as a wolf, but in reality he really did look like one. Grandmother Wolf, why are you looking for someone who has achieved Dao? Do you want to bully him? You have to get past me first. He's my little brother, the divine child called out. Silly boy, go play in the corner. The Black Emperor pushed him to the side with a slap, and said to Ji Qingdao with a smile, I see that your aptitude is extraordinary, and there seems to be a kind of divine and holy blood flowing in your body. Why don't I teach you for a few years and take you in as a registered disciple? A troubled expression appeared on Ji Qingdao's small face. He looked left and right, but did not express his opinion. What's wrong? Do you still have concerns? The Black Emperor asked. When my father was in the outer realm, he instructed me to be on guard against Duanda and the large black wolf. The little guy answered truthfully. F***ck. The large black dog was even more indignant. Then he said righteously, if you come with me, you'll definitely be fine. Right at this moment, an astonishing killing intent surged over. Ji Haoyue appeared nearby, his expression dark, and there was a murderous look in his eyes as he stared at the large black dog. The Black Emperor coughed dryly and said, I said, the divine body of the Ji clan, I did not kidnap your child. I am seriously saying that I want to teach him for a few days. No way. Ji Haoyue refused decisively and straightforwardly. No matter who it was, they would not be at ease. The divine child was only the size of a fart, and he had already become like this after being taught by him for a few days. It would be terrible if he taught him Dao that had achieved Dao. The child that I have taught is cute and lively, and he even has his own personality. Silly boy, right? The Black Emperor asked the little fatty beside him. The divine child directly stuck out his little butt, turned around, and showed him the back of his head, ignoring him. The children that I have taught are all prodigies. This silly boy, divine child, has already displayed his brilliance, and you still don't believe in my abilities? Together with the previous Hua Hua, this is irrefutable proof, the large black dog said shamelessly. Who is calling me? Hua Hua ran over, and after understanding the truth he said, Senior Uncle Ji, don't worry. If you feel that it is not safe, you can leave Dao attainment little brother to me. I guarantee that he will be invincible in the future. Pa. Ji Haoyue directly and lightly slapped his shiny head, and said, Go away. It was not good to make a move on the Black Emperor, but there was no need to be wary of a junior. Hua Hua was extremely aggrieved and indignant. He walked to the side and said, Who did I offend? Why does everyone like to slap my head? In the future, I will renounce asceticism. Longma and the others finally appeared in time to participate in this grand wedding. However, they were still strictly guarded by Ji Haoyue. His expression was dark, and he did not allow them to approach Dao attainment. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to your parents, husband and wife bow to each other. Inside the Ji clan, Ji Xiang's voice was loud. At the final moment, it was filled with cheers and laughter. Little sister Ziyue, you have to control your man, okay? Huoliner joked, and sent a voice transmission softly. On the other side, many familiar people were raising their cups. Zhang Wenchang, Lu Yi, the Jade Lake Saint, Jiang Yifei, and the others had all come, and they all came forward to give their blessings. Candlelight flickered, and Yi Fan walked into the bridal room. This was a brilliant starry night, and the room was filled with warmth. A graceful and moving woman sat there, her head covered with a red veil. Lifting the red veil meant a lifetime. Yi Fan walked forward, and gently lifted the veil, revealing a face that could outshine the moon and shame the flowers. In the candlelight, those long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her large eyes were filled with intelligence. When she smiled lightly, small dimples appeared, and her shiny little canine teeth stood out from the masses. This was naturally the most beautiful moment for a woman, and it was also one of the most moving moments in her life. Ji Ziyue had a mischievous and lively personality. She stood up, and her dress fluttered. Her small waist was slender, and her beautiful figure was on full display. She walked to the table and said, "I smelled something delicious, and it is so boring to just sit here." Her white cheeks flickered with a sparkling luster. Her fine black hair was soft and smooth. She was not nervous at all. She cheerfully poured a cup of wine for Yi Fan, and smiled brightly. "Ziyue, it is getting late. And I know. I am hungry and I want to eat. You can't drink too much. It is just a small jug. That year, I drank 5, and in the end, my skills were unparalleled, and I suppressed my brother." She was bragging, and it was really amusing. "If I drank 10, I would definitely be able to suppress you." She giggled and said. In the end, the night was over and Yi Fan said, "It is time to rest. I still haven't drunk enough." Ji Ziyue stretched her small waist and she hiccuped. Her small face was red, and she looked like she was ripe. This night was warm and brilliant, and it was hard to forget. No matter how many years passed, no matter when it was, Yi Fan would never forget it. It was forever engraved in his heart, and it became his most precious memory. Boom! The heavens fell, and a soul-shaking sound rang out. The entire southern region was shaking, and most of the eastern wasteland was shaking. Resplendent light rushed into the heavens, shaking the world. The entire Big Dipper was shaking, and all the cultivators were shocked. The path to immortality is collapsing, and the path to immortality is about to open. The immortal domain is about to be opened, and the two realms are connected. Immortality is no longer an illusion, and it is about to become a reality. Someone can take that step. The immortal gate has exploded, and it really is connected to the immortal domain. Immortal spirits are falling from within. The entire world was shocked, and the saints of all races shouted. At the same time, light tore through the 7 great life forbidden zones, and pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shaking the human world. The ancient supreme beings in the life forbidden zones were all revived. Chapter 1563. The 7 great life restricted regions' radiance rushed into the heavens, supreme being aura pervading the air, vaguely seeping out. It was just a strand, yet it made everyone shiver inwardly, feeling great fear, almost laying down on the ground. Was the endless past's great changes going to start from here? All of the cultivators were shocked, all of them trembling. This day was finally about to arrive. No one dared to act recklessly, all of them paying attention to the 7 great life-restricted regions. If they took action, then that would undoubtedly prove it. In reality, roars sounded from the life-restricted regions. There were ancient beasts that were asleep that awakened, as if they were going to bring supreme beings out. There really were creatures that came out, overlooking the southern region. It's coming, it really is appearing in this world. Heavens, the immortal path has opened, another rarely seen flourishing age has arrived. We might be able to see great emperor-level figures, moreover not just one. What flourishing age? A great calamity is about to appear. This is clearly a chaotic world where blood will flow like rivers. From the snowy mountain peaks to the great underground abyss, the great wastelands, the endless great deserts, as long as there were people, they would all feel their blood surging. The great curtains were about to be pulled back. The world of mortals about to undergo immortal ascension changes. This day was like the end of the world. Everyone was incomparably nervous, feeling uneasy. This type of atmosphere was too stifling, making one feel like they were suffocating. A creature came out from the divine ruins, a silver-backed scarlet-horned great Qilin, its might vast and mighty. It already restrained a portion of its aura, but it was still just this intimidating. The entire world was shaken. This type of aura spread, filling the road ahead, making heaven and earth tremble. Because of this, it rumbled, terrifying to the heavens, shocking all life until they trembled. Is this the ancient supreme being of the divine ruins? It actually really appeared. No, this should only be his mount, not the main one yet. Only long after that matchless Qilin left did the saints discuss among themselves, blood surging within their bodies, their hearts shaken and stirred up to the extreme. It was just too shocking. If nothing unexpected happened, that seemed to be an ancient mount that surpassed the great sage. There was a terrifying creature that appeared in the restricted regions, even though it was just a mount. This beast looked a bit hazy, its entire body surrounded by immortal light. All heavenly eyes were useless, unable to see through it. In reality, no one had the courage to offend it. Only when the primal chaos chi was blown away would one be able to see that the scales of this silver-backed red-horned qilin were actually made of stone. It was extremely shocking. However, along the way, the people of the world only saw a silhouette. It disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of the crack on the path of immortality, outside the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. There were already people here, and there were many of them. Tens of thousands of people were crouching on the ground, and there were only 2 people standing in front of them, looking at the immortal gate. That was the true quasi-emperor, the one who had truly surpassed the great sage. After so many years, the person who was stained with the word emperor finally appeared. He stood there, and no one could approach him, nor did anyone dare to offend him. After Divine Ruin's silverback scarlet-horned great qilin arrived, the 2 individuals' eyes became even deeper. Their entire bodies shone, making themselves invisible and impossible to see through. Something really fell out. The silverbacked scarlet-horned great qilin muttered to itself, speaking in divine language. It was extremely ancient, and almost no one could understand it. However, the fluctuations of the divine will were common. Now, even the great sage avoided this place. As for the other saints who didn't leave in time, they all submitted from the depths of their souls. Many people couldn't endure the pressure, and laid down on the ground. The 2 quasi-emperors' eyes were deep. Mists of light rose, and they couldn't see clearly. They didn't say anything. Meanwhile, this great qilin with some of its stone scales also began to watch silently. It was someone who came out from the divine ruins, and it represented the attitude of a restricted area. No one dared to touch it in the slightest. On the lofty mountain peak, the great crack had already expanded to 2,000 zhang in length. It increased explosively in a single night, as if it had exploded. It was extremely shocking. From time to time, a strand of substance similar to the northern immortal light would fly out, making the group of saints' eyes burn with desire. Unfortunately, there were 2 quasi-emperors standing here, as well as a desolate beast. No one dared to move in the slightest. Chaotic energy surged, auspicious multicolored light blossoming. Previously, there were objects that fell out, but no one dared pick them up. They were wrapped in immortal flames, burning fiercely on the ground. Apart from this, there were terrifying lightning tribulation remnants that were spreading. It was extremely shocking. "What is going on?" a quasi-emperor asked, finally speaking. It was clear that the 2 quasi-emperors didn't arrive much earlier than the great qilin. They still didn't understand the situation, still observing. He brought over a holy king, calmly asking him, having him inform him. Just now the immortal path collapsed, and this kind of thing fell out. It was as if lightning tribulation split this place apart. He spoke intermittently, his voice trembling. It was because he really couldn't endure the pressure of the quasi-emperor. Even though the other party restrained a portion of his power, he still felt like an ant facing the heavens. The immortal path collapsed. There were shocking thunderous explosions, moreover erupting from within. The tremendous noise was one of the main reasons why the eastern wastelands were alarmed. A heavenly tribulation that came from immortal domain? How is this possible? The completely hazy, godlike quasi-emperor said to himself. Meanwhile, at this time his mind even more so trembled. He looked towards the ancient desolate forbidden area, vaguely seeing a figure. He hurriedly turned around, not looking over. Yes, it really exploded from within. It might be an immortal tribulation, or perhaps someone entered a step ahead of us. It's hard to say. This pitiful holy king was imprisoned like this. He couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. He was greatly suppressed under the emperor's might, his body instinctively betraying his will. Someone entered the immortal path ahead of us? This wasn't impossible. At this time, the 2 quasi-emperors and the qilin from the divine ruins both opened their heavenly eyes, seriously observing the artifact wrapped in primal chaos and immortal light. At first, everyone thought that it was a celestial spirit that fell out. A celestial spirit? No, it seems to be a damaged body, a portion of its torso missing. The 2 quasi-emperors' expressions changed greatly. That qilin was also shocked. If that wasn't an immortal, Then it was a great emperor. There was definitely no difference, because there was an unrivaled and terrifying aura. Its body was destroyed, dying inside. It truly is shocking. Bo! A light sound rang out. That expanse of primal chaos was broken apart. Immortal light also surged, revealing the damaged corpse inside. It was badly mangled, but it made all creatures feel a pressure, unable to help but bow down. It was unknown just how many experts were kowtowing on the ground. Even the saints were like this. They could sense it even more deeply, feeling as if the end of the world had arrived. Was this an immortal corpse? This was what everyone was puzzled about. It was too powerful, terrifying beyond compare. That type of blood was incomparably red, exceptionally shocking. The aura released by any single drop of blood could shock endless generations. Moreover, the more one looked at it, the more they felt an aura of great changes. It was as if it had existed for an extremely long time, traversing endless eras. What kind of person was this? Was he really an immortal? Did he fall out from the immortal domain? No, he is an ancient emperor. The silver-backed scarlet-horned Great Chelan spoke, saying this. It made everyone feel even more terrified. How could this be? An ancient emperor fell out from the immortal domain? What happened? Could it be that he was chased out by an immortal? Was there someone who entered the immortal domain after becoming an immortal? Everyone stared at the great crack, feeling that it was more and more unfathomable. They felt that behind that crack was an extremely mysterious and unknown world. They didn't even have the courage to explore it. It wasn't a supreme being who fought his way in, and it wasn't an immortal either. It was a past quasi-emperor who fell at the end of the immortal path, lying in a pool of blood, stopping at the doorstep. A quasi-emperor sighed, speaking the truth. It made everyone feel even more terrified. It was actually so cruel. This was an ancient emperor-level character. For the sake of achieving immortality, he killed his way in and broke through the barrier, stepping on the immortal path. But in the end he still fell. And now, the immortal path was broken. He fell out from the barrier and appeared in this world. Is it the demon emperor Shui Yuqing? After so many years, as the saints from the outer realms continuously descended, news of what happened on the immortal path finally reached them. Now everyone knew that the previous Tian Shui Yuqing had walked extremely far on the immortal path. If it wasn't for his old age and weak body, he might have already fought his way in. No, it seems to be very ancient. Maybe it was the celestial being from the legendary era. This was a shocking speculation. How many people's hopes were buried on this path? Even supreme geniuses fell, buried in a pool of blood. It was too cruel. They were buried inside for so long, only falling out now. This was truly a type of sorrow. It was one thing to die in battle on this path, but now, they could see the light of day again, being sealed for 10,000 years. Why was there the sound of tribulation lightning not long ago? And why was it so powerful, breaking open this path? The second quasi-emperor frowned. The supreme beings of the ancient era had already died, so why could they still undergo tribulation? Was it to help the people of the world open up the immortal path? At the same time, people were also very hopeful, hoping to find an emperor weapon. Even if it was a weapon fragment left behind by the celestial being, it would still be possible. It could definitely be considered a type of immortal burial. Very soon, everyone had an answer. The laws of this place interweaved, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. It seemed like it was about to spread to the entire ancient planet and charge into the vast universe. This power was too majestic. It was a grand emperor-level character transforming into the Tao. Every drop of blood from the fallen corpse was glowing. Even the bones were burning, not to mention the flesh and blood. All of it was returned to the Tao laws of the universe. The broken body transformed into the Tao, thus triggering the tribulation lightning. It wasn't some heavenly punishment, but a natural reaction after the corpse of an expert was exposed and blended with the laws of this world. Perhaps this was the wish of the ancient supreme being before he died. He wanted to return to the world where he was born, ashes to ashes. Thus, after returning, he transformed into the Tao. Rumble. For some reason, the power of transforming into the Tao was completely retracted. It didn't destroy the great wilderness, didn't rush towards the pale-faced saints, and didn't rush towards the starry river. Instead, it directly retracted into the broken corpse. In the end, a resplendent immortal flame erupted. The broken corpse turned into dust, and a rain of light danced about. It was as if he had ascended to immortality. Only the ashes of the tribulation were left, and no blood or corpse could be seen. It disappeared just like that. How lamentable! The Grand Emperor was unrivaled throughout his life, peerless in the heavens and earth. He was unrivaled for an entire lifetime, but in the end this was the result. The immortal path left even supreme beings in sorrow. The two quasi-emperors left one after the other. That big Qilin also returned to report. Only then did the saints let out a sigh of relief. However, within the great life-restricted regions, the light rushed into the heavens. It didn't disappear, but there was no longer any pressure engulfing the world. They had indeed revived. Perhaps in the next few days, or perhaps in the next few months, the immortal path was destined to open. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a terrifying scene. The supreme beings of the ancient era had already made their preparations for the ultimate immortal battle.